This is a very special video. If you are preparing for a PMP, this one video can make your PMP. Now, why I'm saying that this video is a combination of the best of the best of the best material I have ever made. I have put all my journey videos for you from stakeholder till business environment and integration all in one video. In addition to that, I have put 2 hours summary of my best PMP video. So I summarized the entire PMP in 2 hours for you. Then I went and solved 60 questions. Yes, 60 questions that took us 3.5 hours. I put it in this video. And then in the end, I also added how you can solve, how you can fill your PMP application. I hope you enjoy this video. Now let's go to the video and enjoy it. Do like it, subscribe it, share it with every single person so that they can also become PMP. Thank you very much. Journey of stakeholder. First of all, who is stakeholder? Stakeholder is anyone who is being affected by the project or who perceive that the project can affect him. So anyone who perceive or anyone whom the project is really affecting. So for example, if we are making a dam, a hydro dam, all the people that will be affected because of the water that will, the level of the rise of the water will be there, the water that will come from all the people living near that area are stakeholder. Even shopkeeper, even the DCO, even the government officers, all people are stakeholders. So you need to identify stakeholder. This is a step one and most important step. Identify the stakeholders. Now, how to identify the stakeholders? There are various ways. You can use OPS, organizational process assets. You have lesson learned document here. You have organogram there, project organizational chart there, company's policies, procedures, and the most important, of course, lesson learned repository. Then we also have EEF, enterprise environmental factor. Who are the internal stakeholder, external stakeholder, government bodies, all those things who comes under enterprise environmental factor. You also use PESTEL for risk and stakeholder also. Who are the political stakeholder, environmental stakeholder, social, technological, legal, and economical stakeholders. Also, VUCA is there, volatile, uncertain, complex. So you use a list to identify stakeholder. You use all the documents, project charter, project management plan, project documents, business case, benefit management plan, agreements. In summary, whatever is available, we need to get a comprehensive list of all stakeholders. Very important. Get the list of all stakeholders. This is step number one. And then put all the stakeholders into a stakeholder register. Put all the stakeholders into stakeholder register. Once you have put all the stakeholders in the stakeholder register, good. It can be 10 or it can be 10,000 depending upon how good you did. So I would prefer 10,000 as compared to 10. If you have identified only 10, I don't think so you have done a good job. Okay, once you have identified, the next job is to classify them, prioritize them. So classify the stakeholder as who are the upward stakeholder. Upward means whom you report. Whom you report, like you have to report to your boss, he's an upward stakeholder. Who are downward stakeholder? Who are reporting to you? Who are your sideways stakeholder? Your peers, the people who are working with you, your peers, the other project managers. And maybe all of them are internal stakeholder. We also need to identify the external stakeholders. Who are external stakeholder? Once we have done this, we have identified. Now we need to represent them using power interest matrix. Who stakeholder have more power? Which stakeholders have more interest? Let's say here we get more power, more interest. Here we will have less power, more interest. More power, less interest. Less power, less interest. So who are the stakeholders who come under high power, high interest? the stakeholders who are very interested in the project. Maybe your sponsor, product owner, team, etc. Who are the stakeholders have high power but no interest? Maybe your CEOs of the company, maybe MD, if they don't think your project is that important. If your project is very important for them, then they becomes the high power, high interest. Government agencies, the government officials, most of the time they don't care whatever you are doing. It is all over the world. If you're making a car, so they don't care that which car you are making, which mobile phone you are making. So they have high power, but they have no interest, but they have high power. Then people having low power but high interest. You're competent. Your competitors can come here. Other peers who have no, like other project managers, all those people come here. Media, if you are doing a government project, maybe media, or you are doing an iPhone, supercar, they can come here. People who have no power and no interest, mostly kitchen staff, security guards, other people, that, like if we take an example of security guards and kitchen, they are more in favor of when we will get promotion. They don't care what really the project is going on. If you are working in a company, what is happening in the company, even you are making an electric car or a combustion engine, a normal car, they don't care. They have no power and they have no interest in that. No power, no interest. Kitchen staff, I can put it, kitchen staff. Okay, now comes the, you have classified them, now comes the how to manage them. The engagement strategies in order to see how to manage them. Here, this is the most important, you manage them closely. You talk to them, you communicate them, you provide the information, you keep on communicating them, collaborating them, seeing if they are virtual, how to use Kanban board, how to see other things. Collaboration, more collaboration with them, making sure that you make them satisfied, they are happy with you, and they are with you in the project along the way. Then here you need to keep them satisfied. People having high power, low interest, they don't need your daily report. They need your daily report, weekly report, monthly. They may even ask, okay, give us annual report. Shareholders, we will see at the annual report. So here, whatever you do, you need to satisfy them. Here, PMI says that keep them informed. If you don't want to give right information, maybe sometimes you even need to give the false information depending upon your company's strategies, or you can give them second-hand information, or you can even give the right information. The iPhone is launching, give them information, keep them informed. So you can create a hype. Whatever you do, you need to keep them informed. And here, this is a very interesting area. You need to push them in the watch list. You need to put them into the watch list, because it is possible along the way, any one of them power could increase, their interest increases. So you need to periodically review them, what they are doing, what is happening with them. This is a very important thing. And also someone can become arsenal between them. They can call a strike and all those things. So we must have a strategy for also that. Once you have done this, and next thing come to see what is their current engagement and what is our desired engagement. So we make stakeholder engagement matrix. So name, unaware, resistant, neutral, supporting, leading. So we need to identify that among these stakeholders, who is unaware of us, who is not aware that we are doing something. Let's say if as I'm a PMP trainer, I want more and more students come and join my batch program and my mentor program. But if you are unaware of me, you don't know me, how you can join? For that I make promotional videos and so many things that we do, so that the people become more aware of us. If you are aware of us, that we can work on. So let's say your current engagement level is this, and I want you to be supportive of my program, to join my program. This is a desired stage. This is a desired stage. And we make stakeholder engagement plan we make stakeholder engagement plan to change the current engagement state into desired engagement state. Stakeholder engagement plan is nothing but a plan that will have strategies how to change the current engagement level of a stakeholder to your desired engagement level. Current engagement to desired, and throughout the project life cycle, throughout the various process groups, the current engagement and desired engagement level, it varies, it gets changed, things get modified, they get updated. So maybe a stakeholder is currently resistant to you. You don't want him right now to be supportive, but changing his strategy to a neutral can work for you. So changing current to the desired, we make a stakeholder engagement plan about all the strategies. So we look at this matrix, we look at this chart, and we make sure that the stakeholders are satisfied. We implement that plan in managed stakeholder engagement, and throughout the process we are monitoring. Monitoring is all about checking what was the plan, what stakeholder engagement plan we have made, is it valid or not, is it working or not. If a new stakeholder is identified, how we are gonna do, we check its actual and plan. So these are the things about stakeholder engagement. A very important thing, apart from power interest matrix, we can also use salience model. Power, interest, and urgency. Power, legitimacy, and urgency. So exam can ask you about salience model. Salience model is a 3D model having 3 domains. We can also make power interest as a 3D model and can have the third domain as attitude, whatever, geography, and this becomes as a stakeholder queue. So we have 3 grids: power interest, salience model, power urgency legitimacy, stakeholder queue, power interest, attitude or geography depending upon the scenarios. And we make this thing, very important thing, anytime a new stakeholder is identified, we go to step number 1, we put the stakeholder into stakeholder register, we check his power interest, where he stands, we check his current engagement, desired engagement level, and we see, does our stakeholder engagement plans need update? If change is required, if stakeholder need an update, then we change that and we update that plan and we work in according to this. Guys, stakeholder engagement plan or stakeholder journey of stakeholder is one of the most important journey. Agile communication, stakeholder resource, or also known as team now, is the most important part of your exam. Straightforward, 42% of the questions will come from here. But according to the feedback we have received from certified PMP, now we have 131 certified PMP in 2021. We know that this covers more than 67% of the real exam. So very important. If you have any question about this topic, comment me, or you can contact me, my number or at my email address, and I will make sure that I answer your queries. And if you want to do PMP training, we are going to start a new batch on 12th or 10th of September, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 2 weeks in September. Currently batch number 11 is in progress. Already 2 students of batch 10 have certified. That's how our batch program works. You enroll in it and in 1 month you become certified. So if you want to join, you can join batch program, or if you want to learn at your own pace, you can join our one-to-one program, or that is also known as mentor program. So you can contact us and we will make sure you become certified PMP. Thank you very much for watching and become a certified PMP. Thank you. Journey of communication. Now this is a very important journey because you will be having a lot of questions regarding communication, stakeholder, and all those things. What is communication? Now communication at its basic is this. There is a human being. You want to say something, okay, and there is another human being. He says that to it. If he or she understood it, communication happens this way. There is a sender, there is a receiver. Sender is someone who is sending some information. I am sending you information here. So I'm a sender. I am encoding the information. Encoding simply means I am putting the information in a logical way, in my language, in a perspective that you can understand. We are having a medium. Through medium, the information is being transferred to you. For example, if you watch this video at YouTube, then the medium will be YouTube. If you watch at LinkedIn, so and so on. So that will be a medium. Anything that damage the communication is called as noise. It's called as noise. Sender receiver, I encode the information, the receiver decode the information. Try to understand what is being said, what is the context, and then he provide the feedback. Okay, so this becomes the communication model, and communication is basically the 90% job of the project manager according to Andy Crow. In my opinion, in my experience, actually 100% of the job of the project manager is communication with team, project stakeholders, up stakeholder, down stakeholders, and all other. So he needs to understand the diversity of the stakeholder. He needs to respect the diversity. He needs to understand the cultural difference. Like there are some signs that are not allowed in one religion and are allowed in one religion. For example, some signs are considered good in the US, but whereas they are not considered good in Japan. For example, if I gave you a gift, if you are someone who's following US culture like that is being followed in Pakistan, India, and most of the world, if I gave you a gift, you will open it and want to see it. You wouldn't care about the packing of the gift, but if you are in Japanese culture, you will care about the packing, because packing is very like useful, very respectful in the Japanese culture. We need to understand the diversity, the culture, the political awareness is very important. Then we need to understand what is the urgency of the communication. Is it an urgent communication or it's a normal communication? What is the security level of this communication? It's a confidential communication or it's a normal communication. According to that, we choose communication medium, how to use communication technology. Do we need WhatsApp, Microsoft Project, Primavera? Whatever the information is required, we use according to all these criteria. Very important. Then we understand, do we need to have a push communication? Like the messages that continuously come to your mobile, the call that you didn't want, that's a push communication. Emails, they are push communication. Anything that you didn't intend it and is coming to you is a push communication. Pull communication, the very good form of communication. Now, you go to the YouTube, you search it, journey of communication, you watch this journey, you have gone yourself. So that becomes pull communication. Okay, so the pull communication is more towards e-learning, all those. Interactive communication. When you and I are talking to each other, that becomes interactive communication. It can be face-to-face, that is recommended. It can be by video call, it can be by phone call. So it is basically the level of communication. The best is face-to-face, the second is video call, the third is phone, and so on. Okay, so now the communication can be formal, it can be informal, it can be written in both, okay, and it can be oral. So formal, informal, both comes. Written also comes as formal, informal, and oral also comes this thing. Very important thing. Email is considered as unofficial communication according to PMI. Even in 6th edition or 7th edition or PMI ATP material, email is still considered as unofficial communication. Be careful about this thing. Okay, so then we need to know how many stakeholders are there. We communicate according to them. So we have this formula to calculate number of stakeholders, n into n minus 1 by 2. N is the number of stakeholders. Let's say n number of stakeholders are 5. So it becomes 5 into 5 minus 1 by 2, 4. So 2, 10 number of channels are there. Now all these things are done. Now come the most important things about communication. 4 R of communication. Right information at right time to right people to have the right impact. One more time, right information at right time to right audience or right people to have right impact. In order to do that, we make communication management plan. In communication management plan, all these things are written. We authorize how the communication will flow. We authorize who is allowed to communicate. We will authorize how this communication will be done. who is authorized, how to do, which type of communication, when to do, frequency, each and everything about communication must be in the communication management plan. Guys, how to satisfy the stakeholder, strategies are written in stakeholder engagement plan, but how to communicate, which format, which frequency, all those things must be mentioned in the communication management plan. This is very important. Communication management plan and stakeholder engagement plan are the two most important plans that you will be seeing in your PMP exam, including the third one, resource management plan or team plan. So that they are very important plans, so be sure about these things. They are very important. So once the communication plan has been done, all those things has been mentioned in this, then we go to the next process. We start implementing communication. That is managed communication. I called managed communication as more of a post office. Okay, so this is basically post office. All the information, all the data, work performance data, work performance report, everything comes here. Work performance report. You remember we went through the journey of work performance data to information, then get into monitoring and control, become report, work performance report come here, and from here we get project communication. Work performance report, the comprehensive communication, but from there we get the project communication, whom to communicate, when to communicate, how much to communicate. We don't want to give unnecessary information. Remember that power interest grid. Some stakeholders need more information, some stakeholder that has less interest, they may need quarterly or annual information like CEO. So you need to understand, you need to provide the communication, you need to implement communication management plan, and then in monitoring and control, you need to ensure that your communication management plan is effective. What was needed is being done according to that. What was needed becomes according to communication management plan, and if you want to change anything in communication management plan, do that through change control board. Guys, in agile or in hybrid, communication becomes more important because we like to have high touch low tech tool. This is basically high touch, I can touch, low tech. There is no tech involved in this. High touch, low tech tools. We use information radiator, Kanban board, burn up, burn down chart. All these are communication tools. We are communicating. We work in a co-located environment. Like we try to work in 33 feet area in the same floor. We have caves in which there is something personal. They are semi-cubical. People can go there. Common area in which people work normally. So communication is very, very important, and this is a job of a project manager. This is a job of a scrum master to ensure that the proper communication flows happen through all direction, through upward stakeholder, downward stakeholder, inward, outward. If you can manage proper communication in your project, right time, to right people, to have the right impact, so you can manage everything in the information. Again, remember, communication management plan is one thing. Even once you make the final report is shared among the stakeholder by following communication management plan. This is the simply most important plan there, because if the communication plan does not exist, you cannot do anything. A question that mostly comes to, like, people ask me, which is the first plan that we created. Normally all plans are created simultaneously, but this, in my opinion, the communication management plan must be the first plan that we must create, because once we have created the communication plan, then we can see how to manage the stakeholder, how to do risk, quality, procurement. So this becomes the most important plan. If you have any question regarding communication topic, do put in the chat box. I would love to answer. And if you have not done PMP so far, our batch is going to start this Friday. We only have one slot left. Yes, 19 students have registered. So maybe you can become the last one, and we will ensure that you become certified PMP in just 1 month after that training. And if you are new to this channel or have not subscribed before, please do subscribe, because our commitment to YouTube is increasing very high. Daily I am putting so many things that can help you become a better person, better project manager, and become certified PMP in minimum possible time. And live with passion, become certified PMP. And if you do share your journey. I would love to record. Bye-bye. Of work performance data. I know most of you are thinking, work performance? Data have also its journey, yes, and actually it is one of the most important way how you communicate in the project. Let's see. First of all, what is work performance data? Work performance data is a raw information. Information in its you can say simplest form or as information you get. For example, how many COVID patient was yesterday in your city? Maybe Lahore. So I can say in Lahore it is, I am not sure, but let's say 300. So that's a data. We can't contextualize it. We can't say, we can't decide anything from work performance data. Now, where data is produced? Data is produced in execution, also known as direct and managed work. And data is produced for uh, which domain, which knowledge areas, for every knowledge area. Scope has its own data. You can consider data as a big file. What has done in the project? Every deliverable, their status, number of change requests, everything that is happening in the project. In the case of COVID, number of people who got infected, number of people who died, all these things are data. Now, if I consider Lahore as example, maybe Lahore has their own data, Karachi has its own data, Sialkot has its own data, and so and so and so on. Every city has its own data of that day. But that data does not make any sense. Okay, what does that mean? Okay, it has 300, maybe Karachi has 900, Sialkot has 100. But what does that even mean? They are not even correlated. So what happened in execution? Data is produced in scope, schedule, cost, quality, resource, stakeholder, all the knowledge areas, procurement. And data goes to the team member. Consider it as a big file going to the team. Now team only takes, if the data goes to scope team, the scope team only takes their own data and discard the remaining data. That's not interested to them. They don't want to see what is happening in schedule. They are not interested. Scope team is more interested what is happening with them. Then the schedule, they are not interested how many changes are there. They just want to see, okay, how we are doing by schedule. You know, those the schedule variant, things like that. They want to calculate that thing. So they are getting here the planned value and earned value as data. They are getting that as data. So all the data goes to each individual team. So data comes as a big file, goes to scope, schedule, cost, quality, all of them. I hope you understand that. Now each one have their own plans. Each one have their own plan. Schedule management plan, scope management plan, cost management plan. Each department have their own plan. They compare data with what was planned versus actual. What was plan versus actual. So they compare the data with the plan versus actual. And as a result, we get if schedule, cost variance, number of changes, quality reports and all those things. So data goes to all process and get converted into work performance information. Now each department generates their own work performance information. Each department is producing their own work performance information. Now information is more contextualized. For example, okay, Lahore had 300 today, yesterday it had 450. So now that we get trend. The trend in Lahore is falling down. Same, Karachi may be rising, Sialkot down. So every department scope will have their own trend, schedule their own. They will give their own thing. Now all this work information from all department, you can say that 10 department in case of projects, all this information goes to project manager in monitoring and control, and he combined all those information to make a contextualize, okay, more of an integration. That is the role of a project manager. The biggest role of the project manager
is of integrator. He combines all those work performance information and gives us one comprehensive reports with all graphs, chart, pie graph, so showing the S curve, where we stand in schedule, where we stand in the terms of cost, quality, all those things. That is being shown by work performance report. So work performance report, now here project manager will see it's a comprehensive report. According to a communication management plan, this will be shared. According to communication management plan, this will be shared with the relevant stakeholder. Not the complete report will be shared with everyone. No. This report goes to risk, control risk actually, to show which high level risk have occurred, which risk has not occurred. This will also go to managed communication. Managed communication is more of a post office for the entire project. Managed communication is a post office for the entire project. Actually, from work performance report, I'm using different colors so that different areas of mind can work, and I highly recommend when you are making your mind maps, do something like that. So work performance report goes to managed communication and we get project communication. Now this is more of a post office of the entire project where all communication will happen. And then of course it goes to control procurement to show the status of how the procurements are and all those things. But risk, it goes to the control risk, showing the overall risk. It goes to the managed communication, showing converting it to project communication, the communication that will be communicated. Very important thing. Every communication in the project happens to this one post office. I know you don't need to know the processes anymore. I know processes, 49 processes don't have value that much. But you must understand the journey, you must understand the flow, why these things are, how basically communication flow. This is an important question. You must ask yourself how the entire communication in the project flows, and this is your communication journey. Work performance data comes from all areas. Work performance data comes from all area. The work performance data get converted into work performance information by how it get converted into information by comparing the plan versus actual. Work performance information will be the recommended changes, corrective, preventive action. All the work performance information goes to project manager in monitoring and control. He combines, we get work performance report that goes to the four areas: managed communication, control procurement, control risk, and one more area that I don't remember right now. So in monitor the communication, it's the most important. It got converted into project communication. In risk, it's very important to see how does the risk stands, what are these areas. Guys, communication is a 90% job of the project manager. Maybe you will not get direct question about any of these things, but as a project manager, as a certified PMP, you must know the flow of work performance data, how it get converted into work performance report. This is critical for your PMP exam. That's the journey for today, and this is how you can make your own journey. Understand the entire PMP. Put it there. Understand the entire PMP, how these PMPs get the bigger picture, just like a jigsaw puzzle. Oh, this is the purpose of this thing. Oh, this is the purpose of this thing, and make your thing according. Thank you very much. And if you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe. Our commitment to YouTube is gonna rise very high because we want you to give more value. We want to give you more and more value. We want to make more certified project management professional. My goal of this year, we have more than 128 PMP right now, the paid clients. We want to get them 365. So let's see how we can make this goal happen. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching. Journey of resource management. Now, new PMI ATP material called it as team. We have heard in pmbok 5th edition as human resource. All of these things are same. First of all, whenever you heard the word resource, remember resource are of four types: manpower, human resource; material, machinery, and money. We are more focused toward manpower or human resource. So resource management plan, that is the basis on all how you acquire the resources, how you estimate the resources, acquire the resources, and manage the resources. Estimate, acquire, develop, track team. This is, you can say, the basic of this team topic or journey of team. So this is the basis of this thing. You make a resource management plan, and that resource management plan defines what are the roles and responsibilities of each person that we need. We make a resource organogram, project organizational chart, and we acquire resource according to that. Roles and responsibility, we use two type of metrics. Responsibility assignment matrix, telling, hey, this is a resource, he has this particular responsibility. And of course, the famous RACI matrix, responsibility, accountability, consult, and inform. Both of them have the same purpose, to define how to get which type of resources. Now, when we are acquiring the resources or when we are estimating the resources, when we are estimating, we know we discuss many estimation technique like analogous, parametric, 3-point, bottom-up estimation. The same estimation techniques will be used also in the resource management topic. So estimation, if you use in scope, in schedule, cost, resource, it remains the same, and that gives us estimate resource activity, like how much resource we required. If we are working in a coding, like this is that many man hours, we get the resource calendar when all these resources are available. Okay, so this is a very important thing to understand. Once we have estimated the resources, it is good to understand job description. This resource will be able to do that thing. Understanding the context of a particular job and acquiring the resources according to that. Then there are many organizational theories that you need to master if you are a good project manager. Understanding the backside of the thing, how to do those things. For example, Maslow hierarchy of needs. Abraham Maslow basically said, unless your lower needs are not satisfied, you will not even think for higher needs. For example, if I haven't had dinner for 2 days or any meal in that manner, I will not be thinking to give value back to the community. I will not be thinking about these creative things, because I spend a lot of time on these creative things, how to give the maximum value to you guys. I will not be thinking that. I will be working more on my basic necessity, food, water, security, all those things. So, Abraham Maslow theory. Then we have Herzberg theory of motivation or Herzberg theory of 2-point. Herzberg says that there are two factors, hygiene agent and motivating agent. Hygiene agents are something that must be present. If they are not present, then people become demotivated. They become demotivated. But if they are present, we don't get motivated. We don't get motivated to start running. No. For example, right now I have a good light here, I have good clothes, I am properly fed, there is a good temperature in the room. Now all these are hygiene things. Even if they are present, I wouldn't notice them, because I consider them, they must be there. They must, you can say that the minimum criteria. For example, your salary, remember this thing, salary comes under hygiene agent. How much salary you are earning. Even if you increase your salary by 20%, you will not be motivated to take an action. So that's an hygiene agent. Motivating agents are appreciation, growth, contributions, opportunity, something that makes you run away from your bed. Like you may have heard in many of the journeys that my students are saying, like we message him at 2 a.m. he's up, we message him at 8 a.m. he's up. I don't know he sleeps or not. What is the thing? What keeps me motivating? What keeps me putting daily videos? Your appreciation. You give me significance. The opportunity I have. I consider myself lucky that I have the opportunity to serve. and I am learning new things. For example, I have developed this new way to look at the entire journey of resource. So I am learning. So this is giving me, this is motivating me. Okay, but let's say you are working on a motivating thing, but some hygiene things are not present. You got fired while you were preparing for PMP. You can get demotivated. Preparing for PMP is more as a motivating agent, and your basic salary is more as a hygiene agent. If one of these things are not present, you get demotivated and you move down on the Maslow hierarchy of needs. Both of these theories move hand in hand together. Okay. Then we have theory X. Theory X says that people does not like to work. We need to supervise them, like have a thumbprint of their attendance. I don't know when they work, when they don't work. We need to have that. Put cameras. We don't trust people. And theory Y says that people love to work. Give them a good environment, and they will perform better. So more of an agile environment works on theory Y. Theory X, theory Y is very important also. Then we have expectance theory. Expectance theory basically works on the belief. If you believe after watching my videos, you will get a better knowledge. If watching my coaching call, you can clear the PMP exam, you will watch these videos again and again. But if you believe that it will not help, you will not watch again. If you believe that doing PMP will help you to grow in your career, you will work on it. You will put the hours, hard work, money, all those things. But if you think it is useless, you will not put that thing. So expectance theory. All the religions in the world basically based on expectance theory. Then comes as Macklin's achievement of theory. So he said that people are motivated by different things: power, affiliation, and achievement. Some people are motivated by power, some are affiliated by affiliation, some by achievement. And it's not that they are done by only one thing. There's basically a Venn diagram. Okay, so for me, if I say that I'm not motivated by power but I am motivated more towards affiliation and achievement, so I would be more in this region. Where are you? Where do you stand? Do tell me where do you stand. And then there are some personality understanding. When you are getting the people, getting surveys, which type of people are there, what is their diversity. Understanding the diversity of the team is a very good thing. As a project manager, you need to use the diversity, diverse cultural diversity, gender diversity, religious diversity, all type of diversity is good for the project. When people from diverse environment come, they bring different experience. For example, if I have a team, two people from US, Canada, two, three people from I would say Europe, two people from Australia, two, three people from China, and then from India, then Singapore side. We have a diverse team. We will have the entire world knowledge at our hand. But like in Spider-Man, Uncle Ben said, with more power comes more responsibility. Now you have diverse environment, you need to manage them properly. So the project manager, you need to understand these things. Now, in order to manage these things, in order to manage diversity, we make team charter. Team charter is a very important document that defines what are the values we are going to follow, what are the vision we are going to follow, what is the mission, how we are going to take decisions, how to handle conflicts. We will dive deep into the conflict, and a very important thing, what are the ground rules. Some people also call it as a working agreement, but ground rules are the most important thing. Ideally, this must be made by the team, both of these, ground rules as well as team charter. But initially a project manager can also work in that and can also develop these things for the team. Now, as a project manager, you must be good in communication skills. Now, two things that are very important in communication skills are active listening. Now, all these things are basically coming. We have estimated the resource. We are working on acquire and obtaining the resources. You are acquiring the resources. You use all these things, and now you also need to communicate with the resources. Once you acquire, the communication goes in all the three. acquire, develop, track, or manage, you can say. Okay. So communication, active listening. Guys, active listening is, in today's distracted world, is what I called as superpower. If you can listen someone, then you have that power that you can become friend with any human being in the world. This is a very, very important thing. If you can listen to someone, I'm not talking talk to someone. Everyone can talk and tell their story. But how many people are there who will put their mobile aside and stay silent and just listen to you? Now, one of the way is just have an eye contact if your culture allows it. Many culture does not appreciate that if there's someone elder and you have an eye contact with him or her. So if your culture allows to have an eye contact, you have an eye contact with them and just stay silent and just listen to them. Don't nod, nothing. This is one way of active listening. Another way is when you are listening, you can nod and you can say, yeah, I got it. Like you try to understand them. Another way of active listening is whatever he or she has said, you paraphrase it just to understand that you are listening, that what he or she is saying, you're understanding the same thing. Guys, this is very important thing. What I am saying, I have a picture in my mind. What you are listening, you have another picture of my mind. So when you rephrase, hey, I am hearing this thing, I am understanding this thing, this means that now we are on the same page. Another important way of active listening is asking question. Asking question basically provoke the person telling, if I am saying something, to give more things. For example, when you will ask this question, but if I miss something in this topic, because there is nothing written, I'm just saying all these things from my mind. So if I miss something, you will ask question. This will give me more opportunity to add, to give the explanation. So asking question is also very important. Then the second thing is emotional intelligence. Emotional quotient or emotional intelligence. For project manager, 90% of the job is communication. In today's world, it's not emotional, it's not IQ that matters, it's EQ or EI, emotional intelligence. As your job is, as a project manager, is communication, understanding the needs of other, understanding yourself is very important. So it's more of a 5-step thing. Daniel Goldman basically popularized it. I will highly recommend that you read his book Emotional Intelligence 2.0. Okay, so he basically says that first is self-awareness, understanding yourself, which things basically trigger your anger. I'm a very passionate person and I love the thing which I am doing. I don't do hundreds of things, I do very few things and I become very passionate and I get angry very, like just like this. So I am self-aware about that. Now if you are self-aware about that, then you need to manage yourself. You need to manage yourself. If you are aware that that is the most important thing, you need to manage yourself. I am trying to manage my anger. Whenever I get angry, I drink a glass of water, or I start walking, or I just close my eyes and do that deep breathing exercise. I'm also a regular meditator. I do meditation to calm my body, like all those things, because I know anger is something that I need to work on. That can be my Achilles heel. It can basically become a problem for me. So I need to manage that thing while dealing with the entire team. Okay. Self-awareness, self-management basically mean is know yourself and manage yourself. Now the next thing is know others, like understanding the feelings of other. If someone asks me a question in a class, I should understand, hey, like I suffer from the knowledge paradigm that I have a lot of knowledge of a certain topic, others people do not have. So even if someone asks a basic question, I should empathize them. The next thing also is when know others, when you are knowing others, you need to manage others and then show empathy, understanding what other people is feeling, being the shoes of other person. Okay, so know yourself, know self-awareness, self-management, know others, manage others or influence others, and the most important thing last, empathy, understanding feel others feeling, how they feel and help them in that way. Very important. Emotional intelligence must be used for the positive good of the project and not the negative good of the project. So very important topic for the exam, emotional intelligence. Then as a project manager, you must know how to handle a conflict. Conflict management is very important. So whenever a conflict occur, mostly there are two team members. So whenever a conflict occur, what occur? You will go and start solving the conflict. No. First, you need to identify the level of the conflict. There's a 5 level of conflict. Okay, one is problem solving. Like people are trying to solve a problem here. Problem solving. If team is at the level 0, level 1, that they are working to solve the problem, as a servant leader, as a project manager, you don't need to go and work on that. You need to stay away on that thing. So once if the problem is not solved properly, it becomes disagreement. Now people more basically start like criticizing each other. No, this is not the thing. I am right, you are wrong. We have moved from the problem solving to disagreement. Then the next thing becomes contest. More of a I want to win, you want to lose. Then become the crusade. Okay. Here we become more of a ideological. Like I need to care of my team. Now here we are. Once we move from level 3 to level 4, we are not taking care about the project. We are considering more about our team. Okay, level 1, 2, level 3, level 4, and the final level 5 is world war. Now here the team member cannot work together, so they cannot work at all. As a project manager, as a servant leader, your job is to de-escalate this. Okay, your job is to de-escalate the conflict. You need to de-escalate. How do you de-escalate the conflict? If there's a world war, this means you cannot work. Those team members cannot work together. What you need to do, you put them away. Like separate them. If both team members are very important, separate them to different room till the problem get cooled down. Okay. In the crusade, try to use diplomacy. Try to show them the empathy. Try to use their point of view. In contest, try to get more of a win-win situation or compromise. Compromise can also work in this area. Like from win-lose, they move towards compromise. And in disagreement, try to get the other's point of view and then problem solving. So the most important thing is that you need to identify at what level team is. This is the level, disagreement and contest, at which the project manager must tackle the problem, must go and work on the problem. Disagreement and contest. Once you have identified the problem, you have gone into the root cause of the problem. Now it's the time, identify the problem, go to the root cause, give the alternatives how to solve the problem. So when we talk about clear conflict management, we can say that concerns for oneself and concern for others. Okay, so when I say concerns for oneself, I care for myself more. Here I care for myself more. Here less I care for myself. Here I care more for myself. Here I care for others less. Here I care for others more. Okay, further I can also put this in a 2x2 quadrant to make it further easy. If I care for others as well as I care for myself, I will always go for problem solving, collaboration, or confronting. Try to solve the problem. Try to get to the win-win side of the solution. Somehow we need to get to the win-win side of the solution. If we can do that, that's a good way. That's a win for both parties. Okay, if we care for others more as compared to we care for ourselves, then we will accommodate them. It's a more of a lose-win. Okay, we are losing here. We are accommodating basically others' point of view, and we are letting go over thing. Or sometimes smoothing can also come here. We are just waiting for the conflict to pass away and all those things. If we care for ourselves, we basically more than we care for others. It's more of a forcing. We are forcing our opinion or directing. So it's more of a win-lose. And then if we don't care about them, we are too afraid to take care of ourselves, It's more of a lose-lose situation. We do avoid and withdraw. So in between there's a way that is called as compromise. Okay, so compromise stand here. Compromise is a very different kind of way, like both parties move away from their instant a little bit. He moves here, he moves there. That's more of a compromise. When a project manager say, hey, let's solve this problem on later, not now, we have other things to do, that's more of a smooth thing. When we work and solve the problem, that's problem solving. When we confront other, that's also win-win situation. When we postpone the opinion that we don't want to discuss, that's become avoid or withdraw. Okay, so this is a very important thing. Now understand this thing, and this becomes a very important thing. Let's move towards other thing. Now I'll go to my signature Tuckman ladder. Okay, time, productivity. I try to summarize all those things and other things on this area. Before going to forward, one more thing. Leadership styles are very, very important, and among those leadership styles, servant leadership is something that as a project manager you need to do. Servant leadership is just like a father. You take care of your team, you provide food and water, you shield the team from problems, you empower the team to work, you provide them training needs. Okay, so servant leadership, have a servant leadership mentality, the project. But the project manager, at a different time, you play a different role. Your leadership style is different. For example, at the first stage, this is Tuckman ladder, or also known as stages of team. Okay, at forming stage, when the team has just come, the team is unsure. Team is unsure what to do. Okay, here the project manager has to decide. He needs a virtual resources, like he needs a virtual team, or he needs a physical team. Or if he is getting physical team, there are certain type of challenges. Nowadays PMP is very heavy on virtual team because of COVID for past 2 years. So you need to understand what are the issues in virtual team. Internet can go down. If I am talking, there can be like my family can speak a different side. Just right now, a bell, someone has clicked the bell. So all these are virtual team challenges. So you need to understand and you need to manage when you are ensuring, when you are acquiring resources. So as a project manager, when team is forming, your role is more of a directive. You need to give them direction what to do. Ground rules are made at there. Now team charter is made at this stage, and your role is more of a directive nature, a very important thing at forming stage. The team is new, unsure, but they try to give their productivity best. Actually forming would be more of a productive scale at here, not here. So you can put it on this thing. Then after some time, team starting having conflict. We call that storming stage. Everyone is fighting to understand, okay, no, this is our thing, no, this is our thing. So that becomes storming. Here comes that active listening, emotional intelligence, all the conflict management techniques that we have discussed, understanding the conflict level, all these things basically comes under the storming phase. You need to understand and solve those problems. Okay, here the role of the project manager is more towards, here it was directive, here it more as a coach. He is listening to the team. Slowly we start understanding other strength, we start figuring out what the things are. So this becomes, the next stage becomes more of a norming. Now productivity at forming was more, every person individual was trying to give the best. In storming it's less. In norming, use another color. So in norming, the productivity has again increasing. Here the job of project manager is more of a mentoring, let the team work, do itself, and if they are doing good, well done. So if this is managed properly, the next stage becomes performance, the elite work. When the team is performing then excellent work. So here project manager role is more of a delegating. You need to step away. You need to stop doing micromanagement here as well as here. You should not do the micromanagement. Forming, storming, norming, performing. Okay. Now becomes the last stage, that is more of a adjourning, or sometimes also authors called as mourning. Okay. So adjourning or mourning, Here the role of the project manager again become, because resources are coming and going, more of a coach as a mentor. Both things can work in this area. So very we get a ladder type of thing here. Ladder. Okay. So throughout the process, project manager needs to identify the training needs of a team. What are the training needs of the team member? He needs to identify individual training needs, like if someone wants to learn Microsoft project or Primavera and there's a need of that in the project, you need to identify that the individual needs of the team of that person. Once that individual need is done, he need to put that in training plan, and then he needs to provide that training. Once the training is done, it can be on demand, all those things. The training must be measured, like have we got received those skills that were required. And then we can also have team trainings, like team building training or all those things. And project manager needs to measure their performance, how the team is doing, how the work is being done. He needs to measure. It's the job of project manager to provide a good environment, like environment in which the team can trust. Like in Agile, we can have co-located environment, we can have information radiator, all those things, caves and commons for the team. So the good environment is there, the environments of honesty, trust, feedback. We have made a mechanism to measure a feedback. We have these reporting tools like Kanban, burn up, burn down chart, quality reports, and those reports are shared at the co-located area on the notice boards. All those good things must be done, and all these things stands on the pedestal or on the foundation of servant leadership. So guys, this was all about journey of team, one of the most important journey. Guys, PMP is 42% people area, and when I say people, it is basically team, majority team, then stakeholder, then communication. If you can do that, I can guarantee you can clear PMP exam. Yes, the people area is more dominant, because now team, stakeholder, communication, agile is not coming only 42%, it is becoming 70-80%. So keep that thing while doing the PMP exam. And if you have not taken PMP training, do contact us. You can join our one-to-one program or the next month batch program, because this month batch is full now. So next month batch program you can join. If you have not subscribed to the channel, do subscribe it. This is like, now we have covered the entire modules of the journeys: stakeholder, communication, quality, resource, scope, schedule, cost, business environment, integration, closing. I will be working now more on agile, and then I will move on process group, and then I will give the entire PMP domain, and then you have this entire free course. So do subscribe us to the YouTube, LinkedIn, all those things, because our commitment to YouTube, to all those social media is increasing day by day. Thank you very much. Live with passion and become PMP. Bye-bye. Agile. Agile is more of a mindset. It's a mindset when we talk about how we can accept the changes. Like we value customer. We value customer more. That is customer collaboration over contract negotiation. We value customer. We value what they require. Our contracts, whatever the contracts we have, we do value the contracts, but we consider that the customer is the king. The customer is most important. Our need is to satisfy the customer, to see how we can give them values or contract negotiation. We work with the minimum viable product. Like whatever the important features are, we try to give them as soon as possible. We provide them minimum viable product they can work on. So that is more of a agile. Since we are giving value to our customers, we respond to the change. If they have a change, we respond to the change as compared to following a plan. Okay, plan is important, plan is good thing, but in today's dynamic world, plan changes very rapidly. So we do follow the plans, but if a change comes there, we don't go to the change control procedure and waste those important time that can be delivered to the value. We work proactively, and product owner take the change and see that the business value can be delivered to the customer, and try to provide that business value to the customer directly. Team is most important. Individuals and their interactions are important, or processes and tools. Yes, processes are good, processes help us, but we most of the time we forget that processes are there to help the team. It's the team, it's the people who basically work this. So people comes first, their interaction, face to face conversation, working on them is more important than those processes and tools. So there's a very change in the mind, in the mindset to work on this way. And working software, something that is tangible, the thing that is working, it is more important than comprehensive documentations. Yes, we can have documentation, yes, we need contracts, yes, to all those things, but the things that actually work, the things that actually deliver value to the customer is more important. Daily interaction with the team, discussion with the team. If there's a problem, go and solve it. Pick up the phone, call to them. If you can go, do that. If you can have a Zoom call, do that. Instead of waiting, documenting, hey, I want this thing, getting for the approval, waiting for the approvals, those silos in which team works, those old barriers, those barriers are break down in the Agile, and team talk to the customer, team talk to themselves on daily basis, in the daily scrum, so that they can work in a better and positive way. A very important difference between the Agile and predictive is how the delivery is being given. In Agile, we work in incremental. This means we give delivery in parts. After every iteration can be 1 to 4 weeks. So normally 2 weeks, we give something. We provide minimum business increment. Whereas in predictive or waterfall, the delivery is given at one go. The delivery is given at one go. Here the project manager can also be called as Scrum Master if you are working with a Scrum, and he is more of a servant leader. He is more of a servant leader. He is helping the teams to work in a better way. He is helping the team to work in a positive way. His job is to facilitate the team. His job is to facilitate the team to help in the goal. His job is to shield the team from impediments, from roadblocks. So he's shielding the team if they are working. He's shielding the teams. He's providing them food and water, which actually means tools, whatever they require to complete the project. So a servant leader mentality is required. In the new PMP, servant leader mentality, that you always find a training need. If someone is in the pain, you go and try to find out the problem, why they are in pain. The servant leader mentality. Or you work with the team with the agile mindset. Servant leadership and agile mindset is the key for new PMP. I hope this basic concept of agile is clear. Why do we use agile? What you need to know about the agile for the journey of process. Then we will move to the predictive part and what are the things we need to work on that. So in agile, the most important thing is all the requirements are collected in product backlog. So product backlog is a document in which all the requirements are collected. Product owner is a person who collects all the requirements in the forms of user stories. That is syntax of, as a user I want to do this so that I can do that. So in the form of user stories, all the requirements are collected in the product backlog. Once all the requirements are collected in the product backlog, let's say these are the user stories A, B, C, D, E. The product owner goes back to the stakeholders and prioritize these user stories. They may use techniques like Moscow, what are the must requirement, should requirement, could requirement, would likely to requirement, 100 points. Like they will give each stakeholders 100 points, and at the end they will calculate which user stories have more points, and that story will become the number one priority. Actually, they are prioritizing high value and high risk, which is the highest thing there. Okay, so we get 100 point door to voting, multi criteria metrics, all those things. The purpose is that we prioritize the user stories. Once that is done, then the team comes in the sprint planning, especially in the sprint 0, They come and they put all the user story as story points on it. So what is story points? Story point is the effort required to complete a user story. Effort required to complete the user story. Now, agile estimations are lightweight estimation. We can use three techniques for that. Ideal days. Okay. Now, since it is ideal days, ideal hours, we know that actual work will always be more than the ideal. We are saying that let's say it will take 40 ideal hours. We are assuming in 40 hours we will not do any, we will not take any unofficial call, we will not go to washroom, we will not take food and those things. So this means we actually plan to fail. So ideal days always take more time. So we have another estimation technique, affinity estimation technique. Now affinity estimation technique is really more of a relative estimation. We compare the estimations. We use t-shirt sizing. Now we cannot quantify the user stories. We compare them with other. We say that okay, this is a small t-shirt size, it's a small user story. This is a medium, large, XL, double XL. One thing we know, one thing the team knows, that the large user story must have more effort than medium and then small, and so it goes XL. You can use t-shirt sizing. In US they use dog size. You can also consider this is a cycle, this is a motorbike, this is a car, this is a bus user story, this is a aeroplane, and this is a train. The purpose is to have a relative estimation in that. So affinity estimation. The third type estimation is basically we use Fibonacci series. Okay, in Fibonacci series what do we say? Basically watch Fibonacci series. 1 plus 1 2, 2 plus 1 3, 3 plus 2 5, 5 plus 3 8. We say that as user stories are increasing, their effort are increasing in incremental level, not in a sequential level, a linear level. They are increasing in incremental level. So we use these three techniques to assign story points. Once we have assigned story point, most of the time the team members have conflict. What should be the story point? The team must have consensus. So in order to reach consensus in these, whatever the techniques you are using, we use planning poker. Okay, we use planning poker. In planning poker, basically what happens, a scrum master facilitates the session and he counts from 1 to 3. Each team member take out what he thinks should be the story point, 1 2 3 5 8 13. And let's say two people have a conflict on the user story, then they give their opinion. Why do they think this should be the story point? Why do they think this is the story point? Then they go round 2, round 3, round 4 unless they achieve consensus. Planning poker is a very effective technique, but there is a downside to the planning poker technique. The downside to the planning poker technique is this: whenever you are using a planning poker technique, if you have highest paid person in the office in that team, or you have a senior person, so whenever after the round 1, people will try to move towards what he said. They think that he must have said the right thing, so they will try to move towards him or her in that arena. So this will decrease the effectiveness of process. So instead of planning poker, we can also use wide band Delphi. And the purpose of wide band Delphi is also to achieve the consensus of the story point. Now in this technique, that Scrum Master goes to each team member in secretly way, ask them, hey, why do you think this should be the story point? And then he changed the story points. Like he asked them, okay, he said this is the reason. You take that reason, go back to the team member 1, and then he basically act as a facilitator in between, a bridge in between, and try to reach the consensus without other party knowing what the other party has said. So in this way he reached the consensus. The purpose is to get the story point. So let's say A got 8 story point, B got 13 story point, C 5, D 2, E 6. Okay, and now in the sprint planning meeting, this is product backlog. In the sprint planning meeting, team is preparing sprint backlog. It's a product backlog. sprint backlog is for that current sprint. So sprint is basically a duration that can be 1 to 4 weeks. Sprint is a duration that can be 1 to 4 weeks. Normally it's 2 weeks. So we decide in the start and we take the same time. Let's say we have a 2-week sprint. The development team and the scrum master, the scrum master again act as a facilitator in a sprint planning meeting. Okay, they decide what would be your estimated velocity. Velocity is the number of story points you can do in one sprint. Okay, so let's say they said our estimated velocity will be 15 story point. Very important thing. It's the team who is saying that what should be their story points, how much story points they can do. Yes, there can be a agreement, there can be a discussion in the product backlog, but it's the team decision that is considered as a final how much story points they can do. Now this is high value high risk, arranged as a high value high risk. They said that we can take 15 story point, so we will take A, that is 8 story point. We cannot take B, we will take C. Okay, 8 plus 5 13, so we can 8 plus 5 13, we can take D. Okay, we cannot take E because we already have 15 story point. So very important thing, although B is a high value high risk item, but A is number one, it goes there. We cannot take more story points, so we'll leave it here. Since it is important to understand, when you are working in sprints, you cannot do half work. In Agile, there is nothing like 99% of the work, 95% of the work. Agile is always 100% of the work. So we have to complete the 100% of the work of the user stories. So we cannot take this thing, we know it will not be completed. So once the sprint backlog is ready, we share the sprint goal with the stakeholders, sponsors, whoever it is. Product owner also agreed this, and then we start working on it for we have 2 weeks, so we start working on 2 weeks. Now once we are working on it, we have daily stand-up. It is called as daily stand-up, daily scrum, depending upon the what terminology are you using, iteration. Like if we use the term sprint or if we use the term iteration, it means the same thing. Sprint backlog, iteration backlog, sprint meeting, same thing. Daily stand-up, daily scrum. We have scrum master here, we have team here. They are the person who must be there. If the product owner wants to come, he can come. This is a meeting for the team, by the team. You can also consider this more of a status meeting. We have 3 questions here, very important 3 questions. What have you done yesterday? Okay, what we did yesterday, what we are going to do today. Is there any impediment or roadblock? Impediment, roadblock, risk, all those things. So the duration for this meeting is 15 minutes, same place, same location. Same place, same location, same timing. So 15 minutes daily. Let's say there's an impediment or roadblock that need to be resolved. You want to discuss a particular thing. You can have a follow-up meeting. You will not discuss anything in detail. We try to have this meeting in a co-located area, and in Agile, basically we work in a co-located environment. But at least we try to work in a co-located environment so that we can work in the best possible way. Okay, so that we can have osmotic communication. Osmotic communication is more of a natural communication. If you and I are sitting at one place, I'm talking to someone on the phone, you overheard it, that's osmotic communication, natural flow of the communication. So osmotic communication. Now we also have in the common area caves and common. Caves is basically a semi-cubicle or a partial. If you want to do some work where you will not be disturbed, then you go to your caves. And common is a normal area where everyone can work in that area. Caves and common. Normally it is in between the 10 meter or 33 feet. Okay. Some of the Agile concept while you are working with the team is important to understand. In Agile we have 7 plus minus 2 team member. Teams are cross functional. We have cross-functional team. We try to get the cross-functional team. The team are self-decided, self-emergent. We have a servant leadership mentality here. Like Scrum Master is a servant leader. He is helping the people to provide the food, water. He is there shielding them from impediments. He does not let anything to get past to it. So a very important thing in here. So this is important that we also have T-type leadership. We have I-type people who are master in one field. Then we have simple type of leadership that a person knows everything but does not detail. T-type are a person who are master of in one field but they also have knowledge of other field. So we need a cross-functionality in Agile. Some of the concepts in Agile. Okay, so then we move. We keep on working, keep on working, keep on working. This is in Scrum. This is more of a Scrum framework. So then we have sprint review. Okay. Sprint review is more of a product. Here we give product demo. What have we completed so far? What are the things that we have completed so far? We show it to the customer. Whatever the user stories. Now, before going to sprint review, we have our own checklist. We want to make sure that all the things are done, and then the team also, and then the product owner or sponsors, they also have their own acceptance criteria. So you need to make sure that both things match. Your checklist is done. Everything in the checklist must, like, this must be in the product, this must be in the product, this must be in the product, and of course those user stories help you, because user stories works in 3C. You write them on card for easy working. There's a conversation on this, and there's a confirmation criteria on the user stories. And user stories follow also the acronym of INVEST. They are independent. Like one user story does not depend on other user story. You can negotiate them. They must provide value. They must be small, that they can be completed in a sprint, and they must be testable. If user stories are large, we call them epic. You break down the user stories so that you can complete in a sprint. So in sprint review, product owner, sponsor, everyone comes there. You show them what you have completed so far, what is in the product backlog. They check it from their acceptance criteria. Okay, if they accept your user story, it goes into the release plan, it goes into the future, it gets accepted. If it gets rejected, it goes back into the product backlog. If a user story is rejected, or if a user story is not completed, it goes back into the product backlog. So very, very important thing. User story is rejected or it is not completed 99%, it goes back to the product backlog. If the customer wants to add new requirement into it, the customer can add new requirement at this step. At this step they can add new requirement, and we have a product backlog increment. We basically do refinement of product backlog, that is called grooming of product backlog. What is grooming of product backlog? At the sprint review, even after the first sprint review, we basically review the product again. We reprioritize the product backlog. Maybe a new requirement is there, maybe some are rejected user stories, and we need to see where does their priority goes. So we reprioritize the product backlog. This reprioritization is called as grooming of product backlog. Okay, and once this increment has completed, the things that has been completed we call it as product increment. We got product backlog, sprint backlog, and third document as product increment. Increment in the products one by one. Okay, and then we work. Then once this is done, then the team sit together to do sprint retrospective. Sprint retrospective is a lesson learned workshop. Sprint retrospective is more of a lesson learned workshop. In the sprint retrospective, we work, we see what have we done. We try to get improvements. We do the root cause analysis, and we suggest what are the improvements that can be implemented in the next sprint. It has 5 stages. Set the stage. You set the stage. Okay, here the team is at certain stage. What can be expected? How long it is going to be? What is expected of this retrospective? Then we gather data. We gather the data around the entire sprint so that we can do the root cause analysis. And then third, we generate insights. That is, we do the root cause analysis. In the fourth step, we decide what to do. We decide 1 or 2 improvements. Like it has a format, what we should do more of, what we should do less of, what we should start doing, what should we do stop doing. And then finally we close the retrospective, we thank everyone and all, and everyone goes back to their work. So this is the framework of the Scrum. If you can look at this, from product backlog, sprint backlog, then daily stand-up, 3 questions, sprint review, sprint retrospective. If you know this thing, you know Scrum, and you know Scrum is a lightweight. Daily stand-up, the purpose of daily stand-up is to inspect and adopt, and is one of the fundamentals of Scrum to transparency, inspection, adoption. This is the very important part for the PMP, especially for the Agile portion. First, journey of Agile that we clarified in detail. So this was journey of Agile. I hope you have enjoyed it. And if you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe it. Click that like icon, that button icon, and share it with your friends who are preparing for PMP exam. Our commitment to PMP is going to explode on LinkedIn, YouTube, and all those material. You see, we want you to become certified PMP, and if this material helps and you become certified, great. And if you want to join our program, we have one-to-one program that is customized according to your requirement, or you can join our batch program that starts every month. We have one batch program in 1 month. Contact us on the numbers given in the description to which program suits you. Thank you very much. Stay blessed. So journey of risk. Journey of risk. First of all, what is risk? Risk is as simple as it gets is this: probability into impact. What is the probability that something may happen? It can be from 0 to 99.99, but not 100%. Because if the probability become 100%, then something that is risk is not a risk anymore. Because risk is something that may or may not occur. There is an uncertainty in the risk. If something occurs, if the probability becomes 100%, it becomes an issue. So that's an important concept as a step number 1 to understand in the journey of risk. Now, when you are planning risk management as a project manager, you need to understand, you need to make a risk management plan. The plan that will define how risk management is going to be managed. The plan that is going to tell how the funding is going to be done, who is going to fund the project, what is the tolerance of the organization, and is your organization risk seeker? They move towards the risk, or are the risk averse? They run away from the risk. Or in the best case scenario, which I consider best, a one-man opinion, risk neutral. They consider risk as positive as well as negative, and then manage risk accordingly. So risk seeker, averse, neutral, what is the tolerance, threshold, all those things will be managed in the risk management plan. Once you have made the risk management plan, then comes the most important step: identify the risk. Now, once you are identifying risk, use every tool at your disposal. You can do SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunity, threat. You can do PESTEL analysis, political, environmental, social, technological, legal, and economical. You also need to review assumption log. You also need to review all the plans, stakeholder register, charter, business case, benefit management plan. In other words, review everything. And the most important thing, the heart of these things, expert judgment. Asking expert about the risk. We put all the risk that we have identified. And also remember, risk identification is an iterative process. You can identify risk at any stage of the project. So you make a risk register that lists all the risk, and at this stage, potential response and potential owner. Owner is someone who is gonna implement the risk response plan. And then you also make risk report, a weekly risk basically report that says what are the high level risk, what are the low level risk, how the overall spectrum of risk falls. Once you identify all the risk, you may have 100 of the risk. Next process is ranking them. Not all risks are same. Some risks can destroy you, where other risks are not are negligible. So we need to rank through qualitative risk assessment as low, medium, high, or very low, low, medium, very high. Through qualitative risk assessment, the purpose of qualitative is to rank the risk and give us the most important risk. Some project only do qualitative risk assessment, make those 3x3 matrix or 5x5 matrix and get done with it. But if your project is sensitive, like pharmaceutical, like medicines and all those, you may need to do quantitative risk assessment. Here you will get exact number, how much that risk can occur, how much this risk can occur, what is the schedule, like what are the chances you will meet the schedule, tornado analysis, Monte Carlo, sensitivity, influence diagram, all those things in quantitative. The purpose of qualitative and quantitative is to rank the risk or prioritize the risk. Now you have your ranked risk. The next thing comes to plan response of those risks. We have negative risk. Risk can be negative. That is called as threat. I'm gonna use red marker for them. Or risk can be positive. I'm gonna use blue marker for them. That is called as opportunity. So for threat, the first thing is you avoid the risk. You don't do that thing at all. You don't do that thing at all. And if you don't do, the probability becomes zero, the risk becomes zero. You don't do that. Changing the work package, changing your plan, not going outside in COVID is avoiding the risk. Next come mitigate. If you cannot avoid the risk, then you mitigate the risk. Decrease the intensity, decrease probability or impact. We are using like PPs in this COVID era. These are all mitigation. These are all mitigations. Then the next come transfer of risk, like buying insurance and all those things. These are transferring of risk. And whenever you transfer the risk, you need to buy premium. You need to pay some money. Reverse of avoid in opportunity is exploiting the risk. Exploiting the risk to complete extent, like increasing the maximizing the probability and impact. If you cannot exploit the risk, then enhance. Either probability increases or impact, one thing. Reverse of transfer is sharing of the risk. Sharing of the risk. So these are some of the individual responses. Then we have accept. Accept is used for both positive and negative risk. So we have active acceptance and passive acceptance. In active acceptance, we make plans, do nothing. In all these we are doing. In active acceptance, we only make plans. In passive acceptance, we don't do anything. Whatever happens, we do work around. We do work around, also known as jugaad in the local language. So you use contingency reserves for them and management reserves for the workarounds. Then the last strategy is escalate the risk. Escalating to the senior management. It is also for both positive as well as negative risk. Once the risk response has been agreed, the risk response plan is given, it is approved, all the baselines, all the documents may get updated as a result of that. Once that is done, the next step is to implement this risk response plan. It's a very tricky step because people most of the time, the risk owner whose responsibility is to implement, they don't implement it. So the next step is implement the risk response plan. You implement it. Once you implement the risk response plan, you have two options. Either you get residual risk, the remaining risk, the low risk, which you can accept sometime, or a secondary risk. Another risk has occurred. A secondary risk has occurred. So you may need to tackle it. You have risk review meeting to review your risk management processes, risk audit to ensure the effectiveness of the process, and we also check the technical performance. You get the technical performance, how the risk is being done. So that's a risk journey in a summary. I hope this journey is clear to you and you can understand the entire context how basically risk management is done. For your PMP exam, risk management is a very important topic. You can get a drag and drop question or all type of questions for this. I hope this journey has been proven useful and like always remember it's the bigger picture and then the small picture like a jigsaw puzzle how each and everything adds into the overall journey, overall things that makes a certified PMP. And if you have not subscribed so far, do subscribe and click that bell icon so that you can get all the notification about those videos, because our commitment to YouTube, LinkedIn, all those things is gonna rise very high. Thank you very much. It's Amer Ali. Quality. Journey of quality. Quality, it was what customer pays you. Quality is what customer pays you. If the customer wants high quality, they will write down the high quality. If the customer wants low quality, they will work accordingly. So what customer pays you, what customer agrees with you. Okay, this is very important concept of quality that we need to understand. So what are the standards that we agree on the quality? A very important question to understand. So we make quality management plan. Quality management plan have agreed standards. Agreed standards can be ISOs. Customer can have their own standards, ANSI, whatever the standards. You have to agree with the customer and put it into the quality management plan. Now, in order to do those standards, we can also do benchmarking. What is benchmarking? Comparing the standards of other organization with your organization and seeing how to do that. Benchmarking is just like training need assessment. Identify the gaps and see where the gaps are needed and try to fill that gaps. Now, most of the time we try to use ISO standards and we benchmark those standards. We think these are the standards that we must follow and we use them. This is an important thing when you are using a standard to do benchmarking, comparison of internal or external standards and using that. In order to understand benchmarking, just go to your childhood when your parents were comparing your marks with the marks of someone who get top or things like that. That is benchmarking at the best way. So benchmarking. Then also in the quality management plan, we need to see how much the cost of quality it is. Very important too. Cost of quality. How much cost you are going to spend on quality. It contains cost of conformance, cost of non-conformance. Cost of conformance is the money spent in order to avoid failures. So all those training, appraisals, all those NDT testing comes under here. Cost of non-conformance includes money spent due to failures. It can be internal failures or it can be external failures. So internal failures, rework, all those comes here. Warranty cost, all those comes in cost of non-conformance. In addition to quality management plan, you also have quality metrics. Quality metrics is more like a KPI matrix, key performance index. What are the things you are going to measure in your project? We use SMART goals, specific, measurable, relevant, time bound. Like you measure how many changes are gonna there. So all those things come under quality metrics. Once your quality management plan is approved, quality metrics is done, then you go and start implementing quality management plan. It is also called as managed quality when you implement it, or quality assurance. Both things goes hand in hand. PMI basically says it managed quality, but quality assurance is not bad. I have no issue with that also. So what do? You control your process here. You have set limit, upper limit, lower limit, and you make sure that the process stays there. You do audit. You use control chart, upper control, lower control limit. If any points goes outside, we say that the process is out of control, or we also have rule of 7. Rule of 7 says that if any point, this is mean, upper control limit, lower control limit, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If points are above the mean, consecutively 7, or below the mean, both sides, 4, 5, 6, 7. then the process again has a problem. Process is again out of control. So how the process can go out of control? Either the points goes out of the upper control or lower control, or 7 consecutive points are at one side. That's control chart for you. You can also use checklist, like is this present or is this not present. All those things are to check the process, to ensure the process. A major tool that you make sure that you implement is to audit. You check the effectiveness of your process. You make sure your process is effective, your process is giving you the right result. That's all we do in the audit. That's all which happens in audit, and all those things happen in managed quality. Then once you have made sure this happens in execution, you are making sure that you make a right deliverable. You are considering the right deliverable is being produced. We are making sure that once you are making a deliverable that is according to the agreed quality standards, quality plan is being implemented in managed quality. So we get here quality reports. We produce quality reports saying all the things that is being produced in the execution. Then we have control quality. The biggest purpose of control quality is to check the deliverable. From execution, the deliverable comes here, and according to quality management plan, agreed quality management plan, we check internally. Very important. Client is not involved. We check internally whether the deliverable meets the standards or not. We are only checking with the quality management plan. Deliverable meets the standard, deliverable get approved, we called it as a verified deliverable. So when a deliverable has been checked by the quality, we said verified deliverable. This does not mean that a deliverable has been accepted by the customer. This does not mean the deliverable is right. The only thing that means is it meets the quality standards. This deliverable is according to the quality standards. So we call them verified deliverable. Then it goes to validate scope, where customer check it and he finds out whether it meets or not, and that is basically in January of deliverable I've already shared with you. Okay, so the major tool that you use here is inspection. Quality team is inspecting the deliverable. Quality team is checking the deliverable, whether this deliverable meets the client quality or not. You can have peer reviews, walk through to check these deliverable. But the biggest thing is inspection here. Okay, so you are using many tools in order to check the process whether you are going there. You can use Pareto 80-20 principle, like 80% of the defects are caused by the 20%, or 80% of the defects are because of 20%. Pareto is basically vital few things are very important and many other things are not important. In order to understand Pareto, let me give you an example. In any household, if there are 10 people, only 2 people are earning and 8 people are not earning. So those 2 people are vital few. They are the important member of the family. So they are those 2 people. Now, if we talk about the terms of company, Pareto law says that 80% of the problem are caused by the 20% of the reason. So you need to focus on those 20 and you can solve the 80% problem. So Pareto chart becomes something like this, a descending histogram. Okay, so you see basically which are the most important causes. Then you also use histogram to show frequency distribution. You use flow chart to show the sequence of the steps, step 1, step 2. You use check sheets, like count down the number how many defects are there. Then you also use scatter diagram, the correlation diagram. Scatter, whenever you word scatter, there is always a correlation diagram. So what does scattered mean? So if I want to see a correlation, if I eat more food, will my weight increase? If my weight increases, we say that there is a weight versus food. If we say that positive correlation. If the weight decreases, we say negative correlation. If there is no correlation, there is no correlation. Then we have no line. Okay. Then we have a very important tool, that is to, if there's a defect, to identify the defect. Ishikawa diagram, fishbone diagram, or also called as YY diagram. You put the problem here, cause and effect there. We get quality control measurement, and guys, this is the summary of journey of quality. Through these videos, my try is that I can give you the maximum things of the topic in the minimum amount. Most of the time I like to try to make it less than 20 minutes, 50 minutes, so that you can absorb it, use it as a final material for your preparation, use it as an understanding. So again, plan quality, make a quality management plan, quality metrics using cost of quality and benchmarking. Then in manage quality, we use audit as a major tool. We use checklist, control charts, or use like control charts, scatter diagram, checklist, check sheet, Pareto, fishbone diagram. They can be used in manage as a control. Then once you get quality reports there, it comes to control quality. Here the deliverables are accepted by deliverables are verified by inspection and all of those tools. I hope this video has added value into your PMP journey. I hope you become a certified PMP. If you have any question, put down in the comment box. If you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe. As you can see, my commitment to YouTube is increasing very high. I want to add value on your PMP and I don't want you to miss anything. Thank you very much. See you next time. Live with passion. Of procurement is one of the most important thing, because you will get a lot of questions regarding procurement. My students have received questions from 4 up to 10 to 15 in 2021. So procurement becomes a very important area, and in this journey I will teach you everything that you need to know about procurement. So step number 1 is you need to decide whether to make or buy. Now here starts the procurement. We want to know whether we make or we should buy, and on what factors we decide. One of the factors that is predominant is cost, then time, then skills, then other compliance and all those things. But cost plays a great role. For example, if you want to buy something, so will it cost us more if we buy it from outside, or will it cost us less if we make it in our house? So the cost becomes an important thing. Now time frame can be key. How much time is required? Maybe when you make this thing, it takes 3 months, and if someone make it outside, you procure it, it take 2 weeks. So time became a very important thing. And then an important thing, do you even have a skills to do that? Do you even have those skills to make that? And then compliance can also play a role. Like, do you meet a compliance standards? For example, if you want to use PPEs, and in your project you're a construction company and you want to use personal protective equipment, especially in this COVID time, and you try to make it, do you meet the ANSI standards? Do you meet your local standard, international standards? So that's a very important thing. So it is possible that you can't do that yourself. You buy 3M material or other good material. So we have decided that we are gonna buy that thing. Next step comes as contract. Which type of contract you are going to have? Now it depends on your scope. Is your scope fixed or is it variable? If your scope is fixed, you know what you want to do. For example, in the construction project, you know, I want to make this thing like this thing like this. So there our scope is very fixed. I know how many rooms my house should have. I know how many kitchen, washroom, everything. So scope become fixed. So we have firm fixed price contract. Firm fixed price contract. So here the risk is on the seller, the one who is providing the services, because requirements are crystal clear and we know that what are the requirements. So the risk come more on seller. The buyer is free of risk. If he can complete in that time, good. If he is unable to complete in that time, risk lies on the seller. Now sometime, let's say I'm making a house and I want to rent it out. While the house is in progress and some people say that we want to rent this building, this plaza, so when can we get it? Now I get an opportunity here. So what will I ask? I will ask the seller, hey seller, can you complete it earlier? The buyer is asking, and if you can complete earlier, I will give you an incentive of it. Now here the contract becomes fixed price incentive fee. fixed price incentive fee. We are giving them an incentive. If they are able to complete the required thing at the right time, at all agreed time, we will give them some extra money or whatever is required. It's become fixed price incentive fee. Scope is fixed. Scope is still fixed. Then comes the long contract, especially the bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge was not constructed in 1 year. The big buildings and roads and multi like Burj Al Khalifa and all those things and many other construction or long-term contracts that goes on multiple years, maybe 10, 20, I don't know. But those contracts are affected by inflation. Anything that is affected by inflation, we use the contract fixed price, economic price adjustment. So whenever you heard the inflation word, you will directly go to the fixed price, economic price adjustment. Now let's say your scope is variable. Then you use cost plus fixed fee. What do I mean by that? So you go to a mechanic and you want your car to be repaired. So you go to the mechanic and ask him, hey, my car is making sound, so please have a look at it. Or your air conditioner is not working. You call an electrician, hey, my AC is not working, please check it. They will check and they say, this material is damaged. We will replace it and you will reimburse us that amount, and plus you will pay us this fee. Normally that is based on hourly or the lump sum, whatever. So cost plus fixed fee. You are paying them for the material and you are paying them for fixed fee. Now this is very important. The material cost can go high. Anything can damage. You don't know, your car is not working, your AC is not working. He can also say, oh, this is also damaged. This is also damaged. So the scope can go up, up, up. It's not 100% clear. In the similar contract, so if you give them an incentive, okay, you say that, okay, let's say that, okay, your car is damaged, it will take 8 hours. So this happened to me while I was in a family trip a few months back. So I needed to go back. I have a meeting in the evening. I was in hilly areas and they were like 8 hours drive. I said him, okay, how much time it will take? He said like, it will take 4 to 6 hours. So if I waited for 4 to 6 hours, this means I have to drive at night in the hilly areas with no lights, which I don't like. So I asked him, okay, if you can do it in 1 hour or 2 hours, I will pay you this much amount extra. This much amount extra, which he did, and which I paid him the incentive fee. Now incentive fee is agreed with the people and it is a contractually bounding. It's a contract that you have to pay them amount. Fixed price incentive, cost plus incentive fee. Then we have cost plus award fee. Now this is a very interesting contract. You haven't agreed to someone, okay, someone did a good work, you like it, and you gave them a award fee. That's like a tip, that's like a bonus. So cost plus award fee. So then comes the time and material contract. Let's say you want to rent a crane. You are working in a construction company. How you are going to rent it? You rent it by number of days or by number of hours. So time and material contract. Or you are going outside. I remember when I went to Maldives with my wife, Malaysia. So we went to Langkawi and we rent a car. Now there we have to pay per hour or per day, I'm not sure, but whatever, we have to pay time and material contract. If anything happened to the car, we were going to pay them. So again, our scope is not 100% clear. Time and material contract, guys, most of the time we are using all these contracts, and these contracts are the most important. These are all predictive contract, but Agile can also have some contract. We get as cost plus fixed fee per work package, cost plus fixed fee per user story. A graduated contract or any type of contract can be in the Agile. Remember, customer collaboration or contract negotiation in Agile. That is the hint how the Agile contract can be. So once this is done, now we go with the source selection criteria. Okay, so who are the sources? Now here, organizational process assets like pre-qualified sellers. Already good companies have a shortlisted sellers, so you go directly to them. Or enterprise environmental factors are there. What are the internal sellers available? What are the external sellers available? What are your procurement system policies? All those things. And you also make a selection criteria. For example, if I want to eat a burger, a good burger, okay, I want to eat a good burger, it must be economical. The cost should be economical, the quality should be excellent, all those things. We make a source selection criteria, and then we look, okay, from where I can get burger, okay, Hardee's, okay, Howdy, McDonald's, KFC, and all those things. Then I will see, okay, what are my past references. In source selection criteria, past references are the key. For example, my past references are, for myself, Howdy burger is excellent for me, but whereas McDonald's burger is easy and the taste will always be standard. So here you get a conflict here. So if for me, if I have to eat burger, I will go to Howdy. You do this all the time. You do it when you want to watch a video. Should I watch his video or him? So you are always checking a source selection criteria. So once all this done, then we make procurement statement of work. So procurement statement of work, we write down all the things, what is going to be there, what are our specification, what do we want, and then we publish it. It's just like when you get something in a newspaper, okay, this is more like a invitation for bidding. It is something for which all the acceptance criteria must be written. This is a procurement statement of work, very important thing. You make procurement management plan that will guide all those things, procurement strategy, all those things. Then you do the bidder conference. You invite the bidders for the proposals. You do a bidder conference. All the bidder comes. They give their proposals. Okay, they give their proposal. First, you basically classify them. What is being required from them? What is being required from them? Okay, once you have clarified, okay, this thing is being required for you, and then everyone give their proposals, and from shortlisted sellers, from those proposals, let's say 100 people come, you show them area, all those things, and then few people give the proposal, or you shortlist few people, then start happening negotiation. So very important thing, project manager does not take part in the negotiation that is related to money. It is the job of a procurement manager or a procurement department, because there again a compliance issues come there, like he's gonna do work, so he should not negotiate. So as a rule, project manager does not take part in anything that is related to money given to the outside, and he is there, the team is there to discuss the schedule, quality, because that responsibility does not lie on procurement manager. That responsibility lies back on project manager. So once the negotiations are done, the final thing comes in, agreement. Now this agreement can be called as a contract or whatever, service level agreement, memorandum of understanding. So sometimes you have a letter of agreement, letter of intent, like a preliminary agreement, and then you have a final agreement. So once the agreement is written, everything belongs to agreement. Whatever is not in the agreement is not there. Agreement, it's the Bible, you can say. It's everything, how project should be done. What are the things that must be present in the project, how to handle the conflicts, all those things must be written in the contract. Okay, now what happened if you want to do audit of the process? This is important. If you want to do audit of the process, this must be written in the contract. Like audit is all about checking the effectiveness of the processes. If it is not written in the contract, you cannot do the audit. This is important. Okay, so agreement is written, and once agreement is done, the seller start delivering is good. When the seller start delivering is good, then you do inspection. Okay, in inspection we can have a diamond symbol here. Let's say you accept the in inspection, you accept it. Yes, so close the procurement, pay the invoice, pay the bill, close the procurement, and close the procurement, close the project. You disagree. You disagree that deliverables are not according to the standard. It is not according to the agreed contract. So what happens? A conflict has occurred. So how to handle a conflict? Now these questions will come in the organization, in the question. So conflict come, so we have a sequence of steps to follow for a conflict. For conflict come, step number 1, do what is written in the contract or agreement. Try to do what is written in the contract or agreement. This is possible, this happens a lot, that something that is not written in the contract that happens. Then you get a help from outside, or like you try to do win-win situation. You try to find out collaboration, do problem solving, conflict management. If that is also not possible, then you get an arbitrator, you get a mediator to solve and help them think. Okay, so if that is also not possible, then alternate dispute resolution, following it, go to the court. So last strategy is go to the court. Last strategy is go to the court, and after that, of course, close procurement, and then we update the project and all those things. Guys, this is possible that the project is closed, but some procurement is still open. This is very possible that the project is closed, but some procurement are still open. So the project manager can put it in the lesson learned about those things and can notify, because in a big organization where one project manager is needed at somewhere else, so most of the time a mark list or a checklist is open or called as open list, and the claims handling department can deal with it. Also, there are many other terms you will heard about, the like early termination of contract. Both parties can do early termination of contract. Who can do early termination of contract? And you can see a question in the exam. Many of my students see basically expected monetary value, asking to calculate the expected monetary value of a contract. So whatever the exam says about that, remember, expected monetary value is always probability into impact. And if you want to check the progress of seller, so again, schedule variance and value divided by plan value. If you are doing good here, greater than 1 good, less than 1 bad. Similarly, cost variance and value divided by actual cost, greater than 1 good, less than 1 bad. So that sums up the entire journey of procurement. So guys, very important, I am making these journeys videos for you so that you can learn, master the PMP exam. We have made other journeys also. Do check them. We did change request, stakeholder, risk, and many other journeys. Do watch them and learn them. These are very important. And if you can understand all the journeys and watch the coaching call, that's it. You don't need anything else for your PMP exam. I'm not kidding. PMP exam is not about remembering input, tools, and technical outputs. It's all about understanding the flow where all things go. Friends, we have the top success rate in the world, 99.3. 136 students have cleared out of 137. One student is giving exam tomorrow. One more is giving the day after tomorrow, and one on Sunday. One. I guess one more may be ready, but I will check him. And we are saying this with such a confidence that our method works, and we are giving it to you free of cost. Use them, pass the PM. And if you do share us your journey. We would love to know how you clear it. And very, very important thing, my commitment to YouTube is gonna rise more and more. And if you have not subscribed that, subscribe it and do the bell icon and all those things. And if someone else is preparing for PMP, do share this video. Thank you very much. Become a PMP and live your life with passion. Bye-bye. Journey of scope. Scope is what we are doing. And in this journey, we get one of the most important things, scope baseline, on which we will be measured. Are we doing good? Are we doing bad? All those things will be measured by scope baseline. How the scope baseline is created, I will answer all these questions in this video. The first and most important thing is that we need to know that first we have requirements. How the project is going to start, from where all these things have occurred, and what are the requirements of the project. In Agile, we say that as a user, I want this thing so that this can happen. A user story syntax, so that's a requirement. So requirement is what are the things we want to have. Requirement can be stakeholder requirement, it can be solution requirement, functional requirement, things that must be present in the project, non-functional requirement, uh, solution requirement, transition requirement, all those types of requirements are there. So we captured all those requirements utilizing techniques as brainstorming, focus group, facilitated workshop, uh, prototyping, context diagram, uh, Delphi technique, value stream mapping. The purpose is whatever you do, you collect the requirement. So once you have collected the requirement, you get requirement documentation, which describe what are the types of requirement, who has given requirement and all those things. And you get requirement traceability matrix, a matrix that shows the linkage from start to end of the requirement, where requirement is right now, what is the status of requirement, why do we only need this requirement, which project objective this requirement is going to satisfy. All these things will be answered by requirement traceability matrix. A very important distinction between requirement documentation and requirement traceability matrix. Requirement documentation describes all the types of requirement, functional, non-functional. Requirement traceability matrix can basically trace from where this requirement has come, what is the current status of this requirement, who requested it, all those things. So we made requirement documentation, requirement traceability matrix to these tools and technique. Guys, these tools and technique are very important for PMP, because this is how these tools and technique will be used in so many other areas. So do master these tools and technique. And if you want me that I make a specific journey or a specific video only on these tools and technique, just put in the comment, I will make it. Then all these requirements are being collected on the basis of requirement management plan. So requirement management plan is how you collect the requirement, manage the requirement, all those things are basically tackled in requirement management plan. So once all the requirement has been made, the next step is basically to filter the requirement. In my wording, I would say putting Moscow on the requirement. So which of the requirement are must have, you have to have. Let's say we collected all the requirement comes in, okay, from requirement documentation, requirement traceability matrix. Now you put a requirement filter on it, a scope filter on it, okay. Only the requirements that can pass the scope filter will go into and become the part of the scope. So requirements are more, you can say requirements may be 10,000 and scope may be only 100 things. So this difference can be that huge. So you collect all the requirement comes here, you put it a filter here. Let me call this filter more of a Moscow, must have, okay, these are the must requirement we should need, should requirement, could requirement, things like that. So whatever the things passes through this scope filter, okay, we call all those things that pass, we get our project scope statement. Project scope statement. Now this is the document that will have everything in the project. Everything that you are going to make must be present in this project scope statement. Assumption, constraint, anything that is not present, that you are not going to make. So it will make a boundary, what is included, what is not included, assumption, constraint, everything. So one of the tool and technique that we use in order to make project scope statement from requirements is product breakdown, product description, value analysis. We basically put Moscow other techniques to see how we can break down the product and still get that thing. Okay, so product breakdown, product description, value analysis, value engineering, all those things are used to see what is the cost effective method to produce that specific product. So once you have project scope statement, okay, now then comes the next journey. We have project scope statement with us, okay, PSS we will call it. Project scope statement is with us. Now we will move the next step. Now next step is we need to break down the entire work and create WBS, work breakdown structure. Let's say we are making a Lamborghini car, the one we use in the previous of our batch 11. Okay, so we break down the work further. We can do this, but I'm just focusing on one right now, just to make it sense. Okay, let's say we are going to make a car. Okay, so car need chassis, car need fabrication, car need paint job, car need other things, etc., etc. So you can say assembly. Okay, so chassis, you need the bottom part, upper part, left hand part, then you divide it further, this one further. The purpose is basically to break down the structure in that you can understand. The purpose is that you can master this thing. Guys, this is very important. According to Lee Lombardi, the founder of one of the founders of PMP, he said that there are two critical things that a project manager must know. Does not matter it's agile or predictive. One of them is work breakdown structure. What is second, I will tell in the next video. So you make a work breakdown structure, the entire work, everything you need to do. One of the important rule of thumb of work breakdown structure is when you sum up the entire work, when you sum up from bottom to up, it must give you 100% of the work. 100% of the work must be there. Okay, so let's give them a number as basically we do. We called it 1, this 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. We can call it more of a 1.1.1, this is 1.1.2, 1.1.3, this is more of a 1.1.2.1, 1.1.2.2, 1.1.2.3. Okay, now if I ask you go and work on maybe 1.1.2.3, you will not understand what does even that means. For that we have work breakdown structure dictionary. WBS dictionary is going to tell us each and everything, what do we have in that thing, what we need to make, what are the assumptions, what are the entire work, each and everything detail about all the WBS. So let's come back to WBS. This is basically called as control account. This high level is called as control account. This is the account at which management is controlling. This is the account where the management is interested how the work is being going to done. This is called as control account. The lowest thing on which we do all the calculation is basically called as work package. So work package is something in which we are working on it, and it all the estimation is gonna do, the execution team is gonna work on it. Control account, work package, and sometimes we have intermediate a package between that is called as a planning package. This is mostly used by the planning team. Control account used by the management. The work package, the most important thing in the project, is basically used by the execution team. Everything will be done in this. We are going to break down further. Here it is the lowest package, but we are going to break down this work package into activities, basically sequence all these things, but that will come later. And this is a planning package. These numbers, they are called as code of account. Okay, so we have a lot of information here. Project scope statement, WBS. Okay, project scope statement was something, the entire work you have done, it's a project scope statement. Hierarchical breakdown of the structure is work breakdown structure. These numbers are called code of account. Then we have work package, and then we have work breakdown structure dictionary. This mixture of work breakdown structure dictionary, project scope statement, work breakdown structure dictionary, work breakdown structure, all once it get approved, it goes to management. Once it get approved, we get our scope baseline. This is called as scope baseline. Now once the scope baseline is made, it has been made, now all the work is being done according to this baseline, and our goal is that there is no scope creep unintended added into the scope. We don't want that. We are avoiding the scope creep. Scope creep is when customer says, okay, also do this, also do that, without going to the change control procedure. So that's why we have an entire change control procedure to stop scope creep. Another term that is used as a gold plating. We give something to the customer that he has not asked, additional feature. For example, if the customer asks for Honda, we gave them a BMW. So we have given more than they have requested. It's called gold plating. Both are considered bad thing in scope. So this becomes scope baseline, and you control this. One other important thing in the scope topic is basically the journey of deliverable. Journey of deliverable kind of ends here. We know that deliverable that was produced in execution, it goes to control quality, and it becomes, if it is accepted, it becomes a verified deliverable. If it is rejected, it becomes more of a change request. You need to do corrective action, preventive action, defect repair. If the verified deliverables come into the scope, we have a process, validate scope. It is a process where basically with client we show the deliverable. The client will check the deliverable. The client will basically inspect the deliverable, verify according to the scope baseline. Now in the quality, we were checking the deliverable against quality management plan. In scope with the client, we are going to check deliverables according to the scope baseline, according to the approved scope baseline. So remember this thing, this is the most important thing if you are working in a project. What is your scope baseline? If something is not in the scope baseline, we are not going to produce. So if the customer says, let's say that we ask this feature, it is not present, what to do? Look into the scope baseline, look into the project scope statement, was that there? If not, this scope baseline is also approved by sponsor, customer, all those people. If it is not there, it is right, it should not be there. But if you have made something that is not in the scope baseline, or if you have made something that is missing in the scope baseline, then it will become a change request, and you need to do corrective action, preventive action, defect repair after approval from change control board. And once the deliverable is approved by validated scopes, it is called as accepted deliverable. It is called as accepted deliverable. And here completes our journey of scope. Guys, this journey of scope is very important in current PMP. Understanding the flow, how each things match, how we collect the requirement using requirement management plan as an oversee, and then we collect the requirement to the and put them into requirement documentation and requirement traceability metrics through various tools and technique like brainstorming, focus group, facilitated prototype, context diagram. We make requirement documentation, requirement traceability metrics. Once that is done, we put a filter of scope and we get project scope statement. Then we divide the deliverable, we get WBS dictionary, work package, and all those things, and we make our scope baseline, and all those requirements are controlled by requirement management plan. How scope is done, how scope will be controlled, it is controlled by scope management plan. And then finally we validate the scope where we accept the deliverable. This is very important, what I said in last 40 seconds. If you just understand this, you know scope, and if you know scope, you know a lot of things. So we have made many journeys in previous 2 weeks. We have done change request, we have done quality, risk, stakeholder, communication, procurement. So if you have not watched, do watch them. They are very important for exam. My goal is through these journeys videos give you a final revision, and through using coaching calls, if you watch journeys videos, coaching calls, you will be able to clear the entire PMP. I'm making a big claim, but that is something which we are referring to our own student as a final day revisions and all those things, and we are giving it here for everyone because I am a big believer of karma. More you give, the more you come back. One more thing, if you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe it, because as you can see, we are putting more and more content. Last night we did coaching call, today I'm putting this journey, tomorrow another coaching call, then on Saturday we have a free coaching call of 3 hours. So if you have not subscribed, you will miss all those things. So subscribe the channel and click that bell icon so you don't miss anything. Thank you very much. Live with passion, and if you have not become PMP, I highly recommend work on it and become PMP. Bye-bye. Journey of schedule. Some people say it as schedule, schedule, it's the same thing. So let me just get back to something. We have already made scope baseline in the previous video. So once we have made the scope baseline, we know one thing, we have our work package in that WBC. So the first thing, or step 1, is basically to make schedule management plan. So schedule management plan will have everything, how to manage the schedule, how to make the schedule, how to control the schedule, how to divide the work package, how, all those things will be into this plan. Which software to use? Okay. Maybe Primavera, maybe Microsoft Project, or use Kanban system. Which methodology are we going to follow? Kanban or agile, or so on. Which one you are going to follow? Predictive? Here comes the big thing. Remember, agile and predictive actually has real difference when it comes to schedule, because agile is all time box, iterations, all those things. Kanban is pull system, we have on demand scheduling, and then predictive scheduling, in which we plan in the traditional way. So in this video we are going to focus more on traditional way. So everything is mentioned in the schedule management plan, tolerances, other things. Then we go to the next step. We take the work package which we have made and we decompose the work package. We divide the work package into smaller parts known as activities, and we get activity list of all the activities you need to do. Activity A may be doing this thing, like let's take an example of building a pipeline. You want to construct a pipeline, so this is a work package that you need to make a 2 kilometer, 2 meter, whatever, a pipeline. What will be activity? Fabrication of the pipe, bending of the sheet, welding, alignment, logistics, all these will be activities of the pipe. So we get activity list and we get activity attributes. Just like work breakdown structure dictionary, we get activity attributes that will tell us what are the types of relationship there. We will come back to the relationship in a while. What are the type of dependencies there? What do you need to know? How much effort will be required? Everything will be taken by activity attributes. Then the third very important, milestone list. Milestone is a significant point in the project that has zero duration basically. So let's consider this is a product roadmap. Okay, the project is of 1 year, 0, this is 1 year. You have you can have a milestone here. Okay, we need to reach some particular time frame. We need to produce this thing in a particular time. We need to do this thing in a particular cost, or to produce this thing. So milestone is a significant point in the project, having zero duration. So this is a very important thing. So once you have all the activity, the next step is to understand the relationship between the activities. So let's say there are two activities, activity A and activity B. Activity A is called as predecessor. Predecessor activity, the activity that comes before. Your father is your predecessor. Your grandfather is your predecessor, the one that comes before. Then the second one is successor, that comes after you. Your daughter, your son is your successor. So predecessor and successor. Then we have a relationship between them. Okay, there can be 4 types of relationship. The most common relationship is finish to start. Activity A finishes, then activity B starts. For example, it's a normal relationship. If you are writing a book, once you have written a book, then you start editing it, or once you have written the book, then you start publishing it. It is finish to start relationship. Okay, you can also have start to start relationship. Two activities start simultaneously. Activity A started, activity B started the same time. For example, if I turned my air conditioner on, as soon as I turned my air conditioner, the compressor started working. So a start to start relationship between this activity. You can also have finish to finish relationship. We don't care when the activity started, but both activity finishes at the same time. Let's say you are driving car and you are just listening to the music. You reach to your home, you turn your car, you turn the ignition off. As soon as you turn the ignition off, the tape or the LCD automatically turned off. So we have finish to finish relationship. Finish to start, start to start, finish to finish. We also have another type of relationship that is very rarely used. It is start to finish. Start to finish. It is opposite of finish to start to finish. So this says that the activity B cannot be finished unless the activity A started. For example, if you are working in shifts, the next shift cannot be started unless the previous shift ends, or the previous shift cannot be ended till the next shift started. So let me just give you example in detail. You are working in a bank and you work in the night shift. the next guy that came in the morning. You cannot leave your post, you cannot leave that thing unless the next guy have come. So your activity cannot finish till the next activity has started. So start to finish relationship. These are 4 type of relationship. Then we have dependencies. So we have 2 type of dependency basically, internal dependency and external dependencies. Dependency with the project team, dependency outside the project team. In internal we have mandatory, the hard logic that you have to do something like this, it has to be done like this. Or discretionary dependencies, soft logic, preferred practices, you can do either way you like. Same goes for external dependencies. You have mandatory, like you need to take a permit for the government to start the work, or discretionary, like the aspirational practices government has issued, they are good practices, do follow that. So these are the type of relationship. Then we have leads and lag between activity. Let's consider this finish to start relationship. Activity A finishes, then activity B starts. Okay, this is a finish to start. We are writing book, and once the book is done, then we start editing. But sometimes activity B starts before. Activity B starts before. So we say that activity B has leaded. It has leaded. Okay, the duration, when we do lead, our duration actually compresses. So activity B has leaded. Same example of book. Even you have not finished the book. Let's say you have finished only 2 chapters and you start editing those chapters, or you are writing a book and someone else is editing. So we have lead activity here. Okay, what happens in lag? Activity A finishes, but the activity B did not start it. It started after some later time. Maybe you finished the book, then you got sick, or the person who's supposed to do edit, he got sick. So we get lag in the activities. We get lag in the activities. So we join all these activities in a relationship known as, let's say this is start of the activity, then it is A, B activity, C activity, D activity, E activity, F activity, then there is an end. This method is called as precedence diagramming method, and what do you get is called as project schedule network diagram. Project schedule network diagram. Now I see many people are so worried how to calculate critical path. What is the way to calculate critical path? Let me put something in context. Critical path is the longest path you take to complete. Let me give these activities as a duration. So A, B, C, D, E, F. 5, 7, 6, 5, 8, 3. I'm just giving numbers out of my mind. So let's put them here. 5, 7, 6, 5, 8, 3. Now there is a proper way to calculate critical path, calculate early start, early finish, all those things. In my opinion, in current exam, you don't need to know that. If you want to know about that, I have a complete video how to calculate critical path. I recommend for your learning purpose, you can watch it. But for the exam, you don't need that. You are not gonna make critical path in that. No, we have 143 students as of today, and no one has to calculate critical path in the exam. Just knowing that will be enough for that. So how do I calculate the critical path? I simply calculate which is the longest area. Okay, there we have 2 paths, A, B, D, F. A, B, D, F. So, and we have A, C, E, F. A, C, E, F. Okay. So A, 5 plus 7, 12, 12 plus 5, 17, 17 plus 3, 20. Okay, 5 plus 6, 11, 11 plus 8, 19, 19 plus 3, 22. So whichever your longest path is, whichever is the path that is longest, it becomes the critical path. So in this arena, A, C, E, F is basically called as critical path. This is the longest path. To complete the work, this is called critical path. Once you complete it, the entire work will be completed. Now, sometimes we need to know what is the float of the other path. You see, the difference between the critical path, it is 22 and the other is 20. The 2 is called total float of that project. Total float of that area. What is float? Float is the duration in which the project can be delayed without delaying the critical path. Once again, the float is the amount of duration that the activities can be delayed without delaying the project. If we are talking about activity, that is called as free float of the activity. If we talk about the complete path, it is called as total float. So this is the critical path and the float things for you. So now sometime once you add it, this becomes your project schedule. You get the schedule from there, and this is basically the baseline. The schedule baseline is the activities with all the duration in it. Now how to calculate the duration, I'll come with that estimation technique in 2 minutes. So let's see if we want to decrease the schedule. There are two techniques to decrease the schedule, and they are called schedule compression techniques. One is basically crashing. What we do in crashing, we add the resources in the crashing. We add resources more. So let's say 2 developers are working, we add 1 more developer. That is called as crashing. We also do, the second one is fast tracking. The activities that were in series, we start doing them in parallel. Activities that were in series, we start doing them in parallel. This is called as fast tracking. So crashing and fast tracking is used, both are used in the ways to basically reduce the duration. Now for every good thing there's a bad thing. There is never free lunch there. So crashing, once you do a crashing, you add the resources, of course cost increases. And if you do activities in parallel, then the risk increases or rework increases. Now sometimes students ask which is recommended. If there is no issue with the cost, if cost is not the issue, crashing is the way to go. Crashing is the way to go. Okay, so crashing and fast tracking both are used. Then sometime what happens, resources are very important. Resources are very important. We need to control our resources. We need to manage the project according to resources. Just the same way that happened in the entire world few months back when the COVID hit. The people who are not in that location, especially if I talk about GCC people in Gulf countries, mostly people are from Pakistan, India, Bangladesh. They came back for holidays and everything was locked. Now the resources that were available there, they become more critical, and we need to manage our schedule according to the resource availability. So we have two techniques there. One is resource smoothing, the second is resource leveling. So the basic difference between resource smoothing and resource leveling is this. In smoothing, we fix the end date of schedule. We manage the resources in between the schedule, but we say that schedule duration cannot increase. Let's say the schedule was of 1 year, 365 days. So we say that we are not going to increase the schedule date, so manage the resources in between. Do fast tracking maybe, do crashing, whatever you want to do in between. We are not going to manage that. We are not going to increase the schedule. In resource leveling, we level the entire schedule according to the presence of resources. So we increase the schedule. In this case, we increase the schedule according to the availability of resource. So this is resource leveling and resource smoothing. So once all these things that you get project schedule, a Gantt chart, all those things with a schedule, you get your schedule network diagram, project schedule network diagram, you get your schedule baselines. Okay. Now a little bit about how do you basically estimate schedule. Now this topic is for both for costing and scheduling and resource. Whenever you are estimating, how to do estimate. So there are various techniques for estimations. The one is analogous estimation. Analogous estimation is basically you take the same thing from the previous history, you took the thing from the previous history and do the same estimation. Let's say we built a house of 200 square feet 2 years ago. Now we again want to build a house of 200 square feet, same parameters, same dimensions, with almost the same design. So we can estimate it will take 2 years. This is analogous estimation. We have past history and we choose the same thing, we are doing the same thing. This is analogous estimation. The second is basically parametric estimation. Parametric estimation. Here now in past you have made a house of 200 square feet. Same example. Now took 2 years. Now you want to make a house of 400 square feet. So we will use the multiples of this. Okay, so 100 square feet need 1 year, 400 multiplied by 4, so it will double, so 4 years. We have used the parameters. We are again using the lesson learned from there, but we are using parameters of that. So that become parametric estimation. If I say how much time it will take for 800 square feet, so I will multiply it with a 4, so 8 years something. Okay. The third estimation, that is more accurate estimation, is basically bottom up estimation. Bottom up, this is also called as top down. Okay, this is called as bottom up estimation. Now this is the most accurate estimation from these three. We basically estimate, okay, how much time it will take for the foundation, how much time it will take for the other thing. We estimate each individual activity, we add them, and we add the entire duration. It becomes the bottom up estimation. The fourth estimation technique is 3-point estimation. Okay, now no one likes to give the exact, when anyone asks, hey, how much it will take, we don't like to give any estimation about that. So there's a better way to do that. We will ask them, okay, if everything happens according to your wish, everything happens, the resources are available, the rain happens when you need it, so this becomes the optimistic. What is the optimistic duration? As best case scenario. What is the best case scenario? If everything happened bad, okay, the rain happened, the resource, you lost the resources, all those things, so what will be the worst case scenario? Okay, and then third ask, what is the most likely? What is the most likely duration? Optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely. You ask them 3 points, okay, and then you use these 3 points in 2 different ways. One is triangular distribution, and second is PERT, program evaluation review technique. So we use the these points in triangular distribution, which just take the average of them. Okay, so whatever the duration we get single point duration. In PERT, it is basically based on beta distribution, which says optimistic is 1 time, pessimistic is 1 time, most likely is 4 sides. So you don't need to understand this, just understand this is the formula for calculating the duration. Now the students mostly ask, okay, if the information is not given, which formula to use to calculate the duration? This one. Use this formula, optimistic plus 4 most likely plus pessimistic divided by 6. The smallest duration, if you have 3 points in the the question says that a worker has given us estimation of 20 days, 40 days, and 50 days. The smallest one is optimistic, the middle one is most likely, and the longest one is pessimistic. So guys, that's all about journey of schedule. How do you do, what are the things? These are the most important things that I covered, and I guess these are enough for clearing PMP exam when it comes to schedule in predictive way. We will work also in few days about, we will move through the Agile, and then I will also go through the product backlog about that. So this is another edition in our journey videos. If you have not watched our journeys videos before, you can watch stakeholder, communication, resource, risk. All those journeys are live that are highly recommended for your PMP exam. And if you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe it and click that bell icon so that you can get the notification whenever we are doing any kind of video. Last night we did free coaching call, the night before that we did PMP in 2 hours. So our commitment to YouTube, to LinkedIn, to Facebook is increasing very, very high. So don't miss any learning opportunity. And if you have not done PMP, I highly recommend that you join our batch program starting on 10th of September 2021. Already 12 people have registered, so 8 more people can register. And once you clear the PMP, do let me know. I would love to record your journey. Live with the passion. Thank you. Bye-bye. Journey of cost. One of the most important thing in the project, how much this thing is going to cost to us. So in this video, we are going to discuss everything that we need to know about costing. Now, a very important thing I would like to add here, schedule and costing have same tools and technique. Like how to estimate those things, we utilize analogous estimation, parametric estimation, 3-point estimation, bottom-up estimation, Bottom up estimation is also called as cost aggregation in the terms of costing. So if you have not watched my previous video of journey of schedule, I highly recommend that you watch. I'll put a link it there so that you can also watch that for those tools and technique. So the most important thing directly, cost management plan. Cost management plan will see what are the things we need to know about the costing, which currency we are going to use. For example, all my programs cost are in dollars. Why? Because my audience is international. We have people from Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Taiwan, Sri Lanka, UAE, GCC, and we serve the entire GCC. Then Canada, US, Germany, Australia, like all over the world. So the common currency would be dollars. Tolerance. What is the tolerance? How much tolerance the project can afford? What is the range? What is the range of the project? Okay. How to secure fundings? All those things. Who will finance the project? All those things are mentioned in the cost management plan. And of course, cost management plan is a part of the project management plan. Once the cost management plan is formed, the next thing and the most important thing becomes estimate cost of each activity. Just like how we estimated the scheduling, same tools and technique, we will estimate the cost of each activity. How much this activity is going to cost us. What is the cost of this activity? Once we have gathered all the costs of all the activities, so we will make our cost baseline. Okay. Cost baseline includes cost of all activities at cost of all activities, okay, plus reserves. Which reserves? Contingency reserves. Contingency reserves, the reserves that are basically put for the known unknown risk. We know this can happen, so we have put those reserves in it. Okay, so contingency reserves are the part of the cost baseline. We also have one other reserve that is called as management reserve, that the management puts most of the time 5 to 10% of the budget. This is also written in the cost management plan, that how we are gonna do the management reserves. So cost baseline does not have management reserve in it. Cost baseline plus management reserve become project budget. Cost baseline plus management reserve become project budget. Once again, cost baseline includes cost of all activities, all work package, all control accounts plus contingency reserves. So that become cost baseline. So cost baseline plus management reserve, it becomes project budget. So the team, when team is talking about all the calculation, they are talking about cost baseline, the third baseline, not about the project budget. Very, very important concept. Then we need to look for how we are ensuring financing of the project. Who is going to finance the entire project? What are the things that needs to be done? Are we going to take finance from the government, banks? Are we going to do self-financing? This thing must be ensured, how we are going to do financing of the project. Another important concept is funding limit reconciliation. You see, your company will not give you the entire budget in one go. It does not make sense. Like, why should they give you the entire budget? Or if you are working on a project, your client will not give you all the money upfront. There's a line. We have a roadmap. Okay, you do this thing, you get the money. You go do this thing, you get the money. If I put a graph for this, okay, so let's say we are making a house. So if you do foundation of done, you will get this money. If you do flooring, you will get this money. If you do roof, you will get this money. When the paint job is done, you will get this money. So time or work as compared to dollars. So this is funding limit reconciliation, a very, very important concept in the journey of cost. Then comes how to measure cost and schedule. How are you doing about this? Okay, all the planning is done, but how to measure it? Here comes the very important thing, earned value analysis. Okay, earned value analysis. Okay, value analysis, also known as EVA, earned value analysis. Okay, so what we need to know here is planned value, how much work we have planned till today in the terms of dollars, how much actual work we have done, and how much we have earned. This is the most important thing. What was planned, okay, that is important, but the real thing is what you did in reality. That becomes the earned value. And the third thing is how much actual money you spent on this. Okay, this is earned work, earned money. This is actual money, planned work. So let me make the graph of this to make a little bit understanding. So let's say this is the graph of time and this is the graph of dollars, money. So today is like 31st of August. So we planned 28, 29, 30, 31st of August. Just taking a random thing. We planned work till 31st. This is called as planned value. Okay. What we earned from there, what we actually did is this, EV. So straightforward, if the exam asks you calculate the schedule variance, are you moving ahead of the schedule or behind schedule? So difference of these two will become schedule variance. Let me put it there. Schedule variance is earned value, what you have done, minus planned value, what was planned. If schedule variance is 0, this means you are on schedule. Okay, a good thing. Okay, if it is minus, this means you are behind schedule, not a good thing. If the answer is positive, this means you are ahead of schedule. Okay, if you see in graph, we can see in the graph we actually did less work. So dollars in the terms of work. So even by seeing the graph, we can see here the variance is negative. We did less work. So negative is a bad thing, positive is a good thing. You see, most of the time we don't like to represent we cannot represent in the softwares in minus, plus, it becomes difficult. We go with the division thing. So we use schedule variance, this is schedule variance, then we use schedule performance index. So earned value divided by, this was supposed to be divided by planned value, okay, or you can also written it like this. So if it is 1, this is mean your own schedule. If it means less than 1, okay, let's say 0.9 or whatever, less than 1, you are behind schedule. If it is greater than 1, you are ahead of schedule. Less than 1, bad thing, greater than 1, good thing. So this is all about measuring schedule. These are important formulas, very, very important. Exam will ask you, like, are you ahead of schedule, below schedule? You must know these things. Then let's see about the cost. This is your actual cost. Now exam can ask you, how are you doing by the cost? Even we can, and cost is basically a comparison of earned value, the money you earn, minus actual cost. So even seeing the graph, like the cost is more and earned is less. So let's go again for these formulas. Cost variance is just like that, earned value minus actual cost. Again, 0 is good, minus is bad, plus is good. 0 on budget, minus over budget, plus under budget. So very important thing to understand. Again, we prefer to represent in the form of indices. So earned value divided by actual cost equal to 1, good thing, less than 1, bad thing, greater than 1, good thing. Okay, equal to 1 means on budget, less than 1 behind budget, or you can say over budget, greater than 1 under budget, or within the budget. Okay, so this becomes, these are the most important formula that exam is gonna ask you. Most important formulas for you that exam is gonna ask you. Now, this was planned value. Now let's see what's our complete budget. The complete budget in terms of work and money is called as BAC, budget at completion. That is a total money you have to do in the term of total work. Okay, at any time if you want to see how much work is remaining, how much work is remaining, simply this is the total work, okay, budget at completion, okay, minus what work you have done. What we have done so far, this is the work you have done so far. This becomes work remaining, okay. And If you want to see how much money is remaining, again, we know this is the total money, this is the actual money that you have spent. So funds remaining become simply budget at completion minus actual cost. Okay, we have a ratio that is called as to complete performance index, TCPI. Okay, that is work remaining divided by fund remaining, and work remaining is this, fund remaining is this. Okay, now this is opposite of CPI and SPI. If your work is more remaining and fund is less, this means you cannot do work in that funds. So if it is equal to 1, not bad, we will be able to complete the work in that fund. If it is greater than 1, this means your work is more, the fund is less. You will not able to complete the work in that fund. So if this is less than 1, this means you have adequate fund for the work. So TCPI greater than 1 is a bad thing. You have more work, less money. Is equal to 1 is okay. As a normal, is equal to 1 is always okay. Less than 1, this means you have more money and less work. So TCPI, to complete performance index. It's not that much important for exam. I haven't seen anyone getting these questions, but still you need to know. Okay, now we know never the team we are on the budget, either we are ahead of budget or over budget. In that way, we need to recalculate the budget. Okay, let me use another color. If I can work with that, maybe green. Okay, so the new budget is called as EAC, or also known as estimate at completion. Actual cost plus how much more money we need. So I can put it like this. EAC is actual cost plus estimate to complete. Okay, so if you have these any two, you can calculate the third one. If you have estimated completion and actual cost, you minus it, you get estimate to complete, and so on. Another formula used for estimate at completion is estimate at completion equal to budget at completion divided by cost performance index. Okay, sometime exam can ask, but not very much important. These are more important. There used to be also 2 more formulas for this in PMBOK 6th edition, but PMI, ATP and PMBOK 7th is not using that, and I am following more of PMI, ATP material. That is what major thing your real exam. So this summarizes the entire journey of cost. We have tried to give you everything in the minimum, I guess, 1 page, and I hope this is useful for you. Use this thing, you will get minimum 2 to 3 questions in exam, especially related to this area. Get clarify what is cost baseline, and this completes our 3 baseline. We did scope baseline, schedule and cost baseline. If you have not watched those videos, do watch. And we are getting like 4 videos more remaining about the journaling topic. So do watch all the journey, they are very important. And guys, for you, we are also converting these journeys into audio format. So if you are traveling, going to gym, you can learn these things. And I'm also converting all these things in the form of written words. Okay, also using the link and mind map, and I will be sharing all those things for only one purpose, that you become certified PMP. So if you need any question, any help, feel free to contact us on the number provided in the link or written on the browser. And once you clear, do let me know. I will love to record your journey. Today, on 31st of August, we have 146 PMP by of 2021. It gives me immense pleasure to tell we have 31 PMP in August. 31 days, 31 PMP. It's not that we have 1 PMP per day, but some days we have 3 PMPs, 4 PMPs, and some days we don't have even a single PMP. But overall 31 by 31. So I'm extremely happy. One more thing, my batch is starting on 10th of August and 10th of September, and we still have 4 seats left. So if you want to become PMP, do join it on the number provided. And like always, do hit the subscribe button and bell icon, because my commitment to YouTube is increasing so much. You have seen I am posting more and more content on YouTube, LinkedIn. You don't want to miss all this free stuff for clearing PMP exam. Thank you very much for joining. Do share it with others who want to learn and become the certified PMP. live with passion. Bye-bye. Most of the time, we think we need to become detail oriented in solving PMP question. The truth is far from further it. You see, we don't need to go to nitty gritty of PMP to solve the PMP question. Maybe in 2020 it was required to know ITTO, why does this ITTO, why this is there, what all those things. Not anymore. So stop preparing according to 2020 exam preparation. Let me put again something in context. PMP exam is not based on pmbok. It is not based on pmbok. It is based on exam content outline. And exam content outline does not goes into nitty gritty. There are more than 13 reference guide of PMP that you need to go through. Or simply put, go through my PMI ATP material and that can get you. But if you want to prepare PMP and want to understand in the best possible way, what is the way? Have a bigger view. Have a 10,000, I would say, kilometer above, or also known as helicopter view of the PMP. Understand how each and everything add into the context of PMP. You see, like life, project management is like a jigsaw puzzle. Every part of the puzzle has a key role to play in it. And your job as a certified project management professional is to understand why this piece adds into that puzzle, but keeping the view of the higher view, like how the entire system works, how the entire things work, the bigger perspective. Let me show you the one example. We know the purpose of the project. The purpose of the project is to produce deliverable. This is the only purpose why the projects are created. Now the deliverables can be in the form of compliance, the deliverable can be in the form of whatever you want to say. But the purpose again is deliverable. Let me give you the journey of deliverable. Like when I say you need to know the higher picture, you must know you are going to produce deliverable. So how the deliverable is produced is the question. So we get business case, need assessment, from need assessment to business case, benefit management plan, then charter, then finally project management plan is created. So this we know how all these things are created. Once the plan is created, the plan must get approved from the relevant stakeholder or sponsor. When that is done, we start doing execution, which also known as direct and manage work. So in execution, what do? When we work, we actually produce the real thing, and that is deliverables. And deliverables are being produced. So deliverables are being produced while the managed quality ensuring it they are right deliverable. Once the deliverable produced, they directly goes to quality or control quality, and now the deliverables will be inspected whether they meet the agreed standard or not. These deliverables are according to our agreed requirement or not. If the deliverables does not meet, they become a change request as a form of a corrective action. Let's say here we have a diamond symbol, they don't meet, they become a change request, go to change control board. We already discussed journey of change control, change request. They become either a preventive action, corrective action, or defect repair. If they are approved, they become verified deliverables. That quality have verified that these deliverables meet quality standards. Very important to understand. Client has not agreed to this deliverable. The internally the quality team has checked that these deliverables are good, they are good to go, the quality team accepted. If you go to the market and you see a stamp of quality checked, quality control, this is the way. The client has not accepted yet the deliverable. Only the agreed standard or quality management plan, or what are the standards they have followed, it has been approved, and the team says that it is checked and it is approved by quality, they become verified deliverable. Now we use inspection to check them. We use basically peer reviews that these deliverables are according to the standards or not. Then once the deliverables are verified, then comes the client. This process is known as validate scope. Okay, we are validating what was agreed in project scope statement, what was agreed, what is in the scope baseline, not in the requirement documentation, not in the requirement management plan, not in the requirement traceability. Validate scope is according to the scope baseline, what has been agreed with the client in the project scope statement, and then finally in the scope baseline that we will produce. So we will validate the scope through inspection, peer reviews. The client will come, they will have their acceptance criteria, checklist, all those things. They will validate the scope, and if it is not accepted, again it goes to as a change request, as a preventive corrective action or defective. If it is accepted, here it becomes accepted deliverable. Accepted deliverable. Now in most of the project, we need more client collaboration. Even in the predictive project, we don't want at the end that the client comes and see the entire building and says, I don't accept it. We try to have a collaboration. We made the stairs, we ask the client, okay, check it. We make the foundation. So the accepted deliverable is for each and individual deliverables also. When the entire, this is also a formal process, we can get a sign from the client, but we also need the entire deliverable accepted by the client. So what happened, all these accepted deliverables now goes to the final project, and that is final process closing, and it becomes final product or transition or upgrade, whatever it was agreed. So this is the journey of deliverable, from need assessment, business case, benefit management plan, agreed into project charter, you made a stakeholder register, project management plan, and then you do execution in direct and manage work, execution, you produce deliverable, then it goes to control quality, become verified deliverable, then it goes to validate scope, become accepted deliverable, and then you close the project and get final product. So this is called as a journey of deliverable. So this is basically looking at the bigger picture, then going into the details, understanding the flow. This is very important in the new PMP. Flow is the key for, as I say, journey, understanding how all those things add into the bigger picture and how we can clarify the PMP. This is the best way to solve the question. This is the best way to understand PMP. Thank you very much for listening to us, and if you have any question regarding deliverable journey, do let me know. I would love to know your feedback. And if you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe to channel, because my commitment to YouTube is gonna increase. I'm gonna put more journeys video, more journeys of students who have cleared the exam, coaching call, and all those things. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Welcome to another series of journeys. This time we are going to discuss a very important journey, and that journey of integration. Now integration means combining each and everything. Integration is the real job of project manager. So he's the person who has to integrate everything, combining each and every single part of the project. So when we do integration, the major thing is that we make project management plan. There are few things that happen before even project management plan that actually comes under integrations. Develop project charter. So project charter is also something that is integrating the entire project, so it also comes under integration. So we make project charter here. Once the charter is done, we make stakeholder register, and then we start preparing project management plan. Now project management plan is something that is a document. It's simply the most important document, most important plan actually throughout the project. It consists of all 4 baselines: scope baseline, schedule baseline, cost baseline, and combining all these three baselines, performance measurement baseline. So all the four baselines are the part of project management plan. All the plans, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resource, communication, stakeholder, risk, procurement, life cycle development, change management plan, and configuration management plan are the part of project management plan. Okay, so once all these plans are made, they are iterative. They go to the sponsor or change control board and they get approved. Once they are approved, this plan becomes the baseline. Now if you want to change anything in any of the plan, it needs to go to change control board and it has to be approved properly, and they are assessed how changing one plan will affect all those plans. We have two things in the project. One is product life cycle or product. Second is, let me use another pen, project. Okay, so project is the part inside of the product. Product can have initiation like need assessment, how it was started, business case, all those things, and after the product like operations and the entire life cycle. For example, this can be 25 years. If I take example of a normal hydro project, okay, or a construction bridge project, the project can be 2 to 3 years. In order to tackle any change in the project, in order to tackle any kind of change in the project, we have change control board change management plan. So any change in the project will be handled by the change management plan. We have a change control board. These changes are more relevant to scope, schedule, cost, all the four baselines, scope, schedule, cost, and performance management baseline. All other plans are basically part of project, are part of a change management plan. So this is very important thing. Whereas any change in the product like version control, if you are managing the version, you have this kind of version and suddenly you get an updated version, that must come under configuration management plan. So that is configuration management plan, a very important thing. All the versions, all the artifacts, documents will be handled by configuration management plan. Anything that is handed over after the project to the customer, that comes under configuration management plan. Most of the time you can consider version and artifacts come under the configuration management plan. Now change management plan, configuration management plan, they are the part of the project management information system, also known as PMIS system. Every communication that happens inside the project comes under this thing, change management configuration. If you are using email, Microsoft Outlook, Primavera, WhatsApp, any communication that you will do will come under PMIS system, and PMI is enterprise environmental factor, an important question that can be asked in the exam. So that's integration. You use expert judgment technique and all those things, and in integration you make a plan. Once the plan is approved, you start doing execution. Real work start happening in execution. So the work start happening in execution, and in execution we will get deliverables. Deliverables will be produced, a tangible thing for which we have undertaken the project. A deliverable can be the entire project or a part of the project. And we know what happens in the journey of deliverable. It goes to quality, becomes verified deliverable. It goes to validate scope, becomes accepted deliverable. Then it goes to closing. Okay. We also produce work performance data, the lowest form of data, lowest form of information or report, that raw information. You need to contextualize that data. We also produce issue log. Now issue log is a very, very important document that is being produced here. Any kind of a problem that comes in the project, it comes under the domain of issue log. A very important difference to note in risk and issue. Risk is probability into impact. If something is going to happen, okay, and we identify it, it comes as a risk. And unidentified things that like any uncertainty, there is a probability 0 to 99.99, that's a risk. An uncertain event, okay, that's a risk. But if something happens, if something occurred, it becomes an issue, and the issue must go into the issue log. Let me give you another example, the question you can see in exam or in the mocks. An unidentified risk has occurred. What should the project manager do next? Since it is an unidentified risk has occurred, so once something has occurred, its probability has become 100%. So it's not risk anymore, it's an issue. We will update the issue log. Another thing, okay, and an identified risk has occurred. Now it was identified, so what should you do? You update the risk register, an important thing. Or a risk has occurred. A risk has occurred, you update the risk register if it is identified, and if it is unidentified, issue log. A problem has occurred, you update the issue log. Now another question can ask you, so you are worried that this issue can reoccur, what you should update? Again, if this issue can reoccur in this project or in the next project, you update issue log, important thing. Another thing that I produced here is lesson learned register. So here actually because we are starting the work, so we have started working on it. We are collecting the lesson learned from all the people. The lesson learned can be explicit knowledge, the knowledge that can be easily represented in number, or it can also be tacit knowledge, the knowledge that experience, like, hey, how did you feel watching the journeys video? What is your experience? Now every person experience is different. It is difficult to represent in numbers, so you basically communicate, you put down in the comment, hey, that's how I'm feeling, how I'm learning, and I'm getting a great feedback from all of you how you are learning. So that is more of a tacit knowledge. So explicit knowledge, tacit knowledge, all kind of knowledge are put into the lesson learned register. Okay, so information is put into the lesson learned register, and at the end of the project we put the lesson learned register into lesson learned repository, and it is used for the future project. Another important thing, we are updating lesson learned register not for the current project. We are updating lesson learned register so that we can use it for future. So let me give you a flow. That's a very important flow in the project. So let's say an identified risk has occurred. Identified risk has occurred, so we will update the risk register. Once it has occurred, if the risk is closed, then it is updated in the risk register, and we take the lesson from that risk. We take the lesson from that risk and we put it in the lesson learned register. In the lesson learned register, and at the end of the project, we put all the lesson learned register into the lesson learned repository, a database of all the lesson learned register. If an issue has occurred, or if an unidentified risk has occurred, a problem has occurred, we put it into the issue log. We do the root cause analysis of the issue, why this issue has occurred, how, and if we need a change request, we do the change request. We resolve the issue, update the issue. Once the issue is resolved, we get the lesson learned and put it into the lesson learned register, and then of course we put it into the lesson learned repository. So this is more of a all integration thing. What do you do in the integration? Important things about integrations are, we produce project management plan, we do the execute the work, lesson learned registers are produced, and the last thing about integration is reporting. We know the journey of the work performance data has been produced. We discussed the work journey of work performance data. It goes to all monitoring and control processes. It goes to the all scope schedule, where everyone contextualize these data and work performance information get produced. Work performance information goes directly, the data produced, work performance data is produced, it becomes work performance information. Each department produce their own individual information, and project manager combines it and produce a work performance report. So that's also an integration. All the changes are approved, all the reports are produced, work is done, plan is approved. So a lot of work in integration. So let me summarize for you integration one more time. Project charter is approved in integration. Project management plan is the real thing that is done integration. Project management plan is a combination of all plans, all baseline. Once the plan is approved, we start working. When we are working, we produce deliverable. You need to know the journey of deliverable. We produce work performance data. You need to know how work performance data get converted into information and report, and all the information is given the project. Issue log is produced. We discussed a lot what happens with the issue log, how do you deal it, how do you update it. You write down the lesson learned, both tacit knowledge, explicit knowledge. Any change that is produced, either dealing with a project, we go with the change control board and changes are approved in integration. We integrate all the changes, like we check how one change will affect the other changes. We integrate everything. Then we have configuration system management plan that is dealing the changes with the product, like version control, artifact. We discussed how we report all those things. And finally, we'll go with the closing. I will discuss the closing in the next journey. So that's all for today, guys. I hope this integration is clear. A very important part, a combination of all the journeys, I would say, the integration. So I hope you are enjoying these journeys videos and you are loving it. Do give a feedback wherever you are watching it. How do you like it? And if you have not subscribed so far, do subscribe this channel, because our commitment is increasing day by day, day by day. And guys, if you have not done PMP and you are looking for a training course, you can join our one-to-one program, my premium mentor program, or you can join our batch program. Our next batch program is starting on this Friday, and we have only 2 slots left. We only take 20 students and only 2 slots left. Thank you very much. Like always, become certified PMP, and if you do let me know. I would love to record your journey. Live with passion. Bye-bye. How to handle change requests. This is one of the most important topic in current PMP. We have 110 certified PMP as of today, and all of them, especially last 40-50 PMP, has said that they are receiving 15 to 20 questions of change request. Now in the current 2021 PMP, you can have change requests from 2 ways: agile or predictive way. So let's first discuss about what to do when a change request comes in an agile environment. It's a very simple way. Agile says that customer collaboration or contract negotiation, responding to a change or following a plan. So if a change comes, the change directly goes to product owner. This is very, very important. In Agile, it is the responsibility of a product owner to maintain product backlog, that is a list of requirements. So if a change is requested, even a change is requested to development team or a scrum master, whomever it is requested, whoever has it requested, the change goes to product owner. The product owner evaluates the change. What is the value of a change? Is it a very high value change, very high value, very high risk, or is it a medium value, is it a low value? If the change is very important, the change is so important that it can make the current sprint obsolete. For example, if you don't do that change, the current sprint or the product will become obsolete, the work will become useless. Then the product owner can even add that change in collaboration with the team into the current sprint. Yes, this is important. Only product owner can add anything into the current sprint. He will have a discussion, a trade-off with the team, like taking out some of the user stories so that to maintain the velocity. But however, he can put something into the current sprint backlog with the discussion of team. Now, if the change can wait after the sprint, product owner will add it in the product backlog, refine the product backlog as high priority, high value, high risk, and then that will become as the most important thing. If the requested change is of low priority, it will go into the product backlog and it may come into the next or the subsequent sprints. So that's very simple how you handle a change request in Agile. The change goes to the product owner. He prioritizes the product backlog according to the priority of the change. Of course, the priority is set by with the help of customer using mostly Moscow, must have, should have, could have, would likely to have, and all those things. So this is how you handle change requests in Agile. Yesterday, Fahad was recording his interview regarding his experience in PMP exam, and he said it multiple times. There were more than 5 to 6 questions regarding how to handle change in Agile in different way. So this becomes very important. I hope this is easy and understandable. Now, if we come to the change in predictive environment, here things become a little bit more tricky, I would say, a little bit more complex in the context of this, that now we need to see the impact on scope, schedule, cost, and all those things. So let's say a change is requested to the PM. Now in predictive environment, the change must be requested in change log, change form, whatever the change control procedure says. The change is requested to the PM by the customer. Now the change can be requested by the team. Let's say we call it team. It includes the resources working in the team, the stakeholders or anyone else, and customer. I am saying C. Let me use different kind of markers here. So I'm using C for customers, okay, and T for team. And let's go with the team. The team requested the change in the change log. The change comes to the PM. The PM evaluates the change. If the change is important, it is needed, and it is affecting the deliverables. If the change is not affecting the deliverables, the change is not required. So he will do analysis here. If the change is affecting the deliverable, the change will move to the next step. Otherwise, change will be rejected, okay, and communicated to the stakeholders who has requested it. So now let's say the change is affecting the deliverable. The project manager will evaluate the change on, of course, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resource, risk, and other things. Basically, scope, schedule, cost, baselines, and other plans, how they are affecting it. This process is called integrated change. Integrated. We are looking, okay, if we change the scope, how it is going to affect the cost, how it is going to affect the schedule. Will the quality be affected? Will the resource, we have the resource to work on it, and will the risk will be affected, and things like that. So we are integrating all this change, and maybe how the procurement plan will be affected. All the plans, all the baselines will be checked here, and once he has done, project manager or the project management team has done a detailed impact analysis, they will give it to change control board. Now of course, if they consider change is important, if no, then again we communicate. Now the change control board can be project manager himself. Change control board has project manager himself, PM is there, sponsor is there, and senior stakeholders are there. Depending upon that, some people call this as steering committee, some people call it as change control board. I would recommend calling it as a change control board. So change control board will evaluate the change request, whether this change is minor, moderate, or major. Okay, so in other words, if the change, how much the change is affecting the baseline, depending upon the organization tolerance, how organization is risk averse, seeker, all those things, how it is affecting the scope, how it is affecting the cost, how it is affecting the schedule, all those things will be impacted. And if the change is minor, the PM can approve it himself. If the change is moderate, stakeholders and PM can approve. If the change is very high or major, I would say it's low, medium, high, and minor, moderate, major, low, medium, high. The change is very high, then you need the approval of sponsor and so on. So let's say the change is approved. If the change is approved, it goes there. Again, a diamond symbol is there. The change is approved. Okay, if it is not approved, again you just communicate the rejected change. I'm going up. So if the change is approved, then you build the change. Means you plan all how this change will be going, update the change log and communicate. You update the change log, build the change, communicate the change to all the relevant parties, then you implement the change. execution of that change. You implement the actual change, and once the change is implemented, you communicate the change to all the stakeholders. Hey, this has been implemented, and you rebalance, again communicate and rebalance, and you keep on doing the same process. So this is a change request procedure when a change comes from a team or a stakeholder. Now there is a little difference when a change comes from the customer. If the change comes from the customer, it will always be in the form of official format. So let's say the change come to the customer. The PM will evaluate the change on scope, schedule, cost. Okay, and after evaluation, the PM will tell to the customer, hey, because of this change, the cost will increase that much, the scope will increase that much. Do you want to have that change or not? The customer will analyze the change themselves. They will say, okay, maybe the change will increase the schedule, or the change will increase the scope, or whatever. So when the customer said go ahead, then the project manager with the detailed analysis sent that change to the change control board, and here then the same procedure will be followed. This is how change request or change, I called it as more of a journey of change request, how change follows to the entire procedure. I hope in this short video you understand this important topic, and this will help you to clear minimum 10 to 15 questions of PMP. So if there is any question, feel free to ask. And one more thing, if you have not subscribed to our channel, and do subscribe it now, because our commitment to the YouTube, to the LinkedIn is gonna rise very high, and it is possible that you are gonna miss something if you have not subscribed it yet. And do click the bell icon so that whenever we are live, whenever we upload a video, you can get notification. Till next time, live with passion and become PMP. Thank you very much. Journey of people. Now, people is 42% of the exam. And if I say that the mindset that is used in the PMP exam for this people domain is more than 42%. The feedback that we are getting from the students, like there are 70 to 80% of the questions, they are related to team and how to manage team and stakeholders. That's all about people. So let's dig into this thing. What is basically people and how to tackle these questions? First of all, when the exam says people, it consists of 3 to 4 topics. It consists of stakeholder, it consists of team, also known as resource, and it is consist of basically communication. The entire topic is basically how do you communicate with resource and team, and how do you manage the expectations of stakeholder. Now, why this is so important that it has received 42% of the exam. Guys, what is project? Project is done for the stakeholders, to satisfy the stakeholder. And who does the project? Team does the project. It's all about people management. So understanding about people and what are the things that you need to do to manage them, to ensure that they are satisfied, that they are there at their best level, is all about PMP. Just think about it. What is the job of a project manager? The job of project manager is only one thing: to manage people. It's not to manage scope, not schedule, not cost, risk. His job is to manage people, and then the people in return manage those scopes, schedule, cost, and all those things. No project manager is an expert in detailed scheduling or detailed costing, contract, all those things. He must be expert in interpersonal skills. He must be expert in handling stakeholder, understanding the needs of the team, and seeing how they can identify it and how that can be fulfilled. So let's go with the journey of the people. I will use Tuckman ladder in order to consider this journey and see how we can work on this. Again, we have covered journey of business environment, that is a 8%. This is journeys of people, and then I will do journey of process, which will cover the other things. So if we move towards the Tuckman ladder, why Tuckman ladder? It is also known as stages of team. Okay, so let's work on that. So Tuckman ladder is basically we have here time as time passes, and we have productivity here. Okay, I can put it Tuckman ladder. Now let's go to the beginning phase. The first phase, of course, is forming. A team is being formed. Okay, so let me put it in this way. When do you start managing stakeholder? The first step in the management is when the project charter is being done. Now I know that the project is started once the project charter gets formalized, it is signed. But more and more organizations are involving project manager in making a project charter. Since he is going to handle the entire project, they are involving him in the making of project charter. So once the project charter is being done, key stakeholders are being identified, key milestones are being done. So even in the forming stage, we have a project charter. When the project charter is being done, assumption log is being made. You see, one of the key assumption in the assumption log is that the particular stakeholder will be available, the particular stakeholder will be supportive to us in the project. This is very important to understand that it starts with the start of the project. The management of the people starts with the start of the project, and then once these two are done, the most important thing is stakeholder register. We make stakeholder register that identifies all the stakeholders. All the stakeholders of the projects are identified. They are rated according to power interest metrics, like who has high power, high interest. They are also classified as upward, downward, all those things, and they are put in the stakeholder register. Once they are put in the stakeholder register, then we make those stakeholder engagement metrics to see what is the current engagement level of the stakeholder and what is the desired engagement level. And we make stakeholder engagement plan to change the current engagement level of the stakeholder to the desired engagement level. Let me put this in one way because this is very, very important. Like, you identify the stakeholder, okay? You classify the stakeholders. You classify them as upward, downward, sideward, neutral, whatever. You classify them, then you rank them through power interest matrix. He has high power, high interest, low power, high interest, low power, low interest, high power, low interest. Okay, you manage these stakeholders more of a manage closely. You keep them satisfied, you keep them informed, and you put them in the watch list. Once you have made all those things, okay, then you see the key stakeholder and their current engagement level. Is he unaware? Is he neutral? Is he resistant? Is he supportive? Leading? Name of the stakeholder. Okay. What is the current engagement level? And what are the desired engagement level? Okay. What is the current engagement level and desired engagement level? And stakeholder engagement plan is nothing but all the strategy that you use to change the current engagement level into your desired engagement level at that particular time. Stakeholder engagement plan. You implement the stakeholder engagement plan, and that's all about stakeholders thing. But you also use one more plan while you are doing this, and that is communication management plan. You use communication management plan while changing the strategies, because most of the strategies are all about 4R. Right information at right time to right people to have the right impact. Communication is all about this: right information, right time, right people, having the right impact. But who has the authority to share the information? In what format, what language? Understanding the culture, diversity that is needed in order to change the engagement level from current to desired. all those things. So stakeholder engagement plan and communication management plan both goes hand in hand when you are trying to manage the stakeholders. This is very important. When you make this, communication plan is made along the way, and you put the strategies, the format, the time frequency, all those things in your communication management plan. Okay, in the meantime, now this is very interesting, this is where things get more interesting. In the meantime, you also make resource management plan. Now you want to manage the stakeholders, but who is going to manage the stakeholders? This team or these resources, they are going to manage the stakeholders. So you need to decide which type of stakeholders, which type of resources you require. Do you require physical resources or virtual resources can be there? So if you want to get physical resources, what are the challenges they are going to face? If you are going to get virtual resources, what are the challenges they are going to face? Which type of communication will be required? That also goes into communication plan. Push communication, pull interactive. How do you manage those resources? This also goes in this way. So you see, stakeholder engagement plan, communication management plan, and resource management plan. These three are interlinked with each other. And I would say they are the new real PMP. So this is basically the people domain. This is the people domain. How do you understand them? Which type of resources are required? And very important things that you need to understand for them. Emotional intelligence. What is EQ? Like emotional intelligence consists of know yourself. How do you, like, what things trigger you? Know others. Know yourself. Know yourself. Manage yourself. Knowing yourself is one thing, but then managing yourself in order to you can work on them. Know others. Okay, know others. Influence others. Empathy, motivation. Then those motivational theories, they are very important. Which stakeholders are motivated by which theory? Maslow theory, that McLeod achievement theory, Hertzberg theory of motivation. All those things goes hand in hand there. So you need to know that for resource, how does a resource motivate it, and which stakeholder is at which current engagement level, and what he needs. Maybe he is at a lower needs and he needs a higher need, so you change the strategies according to that, and those strategies goes where? Into the stakeholder engagement plan. But how do you communicate? That's got into the communication management plan. So very interesting things are here. Stakeholder engagement plan, all about the strategies. Communication plan, all about the frequency, format of the communication. Resource management plan, all about the team, when to acquire that team, when to release that team, which type of the team is there, the resource calendar, the RESI matrix, all those things in resource management plan. Now, very important thing, collaboration. We need to collaborate with the team. We need to work with the team. We need to mentor the team and stakeholders. For PMP perspective, consider stakeholder and team as the same thing. You need to mentor the team. You need to mentor the stakeholder. You need to identify the training needs of the stakeholders. You need to identify the training needs of your team or resources. You need to provide the trainings, and then you need to measure the objectives of those training. Training, and especially virtual trainings, are becoming more and more important in the current PMP, because since the world is changing, no student, no stakeholders has a perfect knowledge of everything. Why we need to train them? Let's work on this way. Let's say you have a stakeholder, he does not know about the agile mindset, and your team is working with the agile mindset. How you are going to work with it? That's a big question. You need to identify this training need, like doing a training need assessment, identify this training need, provide that training, and then measure the objective. Now he knows it, and now he can become maybe your supportive and all those things. So this is an important thing that you need to do. You need to work on the stakeholders, you need to do your time, and you need to collaborate with them. Collaboration is very important. I'll come to the some tips for the question to answer for this thing. So all those things must be decided in the forming. Which type of team is there, the stakeholder register is there, stakeholder engagement plan, communication plan, resource management plan, all those must be done before the forming stage. So let's say the forming stage starts, you have decided the team is working there. Now after some time you will have conflict. After some time we will reach to the storming stage. Storming stage is a very important stage, and every team will pass to that stage. You start getting conflict. The teams start fighting with each other. The conflict can be schedule priorities, the conflict can be anything. It's the job of the project manager to identify the stage of the conflict, identify stage of the conflict. Like, is it a lower conflict, like it's a disagreement, problem to solve, contest, a crusade, world war, and use the appropriate technique to solve the conflict. We have various conflict management techniques that we can use. For example, if we put concerns for ourselves and concerns for other. Concern for others. Okay, if I put 2 by 2 matrix here, if we care for others and we care for ourselves, we will go for problem solving, collaboration, confronting. If we care for others more and care for ourselves less, then we will kind of accommodate them. It's more of a win-win. It's more of a we are losing, they are winning. We will accommodate them. We may even try smoothing. If we care for ourselves more, we will force it. We will force the solution. This has become win-lose. It's also called as that. If we don't care about us or them, we will avoid or withdraw from that. Or if we can find a neutral thing, that can also be a compromise. As a project manager, your job while you are dealing with a conflict is move from avoid to compete to problem solving. This is very important thing. Conflict management is very important thing. And you also need to see what are the kind of behavior driven development. What are the kind of behaviors that the stakeholders and teams are showing, and work according to that. In order to understand this behavior driven development, understanding their emotional intelligence, most of the time active listening to them, their words, their said words, their not said words are very important. Also understanding that there are various surveys, attitudinal surveys that we use to understand the needs of the person. For example, SWOT analysis. What are the strengths of a person, weaknesses of a person, opportunity, threat. We also do MBTI, Myers-Briggs. We can also do MBTI to understand the persons more. You see, when there is a conflict, when someone is not doing something right, it's not always that they want to do something like that. Most of the time, when there's a conflict, when someone is crying, there's a cry for help. They need your help. As a project manager, it is your job to find out what are their needs. Maybe you have given them a task which is their weaknesses, and there are some tasks that are dependent according to their strengths. So provide them those tasks and work according to that. Very important thing also in management of teams, especially in storming, even in the forming, to provide a safe environment. This comes more in our forming, to provide a safe environment in which team can grow. Team are allowed to make mistakes. They are not scolded and all those things. Guys, any question that say scold the team member, fire the team member, let the team member go, all those options are wrong. Direct the team member wrong. Collaborate, talk to them, provide a safe environment, provide them caves in which they can do their personal stuff, and common area in which all the team can work together. Common areas, caves, they are very important. Having an osmotic communication, the team can overhear what other team members are saying so that they can jump in the conversation and can help them during the conversation. Osmotic communication is the name of the game. Having a servant leader mentality, very important. Solving conflict, servant leader mentality. Now this is very important concept for PMP. During my last calls with my PMP aspirants, we always say have a servant leader mentality. What do you mean by servant leader mentality? Servant leader is like a father or a mother. They provide food and waters. What do you mean of food or water? The tools that required to complete the task. Sometimes it also mean literally food and water, but most of the time to provide the things that they need to complete to the work. Shelter them from any kind of issues. If stakeholders are bugging them with the questions and that is distracting the programmers or the team, work with the stakeholders, work with the team to train stakeholder and otherwise to work on that. As a servant leader, this is your job to help the team. Sometimes you will get a question that there is a conflict between the product owner and the team. You go to the problem solving, still there is a problem. You stand with the team are like your children. You always stand with them, shelter them, provide the foods and fodder, hold daily stand up, ask those questions. What are they doing daily? The purpose of daily stand up is to inspect and adopt accordingly, and you cannot do without having a servant leadership. Even the questions belongs to predictive, you always have a servant leadership, and you always have agile mindset. This is a very key. Agile mindset is not only the responding to a change. The important thing in this is customer collaboration, helping the team members, helping the stakeholder collaboration. This is the crust of PMP. So you do all those things. You use information radiators. All those information radiator can be utilized. Information radiator are basically there to show the progress and also help the team member. Those accountability board where it is easy to understand who is responsible, accountable, concerned, informed. Those burn up, burn down chart, Kanban boards, all those things utilized there. Maybe you are working in the framework of Scrum, in which a product owner make product backlog, then you make sprint backlog, the team makes sprint backlog in the sprint planning meeting, then you work in the daily stand-up, then you have sprint review in which you review the product, you go do product backlog refinement, and sprint retrospective in which we see what are the things that can be improved for the sprints. Maybe you are working in the Scrum framework, maybe you are working in the predictive, maybe you are working in the hybrid, but these people area remains the same no matter what. You always need to work with the team to see where do they stand, and you need to coach them in the storming stage. Then once it is done properly, then the next stage comes as forming storming, norming stage. Now the things are getting normalized. We are respecting the habits, we are respecting the way how they are working, that things, all those things. In the norming stage, you need to mentor them. Again, identify what is required, one-to-one collaboration, mentoring, all those things. And finally, if it is taken properly, we reach the performance stage where you need to delegate. Here it is more of a direct, here it is more of a coaching, here it is more of a mentoring. Delegate, let them do the task. Don't micromanage the team, let them do their task. And finally, when the team is adjourning, you again need to do coaching and mentoring. In all those areas, you are, it is possible that a new stakeholder is identified. You put it in the, again, stakeholder register, which led to update the stakeholder engagement plan, and which led to the update of communication plan, or a new resource is identified. A new team member has left. Let's say an old team member has left from here performing, and you get a new team member. You again go to here and again follow this ladder cycle. Okay, so this keeps on happening during the project. These are the important things. This is the 42% of the exam. And now some tips and tricks for the question solving this. Agile mindset. Agile mindset, servant leadership. This is the key to solve all questions of the people related. Wherever the word says train, collaborate, do the root cause of the problem, help other, mentor other, coach other, all those positive words, those are the right answers. All those words which says fire, direct, all those things are negative and they are not the answers. So that's all about 42% of the exam in a minimum possible time. So guys, watch this journey, understand it. If you have any question, do let me know. I would be more than happy to answer about all those things that you have question about it. And if you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe it. My commitment to YouTube is increasing day by day. I am putting more stories, those short stories, those journeys videos just like this coaching calls, and the lesson learned from the certified students. We already have 174 certified PMP in 2021, and if you want to become certified PMP, we have one-to-one program in which I will directly work with you till you become certified PMP. Or if you want to attend a batch program, the next batch is starting on 15th of October. You can join it and we will make sure you become certified PMP in the minimum possible time. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Journey of process. Process is 50% of the PMP exam, and that is the biggest domain in the exam. If you can master this 50% of the exam, you can of course clear PMP exam. So when we talk about process, it actually consists each and everything in PMP now. It consists agile part and it consists predictive. So everything is included in it. So we will try to cover as much as possible in this journey of process. Let me just give you the brief description of agile, what you need to know about the agile for the journey of process to choose and when to choose those life cycles. We have basically 4 major life cycle. I'm gonna discuss them and you can decide which life cycle to use when. Okay. So we are going to see on the changes. Number how the changes are handled. Is the change very low in the project or is the change very high in the project? If the changes are very low, then you will use which project. If the changes are very high, then how you are going to use it. Then the second thing is delivery. How the delivery is going to give. Are we going to get delivery in one part or are we going to get delivery in multiple parts? We can say one part and 10, or we can say low parts and high. So we are going to have a graph from this, and from there we are going to decide how to use and which type of life cycle to use. So PMI basically in the ATP material and even in the Agile guide use Stacy diagram to explain this thing. So I'm gonna use the graph between the things I have extracted from the Stacy diagram in my own words. So see if it works for you and if you understand which life cycle to use, when to use. So I'm gonna put changes here, low changes, high changes, and delivery here. If you are going to get delivery in one go, so this will be there, delivery in many go, so delivery will be there. So let's work with when changes are very low. When changes are very low, like there is no practically change and you get in one delivery, which type of life cycle can this be? Or working in the other way, when to use predictive life cycle. So predictive is basically all about plan. We have a fixed plan, the plan is fixed, the work is fixed. You are making a house. House is a good example of predictive. You know how many rooms should be there, and you don't, and you know how many washrooms should be there, kitchen should be there. You don't want to change something. Once the plan is approved, design is approved, you go and work and deliver it. And now let's talk about, like we know that we don't want changes in that. How do we want a delivery? So if we put changes on house, so house is an example of predictive plan deliver. So if we changes are very low, how do we want to have a delivery of the house? Do you want to have a lot of changes in the house? No. We want that delivery to be on one go. Once the house is completed, then we want to have it. Do you want to shift while the foundation is being done, while the paint is being done? No, we don't want that. We want delivery at one go and we don't want any changes. So house is a classical example. So predictive is used. Predictive or an example of a house. We use predictive or a house where there are no changes in the project. When the project has no change whatsoever in it, we use predictive life cycle in there. Let's look at iterative. Now, In iterative cycle, how do we work basically? We are producing things in a repetition, and we are we are producing it in the repetition. Let's say we are making a prototype of a car prototype we are making. We go, we make a prototype, we show the customer says no, this is not good, change this thing, maybe change the glasses, maybe change this thing. Let's say I'm making this AirPods, so I bring that design maybe in a blue color. The customer says no, I want in a white. Then the customer says please change this button, this is not good, this is not good. They keep on changing, we are keep on having iteration. So changes, if we talk about changes from low to high, the changes are very high. But how do we give delivery in that? Once it is ready, once it is approved, we give delivery in one go. So changes are high, but delivery is very low. Delivery is only one go. So changes will fall here, delivery will fall here. So then we have this iterative cycle. I can say that prototype falls here, iterative life cycle. Example I use of airports. Okay, once you make a new prototype, of course when it becomes more, it goes back to the production stage. Now let's work with the incremental life cycle. Okay, let me put it here. Incremental life cycle. Oh, I have this. So in increments, how you are giving delivery? You are giving delivery parts by parts by parts. So if we talk about the delivery is very high. We are giving in multiple parts, like we are moving these journeys videos parts by parts by parts. But how the changes are working? Changes, once we have decided, changes are very low to this thing. For example, a learning course, just like this YouTube learning course. So incremental delivery is in parts by parts, delivery is very high, the delivery can in multiple parts, but changes are very low. So incremental basically comes here. Incremental delivery, you can say that e-learning course, like this journey videos, e-learning course comes here. Okay, now if your project have high change and you want the delivery in multiple parts, then you use Agile. So the one of the good example of Agile is software updates of mobile or anything else. You get delivery in parts. You get a software, after a few days you get updated. So it's incremental in itself. The changes are there, and it is basically you are keep multiple deliveries. Like changes are there and deliveries in multiple way. So Agile life cycle. That's why we say that Agile gets the best of iterative and gets the best of incremental. Now iterative, incremental, Agile, all these three are called adaptive, because to some extent there can be change driven. In between this, there is a word of, let me use red marker, hybrid. There is a word of hybrid life cycle. Now hybrid can be a combination of any of these. Okay, Agile itself is a hybrid. It's a combination of iterative and incremental. And normally we have a combination of predictive plus Agile, then hybrid. It can be in any way. First, like you do everything, planning, execution in predictive way, and at the end you use Agile in a little way. Okay, or you use Agile and predictive together, or you can use them parts by parts, or you use entire Agile and a little bit of portion in predictive. Hey, this happens in most of the Agile project. We do all the processing in Agile, and we do most of the procurement in the predictive part. So you can have a combination of anything. So that's all about life cycle. I hope this video is clear and this makes sense about when to use which type of life cycle. Once you have decided the type of life cycle, then we move journey of process. We have already that we need to start from to understand which type of life cycle is to use. If we used Agile life cycle, I highly recommend. We have selected Agile. So now we need to know what is Agile, what you need to know about the Agile for the journey of process. Then we will move to the predictive part and what are the things we need to work on that. So in Agile, the most important thing is all the requirements are collected in product backlog. So product backlog is a document in which all the requirements are collected. Product owner is a person who collects all the requirements in the forms of user stories. That is syntax of, as a user I want to do this so that I can do that. So in the form of user stories, all the requirements are collected in the product backlog. Once all the requirements are collected in the product backlog, let's say these are the user stories A, B, C, D, E. The product owner goes back to the stakeholders and prioritize these user stories. They may use techniques like Moscow, what are the must requirement, should requirement, could requirement, would likely to requirement, 100 points. Like they will give each stakeholders 100 points, and at the end they will calculate which user stories have more points, and that story will become the number one priority. Actually, they are prioritizing high value and high risk, which is the highest thing there. Okay, so we get the 100-point note voting, multi-criteria metrics, all those things. The purpose is that we prioritize the user stories. Once that is done, then the team comes in the sprint planning, especially in the sprint 0, they come and they put all the user story as story points on it. So what is story points? Story point is the effort required to complete a user story. Effort required to complete the user story. Now, agile estimations are lightweight estimation. We can use 3 techniques for that. Ideal days. Okay. Now, since it is ideal days, ideal hours, we know that actual work will always be more than the ideal. We are saying that let's say it will take 40 ideal hours. We are assuming in 40 hours we will not do we will not take any unofficial call, we will not go to washroom, we will not take food and those things. So this means we actually plan to fail. So ideal days always take more time. So we have another estimation technique, affinity estimation technique. Now affinity estimation technique is really more of a relative estimation. We compare the estimations. We use t-shirt sizing. Now we cannot quantify the user stories. We compare them with other. We say that okay, this is a small t-shirt size, it's a small user story. This is a medium, large, XL, double XL. One thing we know, one thing the team knows, that the large user story must have more effort than medium and then small, and so it goes XL. You can use t-shirt sizing. In US they use dog size. You can also consider this is a cycle, this is a motorbike, this is a car, this is a bus user story, this is a aeroplane, and this is a train. The purpose is to have a relative estimation in that. So affinity estimation. The third type estimation is basically we use Fibonacci series. Okay, in Fibonacci series, what do we say? Basically, what's Fibonacci series? 1 plus 1 2, 2 plus 1 3, 3 plus 2 5, 5 plus 3 8. We say that as user stories are increasing, their effort are increasing in incremental level, not in a sequential level, a linear level. They are increasing in incremental level. So we use these 3 techniques to assign story points. Once we have assigned story point, most of the time the team members have conflict. What should be the story point? The team must have consensus. So in order to reach consensus in these, whatever the techniques you are using, we use planning poker. Okay, we use planning poker. In planning poker, basically what happens, the scrum master facilitates the session and he counts from 1 to 3. Each team member take out what he thinks should be the story point, 1 2 3 5 8 13, and let's say 2 people have a conflict on a user story. Then they give their opinion. Why do they think this should be the story point? Why do they think this is the story point? Then they go round 2, round 3, round 4, unless they achieve consensus. Planning poker is a very effective technique, but there is a downside to the planning poker technique. The downside to the planning poker technique is this: Whenever you are using a planning poker technique, if you have highest paid person in the office, in the that team, or you have a senior person, so whenever after the round one, people will try to move towards what he said. They think that he must have said the right thing, so they will try to move towards him or her in that arena. So this will decrease the effectiveness of process. So instead of planning poker, we can also use wide band Delphi. And the purpose of wide band Delphi is also to achieve the consensus of the story point. Now, in this technique, that Scrum Master goes to each team member in secretly way, ask them, hey, why do you think this should be the story point? And then he changed the story points. Like he asked them, okay, he said this is the reason. You take that reason, go back to the team member one, and then he basically act as a facilitator in between, a bridge in between, and try to reach the consensus without other party knowing what the other party has said. So in this way he reached the consensus. The purpose is to get the story point. So let's say A got 8 story point, B got 13 story point, C 5, D 2, E 6. Okay, and now in the sprint planning meeting, this is product backlog. In the sprint planning meeting, team is preparing sprint backlog. It's a product backlog. Sprint backlog is for that current sprint. So sprint is basically a duration that can be 1 to 4 weeks. Sprint is a duration that can be 1 to 4 weeks. Normally it's 2 weeks. So we decide in the start and we take the same time. Let's say we have a 2-week sprint. The development team and the Scrum Master, the Scrum Master again act as a facilitator in a sprint planning meeting. Okay, they decide what would be your estimated velocity. Velocity is the number of story points you can do in one sprint. Okay, so let's say they said our estimated velocity will be 15 story points. Very important thing. It's the team who is saying that what should be their story points, how much story points they can do. Yes, there can be a agreement, there can be a discussion between the product backlog, but it's the team decision that is considered as a final how much story points they can do. Now this is high value high risk, arranged as a high value high risk. They said that we can take 15 story point, so we will take A, that is 8 story point. We cannot take B, we will take C. Okay, 8 plus 5 13, so we can 8 plus 5 13, we can take D. Okay, we cannot take E because we already have 15 story point. So very important thing, although B is a high value high risk item, but A is number one, it goes there. We cannot take more story points, so we'll leave it here. Since it is important to understand, when you are working in sprints, you cannot do half work. In Agile, there is nothing like 99% of the work, 95% of the work. Agile is always 100% of the work. So we have to complete the 100% of the work of the user stories. So we cannot take this thing, we know it will not be completed. So once the sprint backlog is ready, we share the sprint goal with the stakeholders, sponsors, whoever it is. Product owner also agreed this, and then we start working on it for we have 2 weeks, so we start working on 2 weeks. Now once we are working on it, we have daily stand-up. It is called as daily stand-up, daily scrum, depending upon the what terminology are you using, iteration. Like if we use the term sprint or if we use the term iteration, it means the same thing. Sprint backlog, iteration backlog, sprint meeting, same thing. Daily stand-up, daily scrum. We have Scrum Master here, we have team here. They are the person who must be there. If the product owner wants to come, he can come. This is a meeting for the team, by the team. You can also consider this more of a status meeting. We have 3 questions here, very important 3 questions. What have you done yesterday? Okay, what we did yesterday, what we are going to do today. Is there any impediment or roadblock? Impediment, roadblock, risk, all those things. So the duration for this meeting is 15 minutes, same place, same location. Same place, same location, same timing. So 15-minute daily. Let's say there's an impediment or roadblock that need to be resolved. You want to discuss a particular thing. You can have a follow-up meeting. You will not discuss anything in detail. We try to have this meeting in a co-located area, and in Agile, basically we work in a co-located environment, or at least we try to work in a co-located environment so that we can work in the best possible way. Okay, so that we can have osmotic communication. Osmotic communication is more of a natural communication. If you and I are sitting at one place, I'm talking to someone on the phone, you overheard it. That's osmotic communication, natural flow of the communication. So osmotic communication. Now we also have in the common area caves and common. Caves is basically a semi-cubical or a partial. If you want to do some work where you will not be disturbed, then you go to your caves. And common is a normal area where everyone can work, and that's that area. Caves and common. Normally it is in between the 10 meter or 33 feet. Okay. Some of the agile concept while you are working with that team is important to understand. In agile we have 7 plus minus 2 team member. Teams are cross-functional. We have cross-functional team. We try to get the cross-functional team. The team are self-decided, self-emergent. We have a servant leadership mentality here. Like Scrum Master is a servant leader. He is helping the people to provide the food, water. He is there shielding them from impediments. He does not let anything to get past to it. So a very important thing in here. So this is important that we also have T-type leadership. We have I-type people who are master in one field. Then we have simple type of leadership that a person knows everything but does not detail. P-type are a person who are master of in one field but they also have knowledge of other field. So we need a cross-functional team in Agile. Some of the concepts in Agile. Okay, so then we move. We keep on working, keep on working, keep on working. This is in Scrum. This is more of a Scrum framework. So then we have sprint review. Okay. Sprint review is more of a product. Here we give product demo. What have we completed so far? What are the things that we have completed so far? We show it to the customer. Whatever the user stories. Now, before going to sprint review, we have our own checklist. We want to make sure that all the things are done, and then the team also, and then the product owner or sponsors, they also have their own acceptance criteria. So you need to make sure that both things match. Your checklist is done. Everything in the checklist must, like, this must be in the product, this must be in the product, this must be in the product. And of course those user stories help you, because user stories works in 3C. You write them on card for easy working. There's a conversation on this, and there's a confirmation criteria on the user stories. And user stories follow also the acronym of INVEST. They are independent. Like one user story does not depend on other user story. You can negotiate them. They must provide value. They must be small, that they can be completed in a sprint, and they must be testable. If user stories are large, we call them epic. You break down the user stories so that you can complete in a sprint. So in sprint review, product owner, sponsor, everyone comes there. You show them what you have completed so far, what is in the product backlog. They check it from their acceptance criteria. Okay, if they accept your user story, it goes into the release plan, it goes into the future, it gets accepted. If it gets rejected, it goes back into the product backlog. If a user story is rejected, or if a user story is not completed, it goes back into the product backlog. So very, very important thing. User story is rejected or it is not completed 99%, it goes back to the product backlog. If the customer wants to add new requirement into it, the customer can add new requirement at this step. At this step they can add new requirement, and we have a product backlog increment. We basically do refinement of product backlog, that is called grooming of product backlog. What is grooming of product backlog? At the sprint review, even after the first sprint review, we basically review the product again. We reprioritize the product backlog. Maybe a new requirement is there, maybe some are rejected user stories, and we need to see where does their priority. goes. So we reprioritize the product backlog. This reprioritization is called as grooming of product backlog. Okay, and once this increment has completed, the things that has been completed we call it as product increment. We got product backlog, sprint backlog, and third document as product increment. Increment in the products one by one. Okay, and then we work. Then once this is done, then the team sit together to do sprint retrospective. Sprint retrospective is a lesson learned workshop. Sprint retrospective is more of a lesson learned workshop. In the sprint retrospective, we work, we see what have we done. We try to get improvements. We do the root cause analysis, and we suggest what are the improvements that can be implemented in the next sprint. It has 5 stages. Set the stage. You set the stage. Okay, here the team is certain stage. What can be expected? How long is going to be? What is expected of this retrospective? Then we gather data. We gather the data around the entire sprint so that we can do the root cause analysis. And then third, we generate insights. That is, we do the root cause analysis. In the fourth step, we decide what to do. We decide 1 or 2 improvements. Like it has a format, what we should do more of, what we should do less of, what we should start doing, what should we do stop doing. And then finally we close the retrospective. We thank everyone and all, and everyone goes back to their work. So this is the framework of the Scrum. If you can look at this, from product backlog, sprint backlog, then daily stand-up, 3 questions, sprint review, sprint retrospective. If you know this thing, you know Scrum, and you know Scrum is a lightweight daily stand-up. The purpose of daily stand-up is to inspect and adopt, and is one of the fundamentals of Scrum to transparency, inspection, adoption. This is the very important part for the PMP, especially for the Agile portion. Take a back on the process. So since this is a journey of process, in process we have decided the life cycle, we have made the project charter, and we have made the stakeholder register. Remember this thing, project charter is done, then stakeholder register is done, then you have decided the life cycle. Let's say the life cycle is now predictive one, then we make the project management plan. So in project management plan, all the journeys come into play. In process, each and everything will come to play in it. Okay, stakeholder, communication, risk, resource, quality, schedule, cost. So all the 10 domains will come here, and we need to watch all the journeys. I highly recommend you watched all the journeys which we have already completed from all the topics. That will give you some more context on the process. Okay, let's see. I'll go with the initiation, planning, execution domains in order to work and understand it. So we have selected the process. We have selected the predictive life cycle. So we go with the stakeholder register is done. So we start making the stakeholder management plan. Stakeholder management plan or stakeholder engagement plan is done to see all the strategies that are used to satisfy the stakeholders. In addition to that, we make communication management plan. Communication management plan is all about how to communicate throughout the project, how to communicate with the stakeholder, and how to communicate between the resource. Very important thing, these 3 things are already covered in the people domain also, but they again come in the process domain. So don't be worried about that. If you get like 60 to 70% questions, you will get in the PMP exam regarding these 3 topics, because they are all arching towards the people area as well as towards the process area. So once this is done, then you move towards identifying the risk. So identifying risk is any event that can be uncertain. It can have a positive effect or a negative effect on the project objective. You make a risk management plan. You make a risk management plan, how to handle the risk, how to identify the risk, how to plan it, track it, all those things. And here you also see what is your organization risk averse, risk seeker, risk neutral, which type of your organization is, what is your risk appetite, how we can work in that. So we also link that in this thing. Then we start to identify the risk. We use various tools and techniques to identify the risk. I highly recommend that you watch Journey of Risk. before as a link video to this. I'll put it in the link. So watch journey of risk, you identify the risk, put all the risk in risk register, you get risk register, risk report. Risk register is for throughout the project, risk report is just only for this, only for that particular meeting. So once all the risks are in the risk register, then you rank them first qualitatively, low, medium, high. Then if you need it quantitatively, giving a number of the risk, you go to the what is the quantitative of the risk. Once that is done, then you plan for plan the risk response. So you have positive risk, opportunity, negative risk. You have strategies for negative, avoid, mitigate, and transfer. Positive, exploit, enhance, share. Then you have active acceptance and passive acceptance, and then you have escalate. So you use all the strategies according to the your thing. Once the plan is approved, now this is very important. Once the risk plan is approved, most of the time it gets updates. It produces updates to all other plans. All plans are interlinked, but risk has a specific importance since the risk has been identified, and now all the plans are going in parallel. Actually, I'm going one by one, but all plans are being made: scope, schedule, cost, quality, resource, all are being made in parallel. So once the risk plan get updated, all the plans will be updated to correspond that particular risk of the projects. So you update the plan, then you implement the risk response. Risk owner and risk action owner implemented when a trigger act. So once a risk has occurred, you see what are the residual risks, what are the secondary risks. You do risk audit, you do risk audit and risk review meeting to handle those risks. You have a burn down graph in Agile to see those risks and how those risks has been handled. Sorry. So this is all about risk management. Okay. Then we go to the next thing. Next is basically you plan for quality. You make a quality management plan by benchmarking the quality standards which the customer has agreed. You can have ISO standards, your own standard, whatever the standards you have, you benchmark them. You calculate the cost of quality, how much the cost of the quality will be for cost of conformance, producing a quality product, cost of non-conformance, the cost that you will have to pay because of non-quality product or a bad product. Okay, so you also make quality metrics, more of a KPI metrics, which things you are going to measure. Then you manage quality or implement quality management plan. Make sure that quality plan is implemented. The deliverables that are being produced, they are produced according to the quality plan. Actually, while in execution, the quality team goes and check through checklist, check sheets to control chart whether the deliverables being produced are within the quality or not. We do the audit of the process to check the effectiveness of the quality management plan. Are we following that thing or not? Once that is done, this is all about preventive action. We go towards the control quality. A very important thing in control quality, since this quality product being produced, now the deliverables that are produced come to the quality team. They review that deliverable. If that deliverable satisfy the customer, that's a good thing. If deliverable satisfy the quality team, very important, not the customer, my mistake. If the deliverables are according to quality management plan, internally the team says the deliverables get verified deliverables. Then these deliverables basically go to the customer, validate scope and become accepted deliverable. You use checklist, scatter diagram to find the correlation. You use Pareto if there are defects to rank the defect, 20-80 principle, what are the major defects, and you use flowchart to see the sequence of the processes. So important things in this quality management plan. Once the quality is being done, you see I am going towards the entire journey, but the plans are being made, then they are executed, then you are monitoring them. The first step is plan is being made, then it is executed, then you check them. Then if we move towards the procurement, as we are buying the procurement. But actually, let's go to the scope schedule. And in basically now you need to make 3 baselines. So first we collect the requirement using the requirement management plan. We collect all the requirements through focus group, prototype, facilitated workshop, through all the tools of the requirement, and we make requirement documentation and requirement traceability metrics, having all the requirements inside them. Hey guys, I just actually uploaded a video yesterday of how 3 baseline in detail. You can watch also that or journey of these 3 baseline. Requirement documentation, requirement traceability, then we put the filter of scope on it, which things are in the scope or which things are not in the scope. We make project scope statement, then we make WBS, break down the structure. WBS dictionary plus approved project scope statement is called scope baseline. You see the lowest part of the WBS is called work package. So then we move toward the schedule baseline. We make schedule management plan. So once the schedule management plan is done, approved, we divide the work package into activity list, activity attributes, milestone list. We see what are the dependencies between those activities, what are the mandatory dependencies, discretionary dependencies, what are the leads and lags. So what are the relationship, finish to start, start to start, finish to finish, all the relationship we check between those basically activities. And then we make a critical path. We get a critical path that becomes schedule baseline. If you want to compress your schedule, we have 2 techniques: fast tracking and crashing. Fast tracking is making activities in parallel, and crashing is adding more resource. The negative effect of fast tracking is basically once you do fast track, it is there a risk of rework. Like I am moving in fast tracking, I am summarizing an entire thing, so I am mixing few things. The same thing happens. Crashing is adding a resource, the rework gets increased. There is a chance of rework. We also have resource optimization technique, resource leveling, in which all resources are optimized, but the schedule get increased. If we don't want to increase the schedule, we do resource smoothing. Once that is done, then you make cost management plan. Cost management plan tells which type of currency to use, how to use that currency. So you use cost management plan to see how you are going to finance the project. What is funding limit reconciliation? You use analogous estimation, parametric 3-point estimation, and bottom-up estimation, cost aggregation to make cost baseline. And cost baseline includes contingency reserves, whereas project budget includes cost baseline plus management reserves in it. Then you check the schedule variance and cost variance through their earned value calculation. Very important is CPI, SPI. If they are greater than 0 or greater than 1, that's a good thing. If it is greater than 0, greater than 1, that's a good thing. If they are less than 1, bad thing. On 0, okay thing. So that's how 3 baselines are done in a quick way. I hope that makes sense. And if you want a detail of it, of course I am linking all the journeys in the description. You can watch all the journeys, and I'm making a linkage of all the processes, how they are linked. Then next is procurement. Okay, you look for the procurement, whether you want to make or buy. Once you have decided that you want to buy, you decide the source selection criteria. Once you have sorted your source selection criteria, you select your type of contract. Depending requirements are fixed or not fixed. Fixed price contract, fixed price incentive fee, fixed price economic price adjustment, cost reimbursement, cost plus incentive fee, close plus award fee, or time and material. To decide your contract, you set the bidding document through procurement statement of work. Okay. Make or buy, and source selection criteria, then contract. Once that is done, then you make procurement statement of work. Okay, and bidding documents. Once the bid comes, you have a bidder conference. You shortlist sellers. Okay, you write agreement with them. Very important thing. Project manager does not discuss anything according to the cost. We have procurement manager with that. Once agreement is done, we get the delivery. We do the inspection. Okay, if inspection is approved, we close the procurement. If there is a problem in the deliverable, we have a conflict here. We go to the conflict management. We try to do collaboration. If we are able to do collaboration, good. Close the procurement. If no, then we have alternate dispute resolution. we get third party, and if we don't get resolution, we go to the contract. We go to the court. So this is basically the entire processes in a summary form. So process are basically a combinations of agile and predictive, and I try to give the entire summary in the minimum possible time. But I highly recommend you also watch all the link journeys videos to make it more sense. So we are done with the journey of people, process, business environment, and individual areas in all those domains. I hope this makes sense. Actually, you have the entire PMP course with you online. If you want to do it yourself, good, you have everything on YouTube. If you want our help, you can join our program by contacting us at number given in the below description. And when you clear the PMP, do tell me. I would love to record your journey and share it with others. And if you have not subscribed to our channel, do click that subscription button and share these videos to others so that they can become certified PMP. Thank you. Bye-bye. Business environment, a very important topic for exam. Business environment is like 8% of the exam, that almost becomes 12 to 13 questions. So although when comparing with people, which is 42% of the exam, or process, which is 50% of the exam, uh, it is a very small portion. But the important thing is that you need to get out of three domains, you minimum should have two domains with target in order to clear the exam. So it's an easy target to move through it, and it's not a very difficult topic once you understand it and once you combine it with few other topics. In order to answer the business environment, we must understand the fundamentals of the project. We must understand costing in a good define, because many topics will be taken from the costing. We must know starting of the project initiation, those business case, benefit management plan. We must know OPS and EF that will be coming soon. So those things are required. Journey of cost, journey of procurement, journey of risk, and journey of quality. Those four journeys we have already made. You must watch those journeys before this topic, because then this topic become easy for you, easy to understand, easy to work on those things. Okay, let's start with the business environment. The business environment is all about the project, the environment in which the project works and how to get the business. Business environment is all about one thing: how to get value and deliver it to the customer. So how does the business environment basically work? We know that for any organization, if any organization that is working, okay, organization gives organizational strategy. That organizational strategy is basically transferred to portfolio. Portfolio decides how to take action on that, like how many projects and programs are to produce. Program and projects. Okay, so organization gives strategy, portfolio decide on decision what to do. Projects and programs, they deliver value, and that value is transferred to the operation, which basically realize the benefit. Okay, projects and program also realize the benefit, but they are transferred to operation. Then operation measure those strategy and goes back to the organization. Hey organization, we plan to do this, we are doing this, and that goes back to portfolio convert to programs, and this cycle moves on. This is the fundamental how organization works, how benefits are transferred from projects program to portfolio. So it is important to understand. In that context, we must know what is project, a temporary endeavor that we have taken to start the project. It must have start and end date. What is program? Program is a collection of related projects. Okay, so a collection of basically a related projects. How and it is a combination of projects. How projects are aligned to produce one thing. For example, let's say Elon Musk is trying to send people to the Mars. So that's more of a program. Okay, it will have designed the satellite, design the rocket, designing the rocket, designing the capsule on which supplies will be transferred. So that is one part. Then that is one part. Then project. Then sending the rocket will be project. Communication will be the project. So you combine those projects into one program. Then comes the portfolio. First operation. So projects is basically temporary, operations are permanent, ongoing activities, those maintenance activity. Let's take an example. Let's say you are making a new car. That new car will be project. Once that car has been done, it will transfer to operation to produce the same car on daily basis. So how they interlink? So projects produce something, okay, at the end of the projects, operations start. It is possible something happens in operation as a result of another project start, and so on. So they overlap with each other in this way. Then combination of projects, program, operation, sub portfolio, it makes this the portfolio of the organization. Okay, and organization strategy drives portfolio program, and this is our overview of these things. Now organization does not work in vacuum. Whenever the organizations are working, there are two influences on the organization: organizational process assets, those policies, procedure, tools and template, those lesson learned, those important lesson learned registered, all those things are defined in OPS. Then we have EF, enterprise environmental factor. So those internal factor or external factor that are mostly out of the control of the team, like resource availability, rate of the resources, internal permit, how do you get work permit, hot work permit from the organization, from health and safety, that is mostly not in the control of the project team. They have a checklist they have to follow. Then external permit, how do you get those external permit to start working on this? So OPS, EF, the factors that you need to consider while starting the projects. So once we have identified the need of the project exists, we do the need assessment, okay, operational feasibility of that, then we make a business case. Business case is more of a cost benefit analysis, that why do we want to do the project, the cost justification, the real part where stakeholders are more interested. So we have various methods to make business case basically. So we have payback period. Payback period means how much time it takes to get our investment back. If I am spending $1 million, how many years or month it will take to get my investment back? And of course, earlier the I get the payback, the better it is. Two projects having investment of 5 million, okay, the project which can return me investment earlier, one is 2, second is 3rd, this project 2 years will always be better. Then we have ROI, return of investment, how much money I am spending and how much I am gonna get. Return of investment, higher return of investment there is, the better it is for your project. Of course, then we have benefit to cost ratio. Greater than benefit to cost ratio is always good. How much benefits are there and what are the costs. You can also see in exam cost to benefit, reverse of that thing. So that's the same thing, does not make much of a difference. Then we also have present value, what is the value of something in today's, and future value, what is the value of something in future, and their relationship. 1 plus interest rate into number of years, so you can calculate future. I haven't seen any question regarding that. We are also considering two concepts: IRR, internal rate of return, like how much cash is coming in, how much cash is going out, and the better IRR, the internal rate of return, how much interest rate you have, all those things. And then net present value, it is basically cash coming in, cash going out. Net present value must be greater than 0. Better than 0 is always good thing. So your income, your expense, if you have income and expense equal, 0 is a minimum thing. If you have negative, it's a bad thing. If you have more income and less expense, so you have positive NPV, and that is a better thing. Same goes for IRR. Higher IRR, the better it is. Guys, these terms I can actually go into detail. When we do business analyst course, we do go dive deep into detail. But for PMP perspective, what I have just told is more than enough. Payback period for two projects for comparison, the payback period, the one that have lowest is better. IRR, ROI, NPV, the greater it is, the better it is for you. Another costing model that we utilized while working on this is net promoter score. So net promoter score is a very good thing. It basically measures the customer satisfaction. So let me ask you, from 1 to 10, how much you are satisfied with these journeys videos, how much it is giving value to you with your time. 1 to, like, you can use -100, 200, whatever the scale you decide. So if you are not satisfied, okay, 1 to 6 mean D trackers. You wouldn't recommend it to anyone else. If you are 7 to 8, yeah, you are okay with it, but not so much happy, you will not convey it to others. 9 to 10, you are very happy, you can communicate to others. So that is basically net promoter score. Another test we use is A/B testing. So A/B testing can be used in two various ways. It is basically used to check which product is gonna work. So for example, right now I'm using two markers. Tell me which marker is working better, A or B. We can show customer two product and we can measure which product customer likes better, A or B. That is the basis of A/B testing. Or sometimes we just show one product at various area to get the customer feedback. Those A/B testing, all the Facebook is basically showing you different kind of ads and measuring A/B testing on you to which ads you are reporting more, you are reflecting more, and then they are showing you those product. So these are basically the fundamentals, some of the fundamentals of business analysis. In this video, basically we are covering some of the fundamentals as well as business analysis, because that go hand to hand. Now coming back to the governance. Governance is a system structure, how you are going to govern that particular project, how you are going to do everything. So this structure can become the structure of this specific structure, can become the structure of governance, how you are measuring those things, what are the things that you need to measure, how that correspond. Everything that we do in the project comes under the structure of governance. Then we look at the project phases. Now phases is a collection of a logical steps. Okay, it's a collection of a logical step. So all the process group can come under one project phase. Let's say you are designing a project, then you are going to install, then you are going to do commissioning, then you are going to testing. So all those things can be distinct phases. All initiation, planning, execution, everything happen in designing, and as a result of that, at the end you have a deliverable. So when a phase end, we call it as a phase gate, phase review, kill point, stage gate, stage review, many names. The purpose is at the end of the phase, the team sit together and decided should we move ahead or not. Now very important thing, when we were making business case, okay, first we do need assessment. After need assessment, this is a one phase is complete, team sit together, should we move ahead or not. Then we make business case and benefit management plan. Benefit management plan is a plan that has all the benefits that is related to the project, target benefits, all those things. So what are the benefits of that particular project? Once that is completed, we submit it to sponsor, they approve, we have again phase gate review, we decide should we move ahead or not. Then project charter and stakeholder register, phase gate, and then project management plan, and so on and so on. So all these are phase gates, we review them. So in this way, that is a phase gate. So sometimes you need to escalate it to your program portfolio manager. If you decided you did something and you say maybe you need more cost, maybe more time is required, then you need to see how you can escalate this thing to the further authority. Then governance also define how to verify, how quality is going to check, and how we are going to show it to the customer. Should we do it online or the customer is going to come? All these things are defined by validation. A very important topic, so this is done. A very important topic that we do in business analysis is compliance. It's a particularly new topic, and you wouldn't find this topic in any of the books, especially Rita, because this topic has been added by PMI ATP material. But it's a very easy topic actually. You know what is compliance. You do health and safety compliance. Every organization have child protections compliance, environmental compliance, everyone knows that, quality compliance, risk compliance, your vehicle compliance. There are so many compliance in the project. So all these compliance come under the category of compliance. So compliance are identified and they are put into the risk register. That's why I said risk is very important, because those procurement compliance, they come here, audit, your money compliance, the IRR, tax compliance. So you put all the compliance as a threat, or compliance is always considered as negative. They are not considered as opportunity, they are considered as threat. Okay, unless it is specific, special case. They are put in a risk register, and just as we monitor the risk, we use them risk. We put specific addition on the quality compliance, how to handle quality, and what are the purposes that we are going to use quality compliance, how that is going to help us, procurement compliance, and all those things. So value analysis, we discuss AB, NPS, ROI, payback, NPV, IRR, business benefit to cost. Organization structure. Your organization can vary from project to project. You can have projectized organization in which the organization entire focus is on the project. Like most of the time the construction company comes, they want to make a bridge, they hire people temporary. Project manager has all the authority when the project is done, end of the company or end of that project. That's a projectized organization. Some organization just work for project, they are projectized organization. Whereas various organization works in the terms of functional. The terms are functional organization. So they are more for operational side. Then we have a matrix organization. I guess I can draw it. Okay. So matrix organization. So matrix organization is more basically a combination of projectized and functional organization. So if let's say if a project come in a functional organization, it becomes a matrix organization. It can be weak, medium, or strong depending upon the nature of the project that the company is doing. And if it is strong matrix, the authority more lies with the project manager. If it is weak matrix, the authority more lies on functional manager. If it is balanced, then we need to set a working agreement because authority is settled in between. Then we have virtual organization, we have hybrid organization, composite organizations. Okay, so configuration management. First of all, let's see what is change management. Anything that happens in project, any change that we deal in project, and I highly recommend you what journey of change request is done by change management plan, change control board, and that must be mentioned in the business environment. Every organization have a procedure how to handle the change. The governance system define how to handle the change in the project, that is managed by change control board. Change in the product is managed by configuration management system. How the products are going to change, especially version control, how you are going to handle the one version to another version, that is managed by configuration management plan, and it also come under governance of the project. OPA, EF, we discuss business case, discuss benefit, lesson learned. Throughout the project you are getting lesson, and throughout the project you are writing lesson learned. It's a misconception that lesson learns are written at the end of the project. They are written throughout the project, and at the end they are finalized. And if you are working in a predictive environment, we have lesson learned register. In agile environment, we have agile retrospective. So that at the end of each retrospective, we sit together to get the lesson and we implement them. And at the end of the project, like normal, we have every sprint or iteration, we have iteration retrospective or a sprint retrospective. At the end of an agile project, we have agile retrospective for the entire project, and we actually document that in lesson learned register. And both lesson learned register and the agile retrospective lessons are put into the lesson learned repository so that they can be used for future. Last and one of the most important topic, projects drive change. Any organization that does not follow change will be will be moved away from the market. Example of Nokia, example of Kodak is one of the biggest example of Amazon taking over the entire brands company is a very good example, because if you don't manage that change, you cannot manage that thing. How do you manage change? We have Kaizen, continuous improvement. Without putting a money, you do continuous improvement. Then we have a cycle, plan, do, study, act. The Demon cycle, plan, do, check, act, or plan, do, study, act, both are the same considered, but PMI mentioned more of a plan, do, study, act. So you can do Kaizen, you can do plan, do, study, act, you can identify the problem, but the basic is whenever a problem occurs, you do the root cause analysis, identify from it, and adopt, being adoptable, being agile mindset. That is what PMP considers. So that is everything you need to know about the 8% of the exam, business environment. So this is another edition in our journeys video. If you have not watched, I highly recommend for this video, before this video, watch journey of quality, procurement, risk, and journey of change request. That will give you a help. And also what the other journeys, so to get the context of those things, I will also put those journeys in the description that you can find it. And if you have not subscribed our YouTube channel, I highly recommend you do that. As you can see that our commitment is rising very high. We are putting more content than everyone else in the world. Today, even just today, we have put coaching call in which I solved the question. We put the journeys video, lesson learn video of a student. Then I put another video, then this one video. Same goes for LinkedIn. So guys, you don't want to miss this thing. We have everything there for you, and all of this is free of cost. And if you want to need our help, because you know all our programs are basically training and coaching, where everyone else in the world provides training and that's it, you are on your own. We provide coaching. We provide your coaching till you clear the exam. So our next batch is going to start on 10th of September. I guess we have only 3 or 4 seats. All the spots are filled. We only allow 20 students. So if you are considering that, if you have not joined training program, I highly recommend. We also have one-to-one program in which you can study one-to-one with me. So thank you very much for watching this video. And if you become PMP, do share with me. I would love to record your journey and share with others. Thank you very much. Live with passion and become PMP. Of initiation. Now the most important thing that is created in initiation is project charter. Project charter is simply the most important document. There are many questions: who creates the project charter, how the project charter is created. First thing, project charter is created and approved by the sponsor. It can be steering committee for the multi-projects, but it is approved by project sponsor, and he is the guy who at the end will even approve the project. So sponsor is the person. Project manager is actually getting authority in this process. Before that, project manager has no authority. Here we will be deciding the organization will be weak matrix, strong matrix, projectized, all those things. Project will be official. Okay, it's more of a project. Key deliverables will be there, key milestone, key stakeholders, all the key things. And another thing that is created with the project charter, as soon as the project charter is created, is assumption log. Now when we are creating the project charter, we are doing a lot of assumptions. For example, that the project manager will stay till the end of the project. This is an assumption. We are assuming it. Then we are also assuming we'll get a key stakeholder at a certain time. Again, an assumption. We are doing so many assumptions. So we have to make assumption log, and we need to revisit this assumption log at certain time. It is just like issue log, all the dates, time, responsibility, and when we are going to review it. Assumption is something that we consider as right or wrong without any kind of approval. Now the thing is that how the project charter and assumption logs are created. You see, it goes back to why project was started. Why project was started. We do need assessment, having all the feasibility, why we even need the project, how it is going to add into the organizational strategy, because project charter also tells us how it is adding to the overall organizational strategy, all those things. In need assessment, we do feasibility study of each and every type: operational feasibility, cost feasibility, like human feasibility, whatever you can say. From need assessment, we make business case. Now business case is only feasibility of cost benefit. It's more of a benefit to cost ratio. What are the benefits you are getting? What is the return on investment? How much money you are putting and getting back? The payback period, IRR, all those things are in the business case, the business side of the project. Then we also make benefit management plan. Now all the benefits are being identified, all those things have already been identified in the business case. In benefit management plan, we are also looking on the business value, the tangible benefit as well as intangible benefit. Business case is only monetary thing. Benefit management plan takes more thing, like how this will add or value, how brand recognition will be there. Because the purpose of project is to increase business value. And business value can be tangible value, intangible value. Tangible like money, assets, intangible value, brand recognition, reputation, all those things. Okay, so we make benefit management plan. We also have agreements signed with various organizations, OPS, EEF. We utilize all those things to make the project charter. Once the project charter is created, the project is officially authorized. Now, since the project manager has been appointed in the project charter, the first job the project manager do, he has identified key stakeholder. He will communicate project charter to key stakeholders so that they can know what can be expected from them, what are their roles and responsibility, what are the timeline. So important thing, he will communicate the project charter to the key stakeholders. Okay, and once he has done that, he start making stakeholder register, identifying the stakeholder. Guys, stakeholder is someone who can make or break the project. He needs to identify them, he needs to manage them, he needs to work on them. So he utilize whatever the tools and technique he has. EEF will be there to identify the stakeholders. OPS will be there, project charter, business document, benefit management plan, project management plan. And stakeholder identification is an iterative process. He can keep on identifying. Whenever a new stakeholder identified, he will put them again into a stakeholder register. And he can also use this pastel. Who are the political stakeholder, economical stakeholder, social stakeholder, technical stakeholder, legal stakeholder, environmental stakeholder, all the types of stakeholders. Who are they? He identify them. You can also see VUCA and all those things. Who are upward stakeholder, like whom I am gonna report. Who are my downward stakeholder? Who are reporting to me? Who are inward stakeholder? Who are outward stakeholder? So all those things he will identify. Now, once he has identified, he will categorize them using power interest matrix. People having high power, high interest. People having low power, high interest. People having high power, low interest. Low power, low interest. So people having high power, high interest like product owner, sponsor, all those people will come there and he will manage them closely. They are the most important stakeholders. They are the most important stakeholders. Then the stakeholder having high power but no interest, government people, maybe the CEO of company, he will keep them satisfied. It's his job to satisfy them however he can. Now people who have less power but they need information, he need to keep them informed. People having low power, low interest, we put them in watch list. We do not ignore them. Maybe at certain time of the project, we need to revisit it and their power get increased. So we need to see how to deal with them. Now we have a stakeholder register in which we have who are the stakeholders, what are their power, what are the interest, how we are gonna manage them, are gonna manage closely, keep them satisfied. Now, sometimes we can also make stakeholder engagement matrix at this stage or at planning stage. Stakeholder engagement matrix is basically a simple matrix in which we put the most important stakeholders here. Let's say Ali is a stakeholder, Ron is a stakeholder, John is Sarah. So, and putting and seeing what are their engagement state. Are they unaware of the project? Are they resistant of the project? Are they neutral of the project? Are they supporting or are they leading? What is their current engagement level and what is my desired engagement level? My mean the requirement of the project. So let's say Ali is currently unaware that Amer is providing PMP trainings. He is using success coaching system. He also have batch program once in a month and one-to-one program, and his success rate is 99.3. All those things. Having all those things, if you don't know me, if you don't have heard about me, if your current engagement level is unaware, you can never become a stakeholder. I can never reach you. I can never help you. But I need you for my project. I need to have some strategy that I change you from current to maybe neutral at this phase or supportive at this phase. So maybe your current engagement level is this. I need to make strategies how to change current engagement into desired. Actually, all those strategies how you will manage, they are comes under stakeholder engagement plan, but that comes later on in planning. So you put all the stakeholders current engagement level and desired, and maybe someone is here, you want them here, someone is here, you want them here. Someone is already sportive, you want them to be sportive. Okay, you want to maintain that relationship. Someone is currently sportive, you want them to be leading, especially at the start of the project. So you will put all those things, all their status in the stakeholder register. So we made project charter, we made assumption log, we made stakeholder register, and now this is done for initiation. Now you are ready to move to next phase. Now stakeholder register is a very important document. Project charter can be accessed by anyone. Depending upon the confidentiality of the project you are doing, you may not share your stakeholder register with other people. So this is an important thing to understand. So that's it from my side today. That's it all about initiation. I hope it has added value in your PMP journey. And if you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe. My commitment to this channel is increasing day by day, and I'm putting more and more content. And if you have not joined any PMP program, I highly recommend you can join our next batch that is going to start on 15th of October.
Now, planning is a very strange, difficult, and an interesting topic of PMP. 70% of the total material is basic in lean planning, whereas the questions that will come in planning does not have the same percentage. The questions are will come nearly 50 questions of the PMP exam will come from planning. So you need to master this not just for the those 50 questions, 40, 50 questions that we will get because the material is 70%. All the tools and techniques will be here. So, four to five important things that will happen in planning. First of all, project management plan will be created. What is a project management plan? It's a mother of all plans. It has all the plans inside it. Inside project management plan, there are three to four important things. The first thing is three baselines. When you combine these three baselines, you get the fourth baseline, which is also known as performance measurement baseline, but generally three baseline: scope baseline, schedule baseline, cost baseline. You combine these three baselines, you get performance measurement baselines. Then, what is are basically these baseline? Scope baseline tells you what you need to do. What you need to do. Schedule baseline tells you how much time you have to do that. Cost baseline tells you how much money you have to do that. Then the fourth important thing is that which team, which resource you needed to complete that task. For example, let me say if you want to make a house, what is the scope of house? Will it be 200 square feet? Will it be 1000 square feet? How many rooms will be there? This is a scope. How much time you have to complete each activity? This is schedule. How much money you needed? This is cost. Now, which resources you needed? That is resource management plan. Then, which thing can stop us from making this house? What are the risks? Now, risk can be positive or negative, but generally, when we heard the word risk, our mind says, "Oh, risk, it has to be negative," but it is also positive in PMP. So start thinking about the opportunity. Maybe the price of the cement can go down. Maybe the price of the bricks can go down. So you need to see what are the opportunities available. So you make a risk plan for complete. These five things are the key in planning. These five things are the most important key in planning that you need to do in order to clear the exam. So let's just phrase it in the under the lights of exam content outline. So when you enter into the planning, what two things you have in your hand? First thing is that you have project charter along with the assumption log. The second thing is stakeholder register. These are the basically three documents you have when you enter into the planning. What do? You have a meeting with the stakeholders to review the charter, to review the detailed requirement of the project. Initially in project charter, we have highlighted the high level requirement, high level constraint, high level assumption. Here we sit together with the stakeholder, start reviewing the lesson learned registered, start gathering the requirement, detailed requirement in order to establish detailed deliverables. Project charter has high level deliverable. Here we will have detailed deliverable, each thing in detail what we are going to make, what we are not going to. Then all these things will be written in project scope statement, which will go into scope baseline, which basically is a part of scope management plan. If I would say scope management plan and requirement management plan, basically ensure these things how requirements are collected and how scope is managed. Then once the scope management plan is made, we built basically schedule management plan to have deliverable time attached to it, to see when we need a specific milestone, what is the scope of those milestones, what are the resources we required in order to complete these things in a timely manner. Once we have scope overhand, when we have schedule at our hand, we go to the cost. We see what is the scope of this thing, how much time we have, which resources we required, what is the approved charter, and what are the estimation techniques we can utilize, and basically we make scope baseline in cost area. Then once that is done, we go to the fourth most important area, resource management, or as exam content outline also says that, human resource management. This is very important. Most of the author says that human resource is outdated, but still in this exam content outline we see the word of human resource management. So by human resource management or resource management, to define roles and responsibility of all team members, we see what are the types of resources, how you estimate it, all the guidance, all the theories will be given here. Then come the most important thing, you identify the communication requirement, right format, written, verbal, right information, who is authorized to give the information, who is not authorized, how to communicate, which medium to communicate, what are the requirement of stakeholders, organizational structure, and the important thing, flow of information. All these things are written in communication management plan. Once communication management plan is done according to the requirement of stakeholders, which are defined in stakeholder engagement plan, stakeholder management plan, by analyzing the needs of the stakeholder, their interest, their impact, and to see how we can effectively build a strategy that can change their current state to our desired state, so that stakeholder expectations can help us in engaging in the product deliverables. Once that is done, we go with the quality management plan. We define what are the quality standards of the projects, what are the standards that we have agreed with the customer based on the project scope and risk that can be posed. In order to prevent the defects, reworks, we need to eliminate that. Then we make a procurement plan in order to understanding the scope, schedule, cost. Sometimes we can make a thing, but it is time effective and cost effective that we procure things. So we write down everything in procurement management plan. We write make or buy decision there, source selection, things like there. Then we make a risk management plan. We get a risk register here in which we identify the risk, in which we make the plans qualitative, quantitative, both positive and negative risk. Everything is written there, the positive strategies and negative strategies. Once that is done, then we make a change management plan. Change management plan is very important because it defines how changes will be addressed, and how we are going to control these changes, and how we are going to track these changes. Once all these plans are made, we combine them and make a comprehensive project management plan. We present it to relevant stakeholders and we get it approved. Project management plan, including with all their plans and all the baselines, is approved by stakeholders according to the policies and procedures of the organization. Once plan is done, we are done with the planning. Now we are ready for kickoff meeting. Very important thing, kick-off meeting happen before execution and after, at the end of the planning. We conduct kick-off meeting. We communicate to all the important stakeholders that we are going to start the projects. We communicate key deliverables and other information so that we can get buy in, we can engage other stakeholders, and we can have their commitment. These are the important things that you need to understand and remember for your PMP exam, especially regarding to this topic, the planning topic. Once again, I will just summarize what are the most important thing. Three baselines are made: scope, schedule, cost, and we make resource we make resource management plan what are the resources we need to complete the task. And the last and most important thing is we make a risk register to see what can hinder our progress. And of course, we communicate the quality requirements, the procurement requirements through communication management plan, and we manage the stakeholder. If you can manage what I've just said, the planning area will be cleared. And if you can manage planning area, you can clear your exam. And this was the last video of the series of exam content outline. Master this exam content outline and PMP certification is yours. Thank you very much.
How you can clear all the questions related to execution. Now, execution is basically 31% of the exam. It is the biggest area of exam. 62 questions you can expect in exam from this area, from this domain. Now, important thing to understand is that only 10 process are there. Only 10 process are there. But we need to understand how these 10 process flow in all the areas. The most important thing is this is the area where we really do the work. This is the area for which everything is being done. Even if I go to very specific, direct and manage project work is the process out of all 49 process in which real work is being done. So you need to make sure you understand this. So let's, as our role is, let's just see the 7 step how you can do it. Now, since you are going to do the work, you are going to make something. The purpose of execution is to implement approved project management plan. The plan that was created, you need to implement that approved project management plan in this area. Now, in order to implement that plan, first you need resource. Resource can be of 4 type: manpower, material, machinery, and money. You need money, of course. You need machinery, computer, cranes, whatever. Material, raw materials, and manpower. As exam content outline says that human resources. I have seen that many students say that in PMBOK there is no word like human resource, so we cannot see that word in the exam. Remember, in the exam content outline, still we have the word of human resource. So the first thing is that you get the human resource, you acquire the human resource, you develop them. Once you acquire them physically or virtually, then you develop them by co-location, by Tuckman ladder. Then you manage them, and in managing all those conflicts thing, which you can see in journey of resource, you do all those things. You acquire, develop, and manage a resource. Now you have resource with them. Resource are basically acquired by 2 processes: procurement. You can hire the resources through procurement management plan or through resource management plan. Okay, if you are hiring from outside, then procurement, you are conducting procurement, getting the agreement, all those things. Resource management plan is there, acquiring, develop, manage team. Once the team is with you, the team start doing the work. They start doing the work, they start producing deliverable according to project management plan. But most importantly, this team ensure that all deliverables are produced according to quality standards that have been agreed in the quality management plan. So deliverables are being produced according to quality management plan. We are managing the quality. We are using the tools and technique of process analysis to ensure that quality standards are being implemented. While the work is being done, of course, we can have risk. Anything can happen. So whatever the risk response we have agreed, we implement those risk response by using influencing. Influencing, negotiation, communication skills in general is the most important skills required in execution. So we implement a risk plan by following risk management plan, risk response plan, taking action to minimize the impact of negative risk and maximizing for the opportunity. We are communicating everything according to communication management plan. Remember, there is a process manage communication. We have input as work performance report, output as project communication. This is the post office complete project. We are communicating each and everything through this one process. We are ensuring all communication is being done through this one process. So we are doing communication, and we are doing communication with who? We are doing communication with the stakeholders. We see the flow of communication. We understand formal communication, informal communication. We are managing stakeholder, their current, and ensuring their current and desired is according to our requirement. Stakeholder engagement plans tells us that what are the strategies we need to implement here, and we utilize communication plan to implement those strategies. We maintain relationship with them. And most importantly, if there is any changes that are deliverable, if we need to take any preventive action, corrective action, and defect repair, change request is generated in all the 10 processes of execution. All 10 processes: direct and manage work, lesson learn. All the 10 processes: direct and manage work, lesson learn, acquire, develop, manage team, manage quality, manage communication, implement risk, uh, acquired well managed is already conduct procurement, manage stakeholder. In all, almost, change request is being generated. Change request can be for corrective action, preventive action, or defect repair. Change request goes to perform integrated change control, and approved change request goes as input to direct and manage work, and they are implemented. And of course, we are writing lesson learned registered. Basically, we are integrating lesson learned with the previous knowledge with the new knowledge. We are combining these knowledge and updating our lesson learned register. So the key to clear execution question is to understand direct and manage works has four output: deliverables, how deliverable moves, data, and deliverables are being produced with the help of quality, and the team is there to make the deliverable. So let's say a deliverable is being produced. We need resources to produce deliverable. Resource get acquired, develop, manage. We have quality to ensure that the deliverables is according to quality, that is manage quality. And we are communicating these deliverables through managed communication to whom? To stakeholders. And we are ensuring that procurement is being done. So all the process are integrating, and if there is something to damage the deliverable, we implement the risk response, data, change request, issue. If there is an issue, issue is also being produced. So this is, I would say, the overall journey of execution. Master this journey. Master execution process, resource acquisition and management, execution as per the plan, quality activity, approved change request, risk management, communication, conflict management, stakeholder relationship. You can clear your exam in flying color, because you are going to get 31% of your exam from this area. Thank you.
Live series video. We have already done closing. Closing was the first video. Then we did initiation. Then we did execution. This is the fourth video of exam content outline. The reason for making this video is that many students were saying that they are getting questions regarding exam content outline. So in like 5 to 10 minutes maximum, I'm trying to summarize what they can expect and what they need to understand for exam point of view. Okay, now the topic is monitoring and control process group. Monitoring and control process group is like 25% of the exam. We can say approximately 50 question, and the purpose of monitoring and control is just that. You compared your project management plan, approved project management plan, with the work you have done. Plan versus actual. That's it. You compare plan versus actual, and what do you get? Once you compare plan with actual, you get variance. Okay, now the variance can be positive. If the variance is positive, this means we are doing good. The variance is negative, this means we are doing something bad, or we have done something bad. If the variance is zero, we are on the plan. Now the variance can be in the form of schedule variance, like SV, earned value minus planned value. It can be form of schedule performance index. It can be in form of cost variance, earned value minus actual cost, or CPI, earned value divided by actual cost. So this is one type of variance. Further, we analyze in this process what are the reasons of this variance. We do cost benefit analysis, We do root cause analysis to go to the real reason why the variance is there. Then we, from the alternate analysis, we see what are the options to follow and which is the number one option, and we combine cost benefit analysis with it. Then we do basically control charts, all those control things. So variance is the first thing in this. Basically, what is meant by variance, we are using project performance measurement. We are checking the performance of the project through appropriate tools, of course, and we quantify them through these things, and we recommend corrective actions. Once there's a variance and we have identified the variance is negative, then we issue change request. From validate scope till stakeholders, all monitoring and control process generate change request. Also monitoring and control project also generate change request. And all these change requests goes to one process, perform integrated change control. The first step is to see the variances, measure the performance. Second step is to generate change request and approve change request integrated through integrated procedure. And the third step is to check the deliverables. First, we check deliverables internally in the control quality. We are verifying that we have met the agreed quality standards using appropriate tools and technique, of course, to meet the business requirement. And then we get the formal acceptance of these deliverable in validate scope from the client. We get the formal acceptance of deliverables from the client. Of course, once you are producing deliverables, you have to monitor the risk. You have to ensure no other risk gets there. You do risk audit to check the performance of the risk. You monitor and reassess the risk. You check a residual risk. You basically check the secondary risk. All these things are there. Now, once the risk has acted, it becomes issue. Risk is probability into impact. The probability is 100%, then it's an issue. We need to review the issue log. We need to manage the issue log. We need to update. And if they are if it is necessary to determine corrective action by using, of course, tools and technique that are required for the issue. And then on all the areas, whatever the risk has occurred, whatever the variance has occurred, and we have find out the reason of the variance. We write lesson learns. We document the lesson learns so that we can use that in future. And of course, we if we have done procurement, we close the procurement here. Very important, in closing the procurement, we are inspecting the deliverables, and if contract allows us, we are doing the audit of procurement process. And finally, if we do not reach to agreement, we have alternate dispute resolution there, and if it is not required, then close the project. So seven important things are being done. The first and most important is we are measuring the performance, checking the variances. Second thing, doing the change request, all those integrated change control procedure. Then we are verifying the deliverable journey. We are checking the risk, issues, writing the lesson, and closing the procurement. And most importantly, I would agree that here, like change request is also coming from execution, even initiation, identify stakeholder, even planning from collect requirement. So change request is the biggest area. You are communicating the needs of stakeholder here. Of course, you are controlling the resource and closing the resource. You are giving forecast of schedule, accepting deliverable. So some flow you need to remember. The first flow of deliverable journey. It comes deliverable to control quality, then it goes to validate scope, then closing. Then you need to see the journey of work performance data journey. All the data comes in from validate scope till stakeholder has input and becomes work performance information. This information goes to integration of monitoring and control and become work performance report. The third journey is journey of change request. The fourth journey, journey of procurement, how the procurement get closed. Then the journey of risk, how risk are being reassessed and how issues are being updated and how lesson learns are being done. If you master all the things I have just said, you can ace 25% of your exam, and that is 50 questions. And once you clear these 50 questions, you can clear your exam in the best possible way. So see you in the next video of planning.
Of closing. Now you have done everything. Now it's the time to close the project. Most of the time, people consider this topic as most difficult topic. So let me make it very simple for you guys. First of all, we can only start closing in two ways. Either you have completed the project, your deliverables have been finalized, or you got like accepted deliverables, you can say like. So step number one, you have your deliverable have passed through quality and then client, and they have become accepted deliverable. You have accepted deliverable. Or second thing is that your project got terminated, cancelled, whatever the reason. In both cases, closing remains same. In both cases, closing remain same. Okay, so you got accepted deliverable. All those accepted deliverable are coming down, and they are also bringing few documents with that for closing. You get all the project documents, all 33 documents. Your plan, you are getting procurement documents, your business documents. These are very important because at the end you are going to measure how much benefits you have received. What are the benefits that were imagined and have done? Your of course project charter, accepted deliverable is always there, and OPS so that you can update your lesson learned registers, EF just to see in the context. So very important thing, you need 8 things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things. Then they come to you. Now you have all those things. Now you do analysis on them. You do meetings. You want them in a meeting to see how much you have done. You do regression analysis, like checking the variable, increasing one, decreasing them, find out the correlation. Okay, how this factor has done, and of course variance analysis. You perform all those things, and you get, if the project is approved, you get the final product. The first step of closing, final product. You get the final product, you start handing it over. You start handing it over to the client. Hey, this is my final product. You start handing over. Like the transition process is there. This is more of a transition process has been started. In the meantime, final report is being written. You start writing final report. Project documents are start being updated. You start writing lesson learned. Okay. Once final report is finalized, lesson learns are updated, they are checked, lesson learns are put into the lesson learned repository. All the project documents are put into project documents archive. Final report is submitted to the sponsor. If the sponsor approved, we communicate following communication management plan. All the lessons, all those things are done. Then we start closing contracts, all the procurement contracts or open issues, or the lessons will be there, and now we release the team. This is very important, very critical. You cannot release the team without closing all those things. Hey guys, who will write down these things? Project manager? No. So you need maybe 20-30% of the team there, but this depends again on your team management plan, resource management plan. But you cannot release the entire team. Even if the project is terminated, you need to update all those things, get the lesson learned, update the documents archive, close in a professional way, do administrative closure, all those things, release that team, and finally you need to celebrate the success. So putting the closing process again, the accepted deliverable are converted into final product. We hand over it to the customer. It goes into the transition phase or warranty phase. You start updating documents. You archive the document. You write down the lesson learned. Put the lesson learned into the lesson learned repository. You write the final report with all the lessons. Even it's terminated. What did well? What can be improved? All those things. You give it to sponsor. Approved it. Once all those things are done, procurement documents are closed. The issues are highlighted, everything is closed. You release the team, you close the project, and you celebrate the success. Very important and very small journey of closing. I hope you enjoyed it, and this is a very important journey. I'm thinking also to make on initiation, planning, execution, just in case you can understand the flow of the process in the future. Guys, if you have not subscribed the channel, do subscribe it. Our commitment to the YouTube is increasing day by day. And if you have not done PMP yet and thinking about the program, we can have one-to-one program that is suitable to you. If you have done training already, if you have failed already, and you don't have so much time and want to clear exam, we can help you clear in 3 or 4 weeks. Or you can join our batch program starting on 10th of September, but only 2 slots are left in that program. See you, bye bye, and become a certified PMP. Live with passion.
The purpose the projects are created is straightforward. Projects are created to generate value. Nothing more, nothing less. Organization want value for them. Individual want value for them. We can call value as a business value or a value. It remains the same thing. We hire project manager to generate that business value. Who defines the value? Stakeholder defines that what is business value. Stakeholder can be customer, anyone, whoever is there, he defines what the business value will be for that. The project role of a project manager is more of a servant leader, or as pmbok 7th now called it as a stewardship. So it's the same thing as a servant leader. While managing the business value, we need to ensure we deliver quality, scope, schedule, cost, those constraints, manage risk. And a very important thing, we need to tailor each project according to its uncertainty, according to its complexity. So we need to manage the project in this particular way. For the projects, of course, we need to do procurements also. We need, like we decide, should we want to buy or should we want to make it? We decide all those things in the project. But as a project manager, the most important thing is straightforward. Project manager need to deliver value. That's why the projects are created. That's why the project manager is there. And project manager uses resources, also known as team, to generate that particular value. Team is there to assist the project manager to generate that value. If the team is not there, the project manager may not be able to generate that value. So one of his main job in the organization is to manage team, who eventually will manage the stakeholders in any particular organization. So when we are delivering value and when we are doing this thing, these things become extreme complex. If you just look at these pillars, like these are 10 to 12, sometimes it goes to more. So as a project manager, we need to have a holistic view, the overall view of every single thing. For example, right, a few minutes back, Shaji said about exam content outline. Then other thing, if I am the project manager of this project and the project is to make you certified PMP, I need to have a holistic view of each thing. Holistic is a fancy word, mean you need to be an integrator. You need to do integration to ensure that every single piece of the puzzles comes together to make the puzzle complete. Every single picture, every single part comes together in a finite way to make the entire picture. So project manager, in order to deliver value, uses this thing, holistic or integration, is called as system thinking. This is called as system thinking in the project. So this is the entire framework of the project. Entire thing on which pmbok 7th or standards are based. Entire thing on which you will be questioned. Entire thing on which pmbok 6 was based or ECO is based. So if you have any question on that, please ask. System thinking is just integration, a fancy word to say you need to look at everything. For example, if you are changing scope, you need to look at the schedule, cost, quality, procurement, risk, how that is affected. It's not that you just change one thing without understanding every other thing. When you change one parameter, other parameters need to be taken in consideration, right?
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
So as the projects are created to deliver the business value. So if we go towards the first document that defines the business value is business case, giving us cost benefit analysis, the monetary terms. Then we get benefit management plan in which benefits are defined. It is defined who will be the owner of the benefit and when the benefits will be delivered. What are the tangible, non-tangible thing? So these both are having value. From there, we get these two are called as business document. From there, we get project charter. Once the project charter is created, now the project is formalized. If the project is stopped here, this is a phase gate or stage gate, there's no project at all. There's no project manager. Once the project charter get formalized, we get project manager. He has a power. Which type of power he will have? Project charter define. What are the high level scope, schedule, cost, quality, procurement? What is the value you are looking for? Project charter will define. Once the project charter is created, alongside project charter, project manager, after project charter, he create assumption log. Assumption log has all the assumption of the project, all the assumption of the project, like the resource will not be available, this thing will happen, this thing will happen, things like that. For example, no one ever assumed that there can be a war. There can be a war. So that's an assumption. Maybe if someone has put that there can be a conflict while we are doing project. How many projects have been cancelled in the Europe because of current conflict going on, right? And if it was not in the assumption log or if it was not in the risk register, they would have a problem, right? If they had identified that everything in assumption log, because assumption log is assume either true or false, either true or fall without proof. All of them are risk. So all the things that we put here in assumption log, they goes to the risk register later on. That's an important point to understand. Once assumption log is ready, we have the assumption log with us. We have the project charter. Now the most important things start happening. The most important thing is we start identifying the stakeholders. We use everything which we have, project charter. We already have key stakeholders here. Okay. And once the project charter is and assumption log is done, we share project charter to these key stakeholders so that they know their responsibilities, what is expected of them, like who has what key responsibility, so that no milestone is missed. So we further identify the stakeholders utilizing project documents, lesson learned, past lesson learned, using expert judgment, asking sponsor, whatever tools are available at our arsenal. We use that to identify all the stakeholders. Once all the stakeholders are identified, we need to analyze them. Identify, then analyze the stakeholder, then prioritize them, then manage them, and keep doing that. Okay, this keep on happening. You identify them, put them into stakeholder register. We see who are upward stakeholder, downward stakeholder, sideward, and things like that. We identify all the stakeholders and put them into stakeholder. We put them into the stakeholder register. So once the stakeholder register, it's a live document, and unless it is necessary, we don't share the stakeholder register with any single individual. In most cases, not even with the sponsor. Now stakeholder register is ready. We know who are the stakeholders, what is their power, what is their interest. We put power interest grid, and if they have higher power, high interest, we manage them closely If they have low power, low interest, we just put them into the watch list for future. If they have high power, low interest, they don't have interest, but they have a power. We need to keep them satisfied. If they have no power, but they have interest, we need to keep them informed. We need to put who are the upward, downward stakeholder, sideward. This is power interest matrix, 2D. If we make it 3D, geography, altitude, it becomes stakeholder cube. If we have another way to classify, salience model, we use power, urgency, and legitimacy to classify stakeholder in salience model. But power interest grid is the most used or the most asked in the PMP exam. So that is a very important thing. Now stakeholders are there. Now comes an interesting step. Now we look at the scope of the project. We have the project charter, we have the sponsor, we have stakeholders. We look at the scope. Now, what do we look at the scope? And the second thing, we look at the changes, which also basically goes into the how we want to have changes. Is our scope fixed, or is it evolving? Is it variable? And how do we want to have delivery? We'll look at this thing. And according to that, we will select the life cycle. So if I make, there can also be other things, technology involved, how much we know, how much the budget, but these are the two important factors. Is scope fix or evolving, or do we want a single delivery, or we want a incremental delivery? How do we want that? So let's put it, number of changes here and delivery here. If scope is like fix and you have, this is single delivery, this is a number of delivery, no change can be maximum change. If the scope is fixed and we want single delivery, we of course go towards the predictive life cycle. Like building a house, we don't want to have any kind of change in building the house. That is a fixed thing. But if the changes are less, but we need multiple deliveries, we need multiple delivery. So we use incremental, like e-learning session, anything, like any drama series. Any drama series, how they come, any serial like Money Heist, one episode, two, one season, then the next season, then the next season. It's an incremental. So if you want single delivery, but things can change a lot, we make prototype in that example. So we use iterative life cycle. If both things can change, we use agile. This iterative, incremental, agile, all three are called as change driven or adaptive life cycle. Okay. Normally, normal projects are neither 100% predictive nor 100% agile. They are a mix of predictive and agile in one way or another, and they are called as hybrid. Every single project, every single project is maybe minimum 1% hybrid, 1% predictive, 99% agile, or whatever the mix is there. It's always hybrid. I don't know any single project that does not have, maybe, but right now, no project in my memory. Any questions so far? Now, let's say here we had a decision to make. The decision was this, for now, because we will discuss both predictive and agile. Let's say we decided that the scope is predictive. Okay, the scope is fixed and we want single delivery. This means we go towards predictive life cycle. Okay, predictive way of doing it. Predictive way of doing a certain things. Okay, we have decided. Now everything will be tailored according to that context. Context matters. If it was agile, the things would be different. Now it is predictive. So the first thing is that we need to collect requirements, and we use requirement management plan to, as a guidance to collect all the requirements, having a lot of techniques, facilitation technique. Just like identifying the stakeholder, it has a lot of techniques, even more, uh, focus group, expert judgment, context diagram, prototyping, whatever techniques, document analysis you used. The purpose is to get all the requirement. Here we don't put any filter. We get as many requirement as possible. Once we get all the requirement, we put all the requirement into requirement traceability matrix. That's an Excel sheet that traces the requirement from start till end. What are the requirements throughout the project? Requirement traceability matrix. Once we have requirement traceability matrix with us, we also have requirement documentation. Requirement documentation is basically classifying the requirement as a functional, non-functional, solution, stakeholder, and other categories. So we have all the requirement, maybe 10,000 or a million requirement, what depending upon the project. Okay. So for example, if you are working in a hydropower project, there are stakeholders requirement like locals have requirement, please make a school for us. In big projects, they do have fund for that. So some requirements we do accept, some requirement we cannot do. Okay. So now through the requirement management plan, we collected the requirement using various tools and technique. We get requirement documentation, requirement traceability matrix. Now we put the scope filter. This is which is defined in the scope management plan. How to make a scope baseline? It is defined in the scope management plan. In all the requirement, we put the scope filter. It can be Moscow. What are the must requirement, should requirement, could requirement, or we divide the product and do the value engineering product analysis. We check what are the requirement in the product in a systematic way to do. And when let's say we collected all the requirement here, the requirement that passes the scope filter can be like this. It can be 1 million. As a result, we can may have 10,000 requirement after scope filter. These all the requirements, it contains everything that we will do into the project. Everything, whatever goes into this, what we call as project scope statement. Everything in project scope statement we need to do. What are the assumptions of the project? What are the constraint? What are the limitation? What are the requirement? What are these classification we put in project scope statement? Some people get confused between project charter and project scope statement. Project charter has a high level requirement. We want to make a hotel. That's a project charter, maybe having 2000 room and something like that. That's project charter. Project scope statement is we want a hotel with this room, having this lightning, this thing, these many washroom, these many kitchen. We need a swimming pool. We need a gym. Each room should have these many lights. Each room should be air conditioned. It should have everything which you can imagine in minute detail must be present in project scope statement. So once the project scope statement is done, then the next step is we divide the work into small manageable parts. That is called as work breakdown structure. Okay. Work breakdown structure, hierarchical breakdown of work into manageable parts. Okay. We divide it according to our requirement, according to the WBS standards as defined in the by the organization. Okay. So the lowest part of WBS is called as work package. The highest part, this one after deliverable, is called as control account. In between we have planning package. Along the WBS, we get WBS dictionary to understand what each work package or control account or management account means actually. We need to understand what does this mean. So what are the assumption, what are each detail of each of these will be defined by WBS dictionary. These numbers that we give them, okay, like 1.2.1.2.3, this is called as code of account, and WBS refer to them, and WBS dictionary also refer to them and provide all the detail. Once WBS is done, dictionary is done, project scope statement is done, we combine them, we go to a sponsor, and if we get approved, we get our first baseline, and that is scope baseline. That is the scope baseline. Now scope baseline is ready. Every work that you need to do, it must follow the scope baseline. If anything is not inside it, we will not do. Okay. Let's say customer wants to add something. They need to follow change control procedure. They have to go to change control procedure. And if after change control procedure, it is approved, then we add it to the scope baseline. Okay. And if it is not approved, it is not done. The purpose is that why we have a change control procedure to avoid scope creep. What is scope creep? The customer keep on adding the requirement. We don't want that. No, no, no. In predictive, straightforward, scope is fixed, delivery is single. Okay. And if we add something additional, that is basically called as uh, gold plating. So these things happen in controlling the scope. Now, once the scope is ready, the next thing is schedule or schedule. Schedule management plan help us guide us how to make the schedule, which software to use, what is the tolerance, what are the best practices according to the organizational process assets. That is OPS. OPS, what is OPS? Like there are two factors that affect the project, OPS and EEF. OPS are tools and templates, lesson learn register comes there, organizational policies, procedures come there. EEF are enterprise environmental factor, which can be internal or external, that define how the project is carried out, what are the resources available, how much the money your country has, what is the currency available, what are the local holidays, what are the culture, what are the customs, all those things comes EF. I love to define EF into pastel. What are the political requirement, environmental, social, technical, legal, economical, all the pastel requirement we look in the EAF. So being said that, through schedule management plan we go back and we go back to the work package, and through work package we divide the work further into smaller parts. We further decompose the work. The tool and technique we use is decomposition. We get activity list, the list of activity A, B, C, D, E, and activity attributes telling us, hey, what does A mean, what does B mean, what does C mean. And we get a milestone list that has all the milestones of the project. We get a kind of get a milestone chart also, that what are the milestones in the project, what are the dependencies, and most of the time payments are attached to the milestone. Milestone is anything that has a zero duration and it has a significance importance. Being said that, in activity attributes is also mentioned the relationship between two activities. Let's say these are two activities, activity A and activity B. Activity A is called predecessor, the before activity. Activity B is called successor, the later activity. So we have a relationship. We can have four type of relationship. The most logical and the most used is finish to start. Then we can also have start to start. We can have finish to finish, start to start, finish to finish, or the least one is start to finish, the opposite of finish to start. Okay. So which relationship you use depend upon the activities you are using. Now, normally, once activity A ends, the activity B starts. Let's take the example of finish to start. But if the activity B does not start, we say there's a lag between the activities. The activities are delayed. There's a lag between the activities. The activity B is delayed. Or activity starts before, we call the activity B or successor activities leading. So lead and lag is a very important concept to understand once activities are leading or when activities are lagging in any particular project. So activity can also have dependencies on them. The dependencies can be mandatory dependencies that is called as hard logic, or it can has discretionary dependency, also known as soft logic. Mandatory, hard logic, discretionary, soft logic. It can be internal as well as external, both of them. Okay. Mandatory dependency, discretionary dependencies. Now we have this relationship. We know this thing. Now the next thing come to estimate that the time each activity will take or the cost each activity will take if we are calculating cost. Activity A, let's say activity A is building a house 200 square feet, and we have already built a house previously 200 square feet in the past. We use the same duration as we use in the past. That technique is called as analogous estimation. Same estimation. Analogous estimation, same estimation. Or If we have made 100 square feet in the past and now we use the parameters of the past and multiply it by 2, this is called parametric estimation. Or the third estimation is bottom up estimation. We calculate, okay, how much this will take, how much this will take, how much this will take. We add each thing and from bottom we move towards upward. It is called as bottom up estimation. In these three estimation, bottom up estimation is the most accurate estimation that we can use. Bottom up estimation, these are all 1 point estimation. We also use a estimation that is, instead of 1 point we have multiple points, that is 3 points. Optimistic, the minimum duration; pessimistic, the maximum duration; most likely, the general duration. We have triangular distribution for that: optimistic plus pessimistic plus most likely, or beta distribution, which is called as PERT also: optimistic for most likely plus pessimistic. So this is the way how we calculate the time or cost of any activity in the project. Once we have all these things, we combine these activity using precedence diagramming method. Okay, we combine these activities, and whatever is the duration of the longest path, we called the longest part in the project is called critical path. This method is a critical path method, and once we add all the duration, we get the schedule baseline. We get the schedule baseline. So we had the schedule baseline at our hand. Now the next thing is the management ask how to decrease the schedule. How to decrease the schedule. So we have technique schedule compression. We have two techniques for schedule compression: crashing and fast tracking. In crashing, resources are added. In fast tracking, activities are made parallel. So since resources are added, resources cost money. In crashing, in crashing, as a result, the cost increases. In crashing, as a result, the cost increasing. In fast tracking, as a result, risk increases. And fast tracking, as a result, risk increases. Now, sometime like it happened in COVID, the resource can be very rare. The resources are very rare, and we need to plan according to the resource availability. So there are two techniques to manage the resources. Resource, that is called resource optimization technique. One is resource leveling. It manages every resource and manage the project according to the resource availability. We are leveling the project according to the resource availability. But as a result, in resource leveling, schedules get increased. So management sometimes says, okay, resources are rare, but one thing is for sure, we are not increasing the schedule. So in that case, we use resource smoothing. We optimize in between, but we don't let the schedule increase. So that's everything you need to know about scheduling. Any question, please ask. Once we have scope baseline, schedule baseline, the next step become cost baseline. How we can work into how we basically want to handle the cost. The cost management plan, it defines which type of currency you are going to use, what is your tolerance, how you are going to do financing, getting the money, who is providing you the money. We also described here what will be the how we are going to make a funding limit reconciliation. You don't get the entire money, or you don't give an entire money, you put limits there. Okay, this work is done, then the money, then the money, then the money. So these are called as funding limit reconciliation. We use the same technique to calculate each activity cost and use cost aggregation, just like bottom up, to calculate the entire cost baseline. A very important thing to understand is that cost baseline is include activity cost plus contingency reserves. Contingency reserves. Contingency reserves are the money amount that we put for any identified risk, for any known unknown. We know something bad can happen. If we know something, we need to plan for that. So we put a money aside and we put it into the cost baseline. And then of course the estimation which we have done, that is cost baseline. But the project budget is something different. Project budget is cost baseline plus management reserve, which means cost of each activity plus contingency reserves plus management reserves. This means this management reserve the team does not know. Depending from the project to project, the project manager may know, the project manager may not know. So it depends from project to project. Okay, this is how the budget is calculated. Then at any time, if you want to measure how you are doing in your schedule or how you are doing cost wise, we have formula for schedule variance and value minus planned value. If it is equal to zero or greater than one, it's a good thing. If it is less than one, it's a bad thing. You have a variance. You need to improve your process. Similarly, we can put it into schedule performance index and value divided by planned value. Greater than one is a good thing. Equal to one is okay. Less than one is bad thing. Cost variance, just like this, and value minus actual cost. Exactly the same. Greater than zero, equal to zero, okay. Less than zero, negative is bad thing. And if you put CPI, cost performance index, and value divided by actual cost, equal to one or greater than one is a good thing, less than one, bad thing. Okay. The entire budget of the project is called budget at completion. If that budget is not valid, we calculate a new budget. The new budget is calculated as estimate at completion, budget at completion divided by cost performance index. Okay. We neither have, this is the most important formula for that, but we also have actual cost plus how much more money will be required. Of course, now, let's say I have spent this much money. If I need to see how much more money is required, I put how much money I have spent. That is spent now. That is gone. How much more money I need to complete a particular project. These get estimated completion. One other formula we use is to complete performance index. This is opposite of CPI. The management is asking you, will you be able to complete the work in fund? Okay, will you be able to complete the work in fund? What do I mean by opposite of CPI? TCPI less than one is a good thing. TCPI less than one is a good thing. CPI greater than one was good. Okay, that's it. You need to know about the costing. These are the important things you need to know about the costing. Schedule baseline. We went back to the stakeholders. We had make a stakeholder register. Now the stakeholders that are high power, high interest, we put them into stakeholder engagement metrics. We check what is their current engagement level and what is their desired engagement level. So we check what are the strategy required to change the current engagement into desired engagement. Current engagement into desired engagement. The strategies, whatever the strategies are, we put those strategies into stakeholder engagement plan. We put all the strategies into stakeholder engagement plan. Now, along the stakeholder engagement plan, once the plan is done, plan is approved, the sponsor approved the plan. Once the plan is approved, along the stakeholder plan, we make another plan that is called as communication management plan. In communication management plan, we decide four important things: right information at right time to the right stakeholder to have the right impact. Right information, right time to right stakeholder to have right impact. But easy said than being done. Project manager, 90% job is to manage the stakeholders, is to use the communication management plan. Like which communication plan will tell you which format to use. Are you going to do formal communication, informal communication? Which type of reporting? What will the frequency of reporting? Which language you are going to use? How the diversity will be managed? How you will ensure that the diversity is ensured? Which technology is going to use? Are you going to use push communication, pull, interactive? How many channels of the communications are? How you are going to do that communication? Each and every single thing that is regarding the communication frequency, all those things happen in communication management plan. Many students get confused difference between stakeholder engagement plan and communication plan. Stakeholder engagement plan is all about the strategies that you need to change current engagement into desired engagement plan. Anything that talks about formal, informal, frequency, language, uh, level of detail, it goes about communication management plan. I hope that is clear once for all. Now, once these two plans are approved and done, now we go to the one of the most important plan of the PMP. That is team management plan or resource management plan or human resource management plan. All the names are used for this thing. So I love to use Tuckman ladder to explain this thing in the context. But before that, Tuckman ladder or stages of team. So we have productive time here and productivity here. The first thing before even the team members can come, you need to identify which type of resources you need. You need virtual resources or you need physical resources. If you need virtual resources, you need to understand the challenges about the virtual resources. Okay, like virtual team members get bored. Virtual team member needs to be engaged in the entirely different dynamics. Okay, in the entirely different, for example, the virtual people are there, we are right now in a virtual way, so who is using the mobile and looking at things, there's so many things going on right around. For example, if you belongs to the Pakistan, right now Pakistan Super League is going on. If you belong to Europe, there are Ukraine Europe clashes, and there are so many other things that you need to do, you want to do, so you can be doing that. So you need to ensure how to engage the people in the virtual team. Has challenges, then the internet problem and so many other things, you need to identify them, how you are going to handle all those challenges. And if you are going to have physical resources, then you need to identify a different kind of challenges, the accommodation, their security, their transportation, food, water. Maybe you don't provide those things in your contract. Many organizations don't provide food, transport, or even water, but you need to make sure those things are available. If you go into a desert and the project is being done in the desert, you say no, it is on the workers, they find their accommodation. No, it is your responsibility to make sure as a project manager that your resources are properly equipped, not just from the nut and bolts type, but everything. If they are not properly relaxed in night, they haven't slept properly, how you expect them to work in the day? This is the uh, project manager responsibility, not procurement manager or admin manager. At the end of the day, project manager is responsible to provide the value to the stakeholder, and stakeholder does not care that the admin manager did not arrange proper equipment or procurement manager failed. So this is your responsibility. So being said that, in addition to that, even its virtual team, even its physical team, you also need to do what type of skills are required, what skills you need to the team. For example, if I talked about a pure predictive environment, you need a planning engineer, you need a costing engineer, you need an IT engineer, you need an admin person, you need so many other electrician, mechanics, so many team members are required at multiple levels. You need to identify level, their skills, their experience, what tools they can use, and you put that all those things. And if you have team members already worked with you, that is called as pre-assignment. So you are getting him, what on what basis you are getting him, you need to put that thing into the plan also. So once all these things are done, then the team comes to you. That is the forming stage. The team is new, they are directionless, they don't know. You act like a, you give them direction, directive nature is there. The most important document for the team is created here, team charter, which defines what are the ground rules, what are the vision for the team, how the team is going to handle the conflict, how the team is going to look for each other. Everything must be put in this. And the best thing is that the team makes the ground rule, the team makes the team charter. But if the team is not there, you need to make sure that the team charter is being produced. That is important thing. So once the form in the forming, everyone is trained. Slowly the people start having conflict, and we reached into the storming stage where people are having conflict. So you need to act like a coach, you need to guide them, you need to understand them. When I talk about understanding them, there are multiple things that you need to have. The most important is emotional intelligence. What is emotional intelligence? It consists of 3 to 4 things basically. First, understand yourself. Okay, like it all starts with you. Okay, so understand yourself. How, what is your management style? How do you get tickle? And then manage yourself. First manage yourself, then talk about other person. This is a very important thing. This is the first thing, we start thinking about other person. Most of the time the problem is with you. Make sense? The problem is with you. So understand yourself, manage yourself. Then understand others, understand their motivation, like how they are motivated. Now in motivation, we know there are multiple things. There is Maslow hierarchy of need. Maslow hierarchy of need says that unless lower needs are not satisfied, we will even not think about the other needs. Na? For example, if team member is, as I was giving the example before, if the team member is unable to sleep in the night because of mosquitoes or because there was no air condition, he will be not motivated to work. As simple as it can be. If he is not properly rested, he will not be working tomorrow. So that's Maslow hierarchy of need. Then we need to look at Herzberg theory of motivation. That says that okay, there is hygiene agent, working condition is good, well done, but they are not motivated still. Why? You are not providing the work that they like. You haven't done SWOT analysis. You haven't done attitudinal survey, what people like, and give them work according to them. Right? For example, in the entire batch program or one-to-one program, I never said that I will summarize the entire PMP, but I am doing that. Why? I love this. I keep on identifying the ways how I can add value to my students. And last week I identified, okay, maybe let's get them together and give a quick summary so that some of the questions can be answered properly. This is my strength. Identify that, identify what are the requirement. So you need to do that. Maybe, and maybe you need to look at motivating agent, opportunity, growth. Giving salary all the time does not motivate anyone. Like when you are looking at recognition and rewards to the team member, money does not help every single time. Sometimes saying well done Naveed, you did a nice job in front of the entire team, it will be enough for Naveed to get motivated, right? It, and most of the time it is the teams who praises team members in front of others, they work better. This is an important emotional thing. Praise everyone in front of each other. And if you want to have some other things to say them in personal, direct and in person. Because if you like kind of said everything in front of everybody, the people can take it personal, or other things can happen that you haven't even identified that. So that's an important thing to understand. What motivate that Herzberg theory of motivation. Then what is your motivating style? Theory, how your organization work? Theory X, theory Y. Theory X, that we continuously monitor the people, and theory Y, we let them grow themselves. Theory X, theory Y is very important, especially in this virtual environment, in the team, which the teams are operating. Then you also need to understand what are the expectations behind every team member. Guys, whenever you join the program, I normally ask what are your strengths, weaknesses, how you, what is your learning style. Why? I am trying to understand your expectancy, which point to trigger, how to work with you, what are your expectations, expectancy theory. So you use your social skills, your communication skills, your leadership skills to understand other people, what are, why they feel something. And then understanding empathy. Empathy is different from sympathy. Sympathy is like if someone is weeping, you start crying. Empathy is understanding the need, the reason behind why they feel something like that. What is the reason? We can work them. So this is important in emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, these five things, and the motivational theory I just said, they are important for exam. Then it is also possible. Kashyap, please stop typing, stop drawing. So this is important to understand this thing, how this work, how this happens. And throughout the project, Throughout the project, you identify training needs, provide the training, and at the end of the trainings, you measure outcomes. It is possible that the team has a conflict. Maybe they need trainings, they need team building trainings, or you need individual training. Whatever the reason is, the thing is that you use active listening. Listen to the person, what he wants to say, what is actually saying, understand the need of the person, how we can work with them. Active listening is very important. You listen the other person. Active listening is the most important skill for the project manager. Now, whenever there's a conflict, you don't go and just start handling the conflict. First, you identify the conflict, the stages of the conflict, at which stage the conflict is it level 1, there's a problem to be solved, people are working together, or there's a disagreement, or a contest, or a crusade, or a world war, like the conflict level is where is there. And once you have done that, you identify what is the problem, you identify the alternative solutions, but can be multiple solutions. It is necessary you don't have one thing in your box. You need to have a multiple solution for one problem. Choose one option. If it works, good. Then choose other options. Then choose other option. See what works, implement that. What does not work, remove that. And whenever you are doing the conflict management, one of the most important thing is you try to get a win-win situation. You see, as a project manager, you can have a concerns for other, you care for other, or you care for yourself. Concern for yourself. Okay. So if I put it into two by two matrix, if your concern for other is high, your concern for yourself is high, mean you want to get a win-win situation. This is problem solving, collaboration, even consent. If you care for yourself more and you don't care about others, what does that mean? You care about winning. You don't care about other people losing. You do the forcing. You force your decision or direct. If you don't care about yourself, but you care about others, you accommodate. Or smoothing is also there. Like you focus only on the point of agreement, not on the disagreement. If you don't care about others, don't care about yourself, you avoid or withdraw. You run away from the problem. Understand this thing. Conflict is good for the project if handled properly. I'll say one more time. Conflict is good for the project if handled properly. If it is not handled properly, then the conflict can destroy the project. This is a very important thing to master and to understand that the conflict can be good, conflict can be bad depending upon the project. You need to make a healthy conflict. And if two team members they are working and they never have conflict, this means they don't even discuss things. It is impossible. Two persons are sitting in one room and they don't have a conflict. This is in the human nature. So you must understand this thing that the conflict is a natural thing. As a project manager, you need to use all the skills to manage the conflict. If if handled properly, that team start working with each other, that team start understanding habits of each other. So we move to the norming stage where you still need to mentor them, but let them work. Again, it is possible even at this stage, the team members or the team need training. If handled properly, then we reach to the ideal stage, that is a performing stage. The team work here, you delegate the task, you sit behind, let them work and see. Again, here also you need to check if the trainings are required, if anyone or not. And finally, the team adjourn here again, coaching and all those things required. Guys, depending upon the project to project, you provide them incentives, you provide them their things that they needed, giving them work, but does not mean there is no accountability. We have responsibility assignment matrix, RAM, where each person has their own responsibility. We also have RASI. We use those sheets to see who is responsible, accountable, consult, and inform. We check each person responsibility, who is responsible for any particular task. We work with them, we see that, and we work in order to enhance the performance of the team. Every team needs to be high performance team. Every project manager, it's his dream to a high performance team. But a team passes through the stages to become a high performance team, and every team is different. No one team, no two teams are same. Okay, and at any time, if a new team member is introduced, is added, the dynamics of the team can change. Okay, so that's all about team topic. Now team started working together. The team is performing things. We want to measure how they are performing the work. Now we want to make sure that all the work that is being done is according to the requirement. How do we know that the work is being done according to the requirement? We make quality management plan. So we make a quality management plan which has all the requirements that are agreed with the customer, all the standards that are agreed with the customer. Now standards can be international standard like ISO, or we can use competitor standards. We can use our own organization standards. We benchmark those standards, we put them into the quality management plan. An important thing we use is cost of quality. We want to understand how much this is gonna cost us. Now cost of quality, yeah, quality always cost us. Now how much it will cost, it depends from project to project, but it must be costed, managed, and effectively ensured in that way. For example, what is the cost of conformance, making sure that you produce a quality product? What is the cost of non-conformance, like the cost of failure? This is the cost of ensuring you get a right product. This is the cost of non-conformance, internal or external. Rework can be, this is basically training and appraisal. The cost of quality is very important. What I am trying to do, daily getting your feedback checklist, so that I want to make sure that all the work, the cost, of course, it is costing me. Daily I'm messaging or everyone getting feedback. It takes 2 hours from my daily time. I am now doing the training. It takes that prime time of mine with you guys. Okay, but this is the cost of conformance. I am making sure that like everyone passes the exam. Okay, if I don't do, then I have to bear the cost of non-conformance. And one thing, image, your brand also get here, because that is an intangible thing that must be counted now. If you don't make sure your quality product, uh, the things can be the things can have issue. For example, even the China make the best product available. We have a mindset. They haven't managed their cost of quality in the terms of that thing. They went for quantity. So as a result, whenever we heard about Chinese product, we think it will be not good. Although Apple is being made, the highest quality product currently in the market is being made in the China. It's all about cost of quality. We also make quality matrices that tells us how many, what are the things that we are going to measure. Basically it is a KPI matrix. We are measuring key performance index, and every KPI, it has to be smart, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time bound. Okay, every KPI has to be that. Once your quality plan is approved by the customer or the sponsor, you start implementing the quality. What does that mean? The deliverable is being done, the deliverable is being produced, the quality team goes and check the deliverable while it is being produced. They are making sure that you are following the right process. They will do the audit according to the quality management. They will do the audit. Are you within the control limits or not? We know control charts. Upper control limit, this is mean upper control limit or lower control limit. If any point goes out, this means this is a special cause. Or you have consecutive 7 points at one side. This also means there's a problem in the chart we need to look at. They use flow charts to see the sequence of the process. They use affinity diagram to classify this thing. We use checklist. Checklist is used to see is the sequence of the process, the steps are being followed, yes or no. And if there are defects, we calculate the number of defects by check sheets. Okay, and if we want to do the root cause analysis, we have the root cause, like there are problems, we want to get into the bone of the problem. We do root cause analysis using fishbone diagram. Problem is put there. This is called as cause and effect diagram, Ishikawa, root cause analysis, 5 why. We asked the 5 why. And if we want to check two variables, we have scatter diagram to check the correlation between two variables. If by increasing height, if your height is increased, do you eat more? Is there any correlation? We put in the correlation diagrams. So all those things are used there. And once a deliverable is made, once the deliverable has been made in control quality according to the quality management plan, we check finally, okay, so is the measurements is according to the agreed quality plan, every the deliverable is according to quality plan or not. It's an internal check. And if the deliverable is according to that, we call that deliverable as verified deliverable or quality approved deliverable, quality check deliverable. I wouldn't say quality approved, quality check deliverable. So this is all about quality you need to know. In Pareto, there's another tool of quality, Pareto. That is basically 20-80 principle. Vital few, trivial many. We prioritize and see what are the 2 3 few important things that we, if we work, we can get a better result. Pareto chart, we make a Pareto chart in our project to categorize, okay, these are the most important, okay, these are the most important one. We also use histogram. This is a special type of histogram. What are the most important thing in the project that we need to do, we need to work on. And similarly, histogram will just show the frequency distribution. So we work into that, into the quality area to make sure everything is being done according to quality. The next thing is that, okay, now we are working, we are trying to produce the deliverable. We decided we want to make or buy. Okay, we decided, okay, I want to buy something. From where I'm gonna buy? What will be my source selection criteria? Will it be cost? Will it be quality? Will it be quantity? Is it past lesson learns or reference? What will be my source selection criteria? I define that. Now I again need to check whether my scope is fixed or not. If my scope is fixed, then there's another different thing. We have a different contract, that is firm fixed price contract. If my scope is not fixed, we have cost reimbursement contract. Okay, we also have time and material here. In firm fixed price, we have, if we want a seller to complete the work early, we can give him incentive. Or if the contract is long, 5 year, 10 year, and inflation can affect, we have economic price adjustment contract there, right? In the cost reimbursement, if we want to give incentive, we have incentive. And if we want to give tip, I'm saying, if we want to give tip, we have award contract in there. So we divide the contract, we put into the procurement management plan, procurement strategy, whatever we are our requirement, we put down them into procurement statement of work. These are our requirement. We need this thing. This is the time frame. This is the type of contract, and we advertise to the market. Hey, we need these things. We advertise to the market. What are the requirement there? And then people send us their quotations. It can be request for quotation, request for information, whatever. Then we get the bidder conference. Okay, very important. Before bidder conference, we get independent cost estimates. Independent estimate, what is the general price of this thing? And we also have the minimum qualification. If we want something, we need this, okay, this person must have this qualification or these requirements to meet. Then we call them bidder conference. We don't call everyone the bidder conference. After the bidder conference, the people, once the requirement are cleared, they give their proposal. We shortlist the seller. We have the further negotiation with them. Procurement management, uh, manager talk anything that is related to money to the people. uh, Project manager is there, project management team is there to talk about quality, to talk about scope, schedule, not about money. For money, we have procurement manager. Once agreement is done, agreement is approved, then we get approved from the approval management. Okay, management sometime also need to sign the agreement. Once the agreement is ready, then we start getting the deliverable. Once we get the deliverable, we do inspection of the deliverable. If the deliverable is okay, we close the procurement, we pay them. If the deliverable is not okay, then there's a conflict. In order to handle a conflict in procurement, we try to have collaboration, try to get win-win situation. If we cannot get that, then we do what is written in the contract. If contract is silent, we try to have alternate dispute resolution, a third party mediator. If the mediator is not able to do that, then the last thing, go to the court. Going to the court is never helpful for anyone. And this is possible that the procurements are still open. We try to close procurement throughout the project, but it is possible even the procurements are open and the project is closed. This is fully possible. Okay, this is possible in the project. So guys, any question in the procurement? Yep. In procurement, we do have audit, but if you can do the audit of the seller, this thing must be mentioned in your procurement, in your agreement, whether you can have audit or you cannot have audit. Normally, depending upon the contract to contract, you can see whether the audit is allowed or the audit is not allowed. If the audit is not allowed, because if the audit is there, then of course they have to pay sometime more, na? Like they have to follow your policies, procedure. So it depends from
Yeah,
project to project whether you can do audit or not. Thank you, Pawan.
thank you. Thank you.
Procurement statement of work I already explained. Procurement statement of work is all the requirements that whatever your requirement is, you put down into the procurement. That is the first thing that you need to do. Guys, someone's mic is unmute, please. So you put down everything in the procurement statement of work, whatever your requirements are. Jizadi.
So there are two things. One is that we were talking about this bigger conference. So before that, don't we have that technical analysis of the bids that we get, and the other one
Depending from
is
the
of
project to project, you can have, yes. Of course, you can have that.
second thing is, can you once again tell us the steps in contract and procurement? So what are these steps that
So it's
through which
as
we
simple
resolve
as
that?
it can get. Whenever the conflict occur, what do? We try to get collaboration. Like if you and I have a conflict, we try to get a collaboration. Okay, let's try to get a win-win situation. If we cannot do, then what do? We try to do what is written in the contract. If we cannot do that, then we try to get an alternative dispute resolution, a mediator, a third party, whom we both listen. If we cannot do that, then the last thing is, of course, go to the court. Okay, thank you. Yes, Zagan.
Sir, my question is from the last topic, quality. The cost of, can you just explain how the cost of quality and cost baseline are interrelated?
Yeah, everything, the cost, they are directly proportional. Whatever the cost you are gonna spend in the project, that has to be mentioned in the cost baseline. For example, if you want to do certain test, that should be mentioned in the cost baseline, that this activity is gonna cost us this much, so that should be part of baseline. Because you only have one baseline, the entire money comes from there. So they must be mentioned in that, you are getting money from there. Okay, good question. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So the next topic is risk. The first of all, you make a risk management plan that defines whether the organization is risk averse or risk seeker, run away from the risk or move towards the risk, respectively. Then you look or risk neutral. You define the risk appetite, how much risk organization is willing to take in the anticipation of the reward, risk appetite. And you see, okay, in that appetite, what is the threshold? What is the upper limit? What is the lower limit? And you define that. Once that is done, then just like stakeholder, you start identifying the risk. Everything that is available in the project, you use that to identify the risk. Project charter, business case, benefit management plan, communication plan, assumption log, stakeholder register, everything you use to identify that. You ask the expert, you go through the past lesson. We use different prompt lists like pastel, political, economical, social, technological, legal, environmental, all those things we use. Volatile, uncertain, complex. We categorize all the risk, whatever we can, and we put all those into risk register. Here at this stage, we also put potential responses and potential honor. Honor is someone who is gonna handle the risk, who is gonna tackle a particular risk in the project. His risk honor. So once you have all the risk, initially there can be thousands of risks, just like stakeholder. So you don't tackle every risk. You rank the risk first by qualitative using probability into impact matrix. You rank the risk. Okay, these are low risk, these are medium risk, these are high risk. Who defines what is low, medium, high? Your organization tolerance. The probability and impact matrix is defined by your own organization. Once you have ranked the risk, if your project is of low risk or you don't need, you directly go towards putting the response for particular risk. If your organization is tackling high risk or it is life threatening like a pharmaceutical, so we do quantitative risk analysis where we take all the risk who has already been prioritized by qualitative risk, and we use different tools like tornado analysis, checking the sensitivity of each risk, or what is expected monetary value, risk into probability, or multiple option decision tree, influence diagram, Monte Carlo analysis. The purpose is to get a number. What is the exact number of that particular risk? We perform quantitative risk analysis. Now we have risk register, which has all the risk, and qualitatively ranked risk and quantitatively ranked risk. Now we need to plan responses for the risk. We know that risks are both positive, that are called opportunity, negative, that are called threat. So we need different response for opportunity as well as for threats. So let's put it there. Negative risk are called as threat. Okay. Positive risk are called as opportunity. Risk is probability into impact. The first thing is your goal is to make the probability zero. If you make the probability zero, multiply by this. So you try to avoid the risk. If you cannot avoid, you try to mitigate that risk. And if you can buy insurance, you transfer the risk to someone. In transferring the risk, you are paying premium. Remember that thing. In transferring the risk, you are paying a premium amount for that particular risk to someone. So reverse of avoid is exploit. In exploit, you increase probability as well as impact. You increase both of them, probability as well as impact. If you cannot do exploit, you try to enhance. Or the next thing is share. If you cannot control either negative or a positive risk, we can always escalate it to the senior. We can always escalate it to the management. Escalation of a particular risk. Now, these are all proactive things. We are taking action. If we just accept the risk, okay, the risk is there, we are accepting it. We are not taking any action. We say any risk that occurs before the risk, there's a trigger of that. First, that trigger happen, that this is going to happen, then the risk occur. There's a time between. Okay, the less time we have for after trigger, the more risky that risk is. So we say that okay, if the trigger occur, we have these responses, we will do this thing. This is called active acceptance. If we say even the trigger occur, we are not gonna do, we will see when this happen, we will see. This is called passive acceptance. For active acceptance, we make contingency plan, plan A. If that plan fails, we make fallback plan. For passive, we basically treat as workaround. Whatever happen, we use management to do that. Once that plan is approved, once this risk plan is approved, all the baselines get updated. Because of this, all the baselines may get updated. All the plans may get updated because of this plan. So once a trigger of any risk occur, you implement a risk response plan. The risk owner implement risk response plan. There are two things that can happen. The plan was okay and you get a very few amount of the risk left, that is called as residual risk, and that is a accepted risk. Okay, for example, I drank tea, a little bit tea is still there that I'm not gonna drink. That is a residue, accepted risk. As a result of our plan, sometime another risk occurred, that is called as secondary risk. Secondary risk need to be tackled properly. Okay, so then we have risk audit, in which we are checking the process. Guys, whenever we are talking about the audit is always about checking the effectiveness of the process. Are we following that or not? We do risk review meetings. In risk review, we check the process, we see how we are doing good, and as a result of risk review, we do get risk report, weekly or monthly report that shows how the project is performing. Okay, so this is all about risk. Okay, all about risk. Understand this thing. Risk is probability into impact. Probability can be 0 to 99.9999. If it becomes 100, it's not a risk anymore, it's a issue. Okay, it's a issue. So let me share something. Throughout the project, we keep on identifying more and more risk. Whatever the risks are there, if we identify any risk, we keep on putting them in risk register. Let me put it this way: an unidentified event is identified. An unidentified event or unidentified risk, both are the same thing. Unidentified event or risk is identified before occurring. Is identified before occurring. We put that into risk register and tackle it according to risk. If unidentified event occur, we didn't know it occurred, it happened, it's a issue, it's a problem, it's a issue. It goes into issue log. It goes into issue log. Whenever an issue is identified, we follow this step. We put the issue into issue log. This is the first thing. Next thing, we do the root cause analysis. Why that issue occurred in the first place? Why it occurred? We do the root cause analysis of that particular issue. Then we see, do we need to raise a change request to handle that issue? If we need change request, we raise that change request. Once change request is approved, we implement the change request, update the issue log that the issue has been handled or not accordingly. And from issue, we get the lesson learned, and we put that lesson learned into lesson learned register. Okay, we put that lesson learned register, and at the end of the project, the lesson learned become the lesson learned repository. So that's how you handle risk and issue, and that's the entire predictive thing for you. Now, if you have anything here, please ask in the risk, issue, or anywhere else. Yes, Mushtaq.
What if the identified risk is occurred? Does it goes to the issue log?
No, never. It is an identified risk, na? It has already been identified, so it's a risk. It has occurred. You update the risk register. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yes, Pawan. I was expecting question in this topic.
Yeah. Normally in the planning stage, if you forecast any kind of things, those has to go to risk register, right? Only in the execution time, if it occurs, then it will go to the issue log. Is it correct?
Yeah, in a sense, yes. In a sense, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Zubair.
Sir, I wanted to ask that if the issue is identified, why not in the end is it is going into the risk register, because that may be the important document for all the risk. The root cause has been done, issue log. Why is it going into the risk
If a
register?
issue log is identified, can you repeat
Hmm.
that? If a issue
If the risk is identified,
issue is occurred, issue is
oh,
occurred.
yes,
Okay,
yes,
understand this thing.
yes.
When a risk is
Hmm,
when a risk there are two things: risk, issue.
hmm,
When a risk
hmm,
is identified, risk is identified
hmm.
means it has not happened. The risk
Yeah,
happened. You take the plan according to the risk register. At the end of the
yes.
project, we do get the lesson from the risk, put it into the lesson
Okay,
register. Both hands same way.
okay,
Both goes
okay.
into risk register and risk
Hmm,
both goes into lesson learn register and lesson learn report.
hmm.
They do go.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, okay.
Thank you. Ji Shaji.
Okay, I mean, again, the same question about risk. Like when we have an unidentified event and if we identify it, it goes to the risk register. Okay, the first step. And later on, if it occurs, are we adding it into the issue log?
No, no. When something is in the risk register, so we play it in the risk register, na?
Yeah, so
Consider,
when it
consider
occurs,
it,
it becomes an
consider,
issue, right?
consider two building, risk building, issue building. If something enter into the risk building, it will go into the risk building. Okay. If something
Okay.
enter the issue building, it will follow the issue building. They don't cross in between. At the end, both goes to lesson learned register. Okay.
Okay. And one more thing, like we have the risk response. Do we have any issue response also, like put
We
onto the
haven't
issue log?
identified. We have response for something which we identified. But
Okay.
if we haven't
Okay.
identified, it's just like this thing. Before we did not had COVID. Okay, COVID was not a risk. COVID is an issue. It occurred.
Hmm.
Now for other waves, we have a response. We put response for that thing, na, for which we identify.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, Ali.
Yeah, sir, I have a question that how do we identify the triggers associated with some risks?
How do we identify the risk?
How do we identify the triggers?
How do we
Triggers
identify the
associated.
risk? I'm asking you this. The same way
Yeah,
we identify
we
the same way we identify the risk, the same way we identify the triggers.
we sit together and we
Yes,
write down
everything
the.
same. Everything same. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Raju.
Sir, this contingency plan and fallback plan, both are same. There is a difference.
Contingency plan is plan A. Okay. For example, for if the fire occur, I have a fire extinguisher here. I use the fire extinguisher. That's plan A. Okay. And if I'm unable to stop the fire, I run away. That's plan B. Okay.
For both, we need to use only the contingency
Yes, yes,
reserve now, sir.
this is a planned thing, na?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
We have action plan against each risk. That is the purpose. We have action plans of each risk that we consider we want to have. Some risks are put into the watch list. They are accepted risk, or some risk we don't even care. It's a small risk, na? So we don't even do that. We change the policies, procedures accordingly. Yes, sure.
So few risks are impacting the schedules as well. So should we keep those risks in issue log? I mean, that can be mitigated,
Why?
but
Understand this thing, Shoaib. Issue is something that has happened. If something may affect the schedule, it goes into risk register. Na? Why we put into the issue log?
I got it.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So guys, just to put few things in the context, we have initiation stage where we made project charter, stakeholder register, and assumption log. Then in planning, we made all the plans. We made all the plans. Plans get approved. It becomes the part of project management plan. Then in the execution, we implement those plans. The team get acquired, develop, training needs, everything happen in execution. In throughout the process, we are comparing plan with actual, that is monitoring and control. And if there is any difference, we get a variance analysis, we raise the change request, and we approve. I'll get to the change request and we approve the change request accordingly. Okay. And Finally, we close the project. I'll come to the closing steps in the end. Now, going back to the initial thing, when we talk about the scope, if the scope is not fixed, if the scope is evolving, if the scope is variable, we go towards agile. Agile is all about change driven. Agile is a combination of iteration and incremental. We don't discuss iterative and incremental. We are more focused towards agile. Agile is all about mindset. What is a mindset? We accept the change. There are four values: customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Contract is important. I understand. I respect that. But giving value to your customer is more important. Moving away from the contract is okay. Responding to the change over following a plan. Yes, we need to know that we should follow a plan. But if there's a change, we go through that. Why? Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. These values correlate. Working software over comprehensive documentation. Documentation is good, but we want to be effective. It's not that we don't want documentation. We want as minimum as possible documentation, not more. And the last responsible moment, we want the documents. Okay. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Responding to the change over following the plan. What is the fourth value? Working over anyone can tell me?
People and process.
Customer collaboration over contract.
People and interaction.
Yes, individual.
People versus process.
Guys, say
Individual.
properly, na? Individual and interaction over processes and tool. Not even a single person said it exactly. Exact wording. Values, I said it multiple times. You need to know 4 values by words. Okay. Principles, okay, but 4 values you need to know. That is the mindset behind Agile. Then, once you know the values, the next thing comes principles. Principles of Agile, how they work. The principle of Agile are very simple. We try to give value to the customer. We try to do multiple deliveries, incremental deliveries, making minimum viable product to the customer. We make an environment in which the team can learn, can make mistake. They know that we value them. We act as a servant leader. The team is the most important thing. And the team is like 6 to 12 team member. We have T-type leader. We don't want people from they are specialist only. We need people having multiple experience into that so that they can work together. So that is the crust of Agile principles. Okay, if anyone has any question there, please raise the hand or put in the chat box. Then we look planning in the Agile. We do planning in the Agile at multiple levels. First, we set the vision. Then we make our roadmap, what we are going to do that. Then we have release level. Then we have iteration or sprint level. Iteration or sprint is 1 to 4 weeks, normally 2 weeks. Then we have daily stand-up. Daily stand-up is 3 questions: what you did yesterday, what you are going to do today, is there an impediment roadblock. Once we have that, then this is general Agile. Now the most important Agile is Scrum. Scrum is based on the methodology of 3. There are 3 roles: product owner, scrum master, and the team or development team. Product owner is responsible for product backlog. He goes to the sponsor customer, get the requirement in the form of user story. What is user story? As a user, I want this so that this can happen. You take out the user story, write down the context on card. You have conversation and confirmation criteria on it. 3C: card, conversation, and confirmation criteria. Each user story must follow acronym of INVEST: independent, negotiable, valuable, estimatable, testable. Okay, we get all the user stories, all the requirements are there. So we put all the user stories into the document. We called it as product backlog. Once we have that, then again product owner goes back to the stakeholders, sponsors, and ask them, hey, let's prioritize them. We use Moscow: must have, should have, could have, would likely to have, to prioritize it. Or we can use Monopoly, or We can use weighted metrics or multiple other techniques can be used, but Moscow is mostly used or Monopoly can be used in it. We have prioritized the things by high value, high risk. The high value, high risk. We get the product backlog, it's ready, high value, high risk. Now the team comes. We get the first sprint. In first sprint, the first thing we decide is what will be the duration of the sprint. 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, 4 week. Everything depends on this. So let's say we decided for 2 weeks. So now each sprint will be 2 weeks. Now the team looks at the product backlog and put story points on each of the user story. What is the story point? Effort required to complete any user story. The team decide how much can be effort. There are three ways to put story points. Ideal hours, okay, how many hours you will do. Affinity estimation, small, medium, large. The third one is Fibonacci series, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. Normally we use Fibonacci series. Now in order to get consensus among the stakeholders, among the team, that this user story has these many story points, we do planning pokers in which we move in circles and we ask, okay, what would be the story points, and we get agreement or consensus on it. Or if there's a senior person, to get the consensus, we do wide band delphi. We put story points on all the product backlog, and now the team says in the first sprint, this is my estimated velocity, this is how much I can do in this sprint. According to that, they put story point in sprint backlog. We get an agreement between the team and the product owner, scrum master facilitate that these will be the sprint goals. Now obviously product owner will say add more, the team will say no, we do less. So the scrum master try to have a facilitation there, collaboration, but team say will be more valuable at the end. But the team says we want to have collaboration, but at the end what the team says, that will be more valuable, okay, more valued. We get the sprint goal, we share it with the scrum master, with the team, with the everyone. So then we start working on it. We have daily stand up, 3 questions, same time, same location, 15 minutes. What you did last night, what you did yesterday, what you are going to do today. Is there any road impediment, whatever those things are there. Scrum master acting as a servant leader, he shields the team from any kind of thing. He provides food and water, facilitate them, identify the training need, make sure Scrum methodology is being followed. We don't exceed 15 minutes. Okay. In in your daily stand-up, you have information radiator that has burn up chart, how much work you have done, burn down chart, how much work is remaining, information editor like task board showing the status, and Kanban board basically showing work in progress limitation. Only difference between task board and Kanban board is in Kanban board there's a work in progress limit, how much work you at any time you can do to find the bottlenecks in the process. The burn up burn down charts both can be used, but normally burn down chart is there because we want to see how much work is remaining. Okay, we are not worried about how much we are done, we are worried about how much is remaining because we are looking at the time. So that's why we mostly use burn down chart. So once the sprint, the time is over, when the sprint gets over, when the times get over, okay, time get over, 2 weeks done, we have sprint review, product owner, sponsor, everyone comes, we show them whatever we have produced. In Agile, we only show the things that have been completed 100%. Any user story that is not completed, it goes back to the product backlog. Okay. Any user story that is completed, the customer check according to their acceptance criteria. If they accept it, it goes into product increment. If rejected, product backlog. More user stories can be added here. And at the end, once more user stories are added, the rejected stories are in the product backlog, product owner reprioritize the product backlog. That is called grooming of product backlog. Okay. There are three things definition of ready. The team checks, are they ready to start work on the user story? Maybe they need more tools. So that checklist is definition of ready. Once their user story is completed, they have a checklist, definition of done. Are we done with that? And then the customer have a user checklist, just like definition of done, that is called acceptance criteria. Then once the everyone goes, then the team sit together to see how they can improve themselves, their processes, how they can become more effective. That is sprint retrospective. 5 stages. Set the stage, understand the requirement, gather data. We gather the data from every. We generate insight, do the root cause analysis. What went good, what went bad, mad, glad, sad. We decide for 1 or 2 improvement. We implement those improvements, and that's it. That's everything you need to know about Scrum. Okay, that's everything you need to know about Scrum. Responsibility of product owner is product backlog, getting the requirement, clarifying the requirement. Responsibility of a Scrum master, shield their team, providing food and water, making sure the team is well trained, they understand everything, facilitating every meeting. Responsibility of team, estimate the task, complete the task. Okay, these 3 responsibilities are important. So Scrum is most important, then Agile framework, then there is Lean. Basically, Lean is all about waste removal. We make a value stream have in which we have value added task and non-value added task, and we try to get how we can remove non-value added task. The entire we have a cycle time, time to complete a task, and lead time, the entire time when the work was requested to it was completed. Okay, guys. So that's entire Agile for you. For Agile, the most important thing is to have the mindset right. If your mindset is right, then Agile is with you. Having a servant leadership understanding. Servant leadership means collaborating, helping, identifying the training need, working with the team to make sure that everything is in the right and good way with the team. Any question? GA Sabha.
Sir, if we have a critical requirement coming in between when the sprint is going on, shouldn't that be going into work immediately?
Yeah, the requirement.
Because I got a couple questions wrong regarding this.
I understand. Let me just explain. If the requirement is there and you want to, like, let's say the requirement is very important. Okay, so that the product owner talk with the team. The first of all, if the requirement is important, the requirement directly comes to the product backlog. That is most important. First thing, directly it comes to the product backlog. There is no doubt in that. If it is important, it goes into the high priority. And then the product owner talk to the team. Hey team, this is the important requirement. Can we add here? Then the team checks and say, okay, we'll add this, then but we need to remove some requirements. The time is fixed now. The time is fixed. We add something, we remove something. We could add anything into that. Okay, but then we have an agreement from team and the stakeholder and the product owner. That is important. Okay, and understand this thing. Product owner has the power to cancel the sprint. He has power. If the sprint is obsolete, it is not required, he can cancel it. Okay, Shobha, thank you. Yes,
thank you.
Sir, can you please elaborate difference between from 3Cs we have conformance criteria, then definition of done, and then acceptance criteria.
There is no correlation between them. There is no correlation between them. They are a different, entirely different thing. Every user story should follow the 3C. Like, it's a confirmation criteria must be there. It is written on the card, and there's a conversation. That is a requirement. And they should also have invest acronym, independent, negotiable, valuable, estimatable, small. These are the things that user story must have. Whereas definition of done is how do you know when your user story is done? That's an entirely different thing. Okay, thank you. Yes, Alvin.
Yes, sir. I was just wondering, in fact, Agile, we use minimum documentation, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So which documentation are really needed in Agile compared
Depending
to
upon the
predictive
project,
one?
depending upon the project to project. Like if you are making a product, you write down the product documents, the contract requirement, how to use that product, but you write it once the product is done. Okay, once the product is
Okay, sir.
done. Okay, thank you. Yes,
Okay.
Pawan.
I understand a definition of done, but there is a definition of ready also there,
Yes,
right?
definition of
So
ready,
that's in the
you check whether, like, what is my definition of done here? My definition of done is I need to go through all the topics. Okay, I have written there my definition of done. Okay, definition of ready is that before the training, I check my mic, I check my computer, I check my internet. That is definition of ready. Acceptance criteria is when I will ask at the end whether everything is clear or not. That is acceptance criteria.
so definition of done is mostly we'll use in the sprint planning. I mean, before taking into the sprint backlog, it is ready to start working.
No. It depends from user story to user story. Everything happens
Okay.
after sprint planning, before sprint review. The acceptance criteria is there in sprint review. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, guys. Now the entire yes, Shah. Pawan, lower your hand.
Sir, what is, can you explain product increment, sir?
Product increment is a document in which the once the work get completed, it keeps on adding into that. Okay, a product increment, product adding into that requirement. Okay, for example, first you wanted to make this chair, first you make the legs, and then the next increment you make the seat. That increment is adding there. So guys, let's talk about few 2-3 things in the journeys of the that was all about Agile journey of deliverables. So deliverables basically, once you make the plans in execution or in direct and managed work, deliverables get produced. Once the deliverable get produced, they they will basically goes to control quality. In control quality, we check the deliverables according to the quality requirement and agreement. Once the deliverables are according to a quality plan, we call them verified deliverables. Okay, the deliverables are verified. If they are not, then we raise a change request as a preventive action, corrective action, or defect repair. Then it goes to validate scope, where the client checks the deliverable. If the client says deliverable is okay, we get accepted deliverable or validated deliverable. Then this goes to closing. Then this goes to closing. If they reject, of course, we get a change request. Okay, we get a change request. Journey of deliverable. I called it. If anyone has any question on this, they can ask. Another journey of work performance data. Data is the raw information. Okay, any information that is being produced in the execution. Whatever the information is, it goes to that every single department. They compare that data and they make their own report. There are 9-10 department, every department make their own report that is called work performance information. All 9-10 reports goes to project manager. He combine them and make one comprehensive report, work performance report, that has everything in it, and that is shared into the managed communication project as a form of project communication with everyone. That is journey of work performance data. Okay, guys. Now, how to handle change request? How to handle change request? Anyone? You, what are you doing? Whenever anyone requests any change, the change request is put into the change log. Okay, whenever anyone requests a change, the change is put into the change log. The change log, it comes, the project manager checks, okay, now this change has been requested. Is it important? Okay, it's important. Is it affecting the deliverables? Yes, it is affecting the deliverable. I can call it as a project manager filter. If it is not accepting any of those things, we reject the change and we notify that this change is not important. This change is not because of this reason. But if that change was valid, it was important, then the project manager do the detailed analysis. What do you mean by that? How it is affecting scope, schedule, cost, quality, resource, everything. And if it is affecting, Then the change goes to change control board, which is sponsor, project manager, everyone. Any change that is affecting the baselines or plans, the change control board approve them. If they approved it, then we build the change, we implement the change, and we rebalance the project. If they reject the change, we notify everyone. We build the change, we communicate the change, we implement, then we rebalance the project. If the change is requested from the customer, we don't put the filter, we directly check the detailed analysis, and we tell the customer, hey customer, your change will increase the schedule or will increase the cost. Do you want to pay for that? If they do, then we go to the change control. That's how you handle the change request. You will get 8 to 10 questions on that topic from person to person. That's an important topic. Change request or journey of change request. The last thing, once deliverable are accepted, once the work is done, everything comes in closing. All the documents, procurement document, plan, everything comes there. The first thing we show the client deliverable, accepted deliverable, it becomes final product. We start writing final report. We start writing lesson learned registers. We start updating documents. Once documents are updated, we archive them. Once lesson learned registers are updated, we put them into lesson learned repository. Once the report is done, we show to the sponsor. The sponsor approved it. We share everyone according to communication plan. Now we release the team. Now we start administrative closure, and at the end we celebrate the success. In case the project get cancelled, we still follow the same closing process. And that's it. And that's PMP for you in 2 hours. Any question? Okay. Yes, Shah.
Sir, can you explain lean, sir? Agile.
Lean is waste removal. Lean is all about how do you remove waste. It is based on 7 principles, but the most important is how you remove the waste. What are the value-added tasks? What are the non-value-added tasks? And how do you remove the waste from there? Okay.
Okay. One more, sir. Sir, what's the difference between RAM and the RASI chart?
RAM is only showing responsibility, who is responsible. RASI is a comprehensive, showing who is responsible, who is accountable, whom to consult, whom to inform.
So, sir, RAM is only for stakeholders or for all?
No, it is for
and
all. Both are used for all of them. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yes, Neha. Yes, Neha.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. Sir, the change request journey. When does the PM analyze? In what condition?
Once he check, okay, deliverables are okay there. Now we need to work into those deliverables. We need to improve those deliverables, and that change is valid. By doing that change, it will be helpful for the project.
And in this case, that change can be raised by anybody.
Anybody.
Do we have anybody? Right. Anybody. But you said that if we are, instead of a customer is raising that change, then
we don't put any filter, which directly do the detailed analysis. Okay. We need to do this change. Why do we need to do this change? We work onto that change.
Okay, got it. Fine.
Yes, Pawan.
So I heard that closing and administrative closing. I mean, what is it? Both are same, or is something like we have
administrative
some difference?
Closing is the part of closing, na?
Okay, so exact. So what kind of activities we'll do in
releasing the team, releasing the equipment, closing the equipment, things like that comes under that, na?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Venkat.
Can you quickly touch upon risk register versus risk report?
Risk register has all the risk throughout the project from start till end, and it will keep updating throughout the project. Whereas risk report, it is generated every week or every month for a particular, whenever your risk review meeting is there, you generate the report. It can have everything there. One thing I missed, guys, qualitative risk is used only for individual risk. Quantitative can be used for individual as well as overall risk. Anything else, Venkat?
No, so basically, risk report is a subset of risk register.
No, it's not a subset of. It's an entirely different document that is generated for the risk review meeting, which gives the entirely different how the risks are happening, and but it is discarded every after. It is for that just that period, whereas risk register is for throughout the project. It is not a
Okay,
subset.
so just for that, okay, just for that meeting or that period, but for that particular meeting, we show all the risks using the risk report.
Yeah, what
Okay.
has occurred, what can be occurred, and basically you get data from the risk register also in risk report. No? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Ambika.
Hi, Amer. I want to know about the rolling wave planning, progressive elaboration, and then also the adaptive planning. I saw somewhere this
Adaptive planning is
adaptive planning.
is not is just a made up term in the questions. Okay, we don't plan in adaptive. Adaptive is a change driven, so that is not used there. Progressive planning is used for plans. We have like stakeholder plan, scheduling plan. Like for scheduling or scheduling plan, we use progressive elaboration. Inside those plans for activities, we use rolling wave planning. That's the only difference. Both means initially we have high level plans, then we make them more detailed. Both are same thing, but for plans we use progressive elaboration. For activities we use rolling wave planning. Okay, Ambika?
Thank you, Amer.
Sure. Yes, Alvin?
Yes, sir. I would like to know the main difference between critical path method and critical chain method.
That's not important for the exam. First thing. Second thing, critical path method has all the reserves inside. Inside the activities, the reserves are not shown to everyone. In critical chain, we put all the reserve and we have visible reserve, but that is not important for exam. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yes, Shaji.
Okay, for this closing steps which you told, do we need to go with that particular sequence, or is it like any sequence can be done anytime?
Final report is the last thing. That is the most important thing.
Okay.
Everything else you can do simultaneously. And
Okay,
celebration happen in the end. Team, that is important. Critical thing is team is not released unless all these documents are updated.
So if we say the team will be released once the final report is approved by the sponsor.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it does not mean that all the team is not released. The purpose is that you must have those team members who are going to write the lesson register. Because you know that throughout the project, the team members come and go. That is a different thing. Whose work is completed, he goes. But you must have few team members who are going to write lesson. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else, guys? Okay. So let me have a question. While we are doing any project, we always need to look at the compliance, what are health and safety compliance, quality compliance. We need to work into that compliance to make sure we are following that particular compliance requirement, and that compliance, all the compliance are negative. Their threat goes into risk register, and whatever we are concluding in the project is to the governance system, how the governance is doing. And as a project managers, as a project manager, we need to make sure that continuous improvement is there. Yes, Venkat, that is 1 to 10, 0 to 6 D tracker, 7 to 8, and 9 to 10. So throughout the project, we need to see how we can improve. Kaizen is there to continuously improvement. We have plan, do, check, act for the continuous improvement. We do retrospective lesson learn is for the continuous improvement. So that's basically about the compliance requirement. Umair, can you speak, please? I don't think Umair has access to it.
Yes. I'm sorry. Actually, I was on mute, so my
ahead.
mobile was away. Yeah. The PMP, as you may know, that many people know or maybe not, that I cleared almost 3 months before. In my opinion, the PMP, the first thing you need to be a great focus on your study, what you are studying. Then the mock test and mock test root cause analysis is the key of the success. If you are doing 10 questions a day and you are doing root cause analysis of the each question, so you achieved your goal. If you did 100 questions but you didn't do the root cause analysis, it means you wasted your time.
Okay, so guys, this is very, very important that what Umair just said, what Rohit just said. This is our hundredth coaching call. Previously, you are also live on YouTube, and suddenly you guys know what happened. So this is very important that we do root cause analysis. This coaching call is specifically dedicated to root cause analysis. Guys, I had multiple students who came to me on third attempt, and they cleared in PMP in 1 month. Third attempt and they failed miserably. They cleared in 1 month with all above target. You are like batch 9 knows this more as compared to batch 10, and people joining before batch 9, they will know more than 99% of our students get all above target. It's a simple formula. There's no secret recipe. If you have watched Kung Fu Panda, there is no secret recipe for noodles. The straightforward approach, my root cause analysis and question methodology. But this is my framework. As Rohit was adding it, that you can add your own framework. Like I remember Rohit used to do that. He does 1-2 mock, then he do like a root cause analysis. Everyone have their own pace. What I am sharing is my suggestion, but 90% of students are using it, and that is they are clearing the exam. This is root cause analysis. Straightforward root cause analysis to clear PMP exam. If you can follow that, you can clear the exam. So without further doing, let me show you what does what root cause means actually. So everyone does it according to their own method. I basically prefer using this template. Okay. So what I do basically, this is my question solving methodology. Umar Sadiq, can you read steps with me? After reading one step, please stop. I'll explain the step.
Okay, sir. How to solve PMP questions? Step number 1. Slow down. If you rush, you may have to read questions 2-3 times. Slowing down actually help you brain to visualize the question and you understand problem better. If you are fast reader, this will take practice.
Thank you, Omar. Now, this is a very critical thing. If you are a fast reader, and normally people are fast reader, slow down, understand what is asking the question. Understanding the context of the question is very important. We feel we should rush, otherwise we will not solve. No. Slow down. Understand what is being said in the question. If you go read the question, again read the question, go again read the question, that wastes more time. Many people come to me like, we have given PMP exam, we are unable to manage the time. The reason they were unable to manage the time is that they were rushing towards the time. 3 hours, 50 minutes is more than time required. So come cleared 50 minutes before. So does Ishtiyaq, so does Saira, and so does many other people. Rohit, you cleared before how many minutes? Or you did it on time?
No, I was on time. Actually, I wasted a little bit more time in the last, but for reviewing. But yeah, on time.
Umair, what about you?
Yeah, Amir, I think I finished before my 20 minutes were remaining when I finished my exam.
And there's a movie known as Curious Case of Benjamin Franklin. I called it Curious Case of Umair's PMP. He did only 6 mocks. Only my mocks on Udemy. And he actually gave me surprise. Their batch had a trend of giving me surprise. Imran, they never told me to give the exam, and they cleared it all about target. And Umair is one of the highest scorers even in the green area above. What he did, root cause analysis. So guys, very important. Okay, so Tariq, step 2.
This is the most important step when you have given the answer to question. Talk to yourself and second person why you have given this answer and what is the logic behind this.
Now, this is specifically when you are preparing for PMP, not actually for the PMP exam. Okay, especially if you are giving in home, you cannot talk to yourself. But when you are solving the question, Talk to yourself like you are explaining me. Okay, we do this because of this reason. We do this because of this reason. That's why we are solving this problem. That's why we are considering this. Consider why you are solving this. What is the problem there? What is the problem here? But another trick, now this is more of a trick you may follow, some people don't follow. Harun, step number 3.
Read the last line first. Last line mostly have what should the project manager do next. Is doing or should have done. This will give you context of the question.
So the last line mostly, if you have solved any question, it's mostly like this. What should the PM do next? What is the next logical step? What are you likely to do first? What should the PM do? What is the best course of action? What is the next best course of action? So all the next thing. So reading the last line gives you the context. It helps you understand how the question is being related, how and what is being said here. Qasim, next step. Qasim?
Sorry. Read the option. This will give you answer question belongs to which area. Most of the time you can eliminate one option straightforward here.
Okay, now this again my 1% opinion, other person can disagree, but this is my framework. Read the option first. Since you have already read the line, so you can get an idea of what is being asked in the question. So read the options now. Now reading the option gives the context. Okay, the question would have something regarding this thing. The question will have something regarding this thing. So try to solve that way. In this way, you may be able to eliminate even 1 to 2 options that does not correlate with the what is being asked. Riaz Hussain, please.
Now read the question slowly to understand what is the problem. Every question is a problem. Your job is to identify what is problem and how you can solve it.
Now you have understand the context of the question. Context is clear. Okay, this is the context of the question. We know that. Now define what is the problem. Now problem is defined. 50% job is done. We just have to solve the questions. Okay. Now next thing, very important again. Very important things are coming here. Okay. So let's. Okay. Say the screen.
While reading the question, if it is not mentioned, consider every question as a hybrid project.
Okay, so we know agile, we know predictive. Most of the exam questions will be directed towards hybrid. So if it is mentioned it is an agile team, you know what to do. If it is mentioned it's a predictive team, you guys know what is predictive lesson. If it is not mentioned, consider the question as a hybrid question. You will get a lot of question. Our agile team is moving towards predictive, or majority of the question, our predictive team is basically for agile. A predictive team is moving towards agile and things like that. Arslan Ghazi, next step.
Identify these questions area belong to which process group and knowledge area. You must know what happened in this process. Journeys videos can help you to master this.
Now, as such, we don't need to remember 49 processes, but understanding, is this question belong to initiation, or are we planning here, or are we implementing something, or are we comparing with the plan, or are we closing in the area? So that can help in correlation with this. Is this question is risk, quality, procurement? That can give you a more idea. Okay, what I should be doing here? What is the best purpose here? Okay, now Tariq, this belongs to you.
Now use elimination technique and remove options. Remember, unless you have a solid reason, do not eliminate any option. Unless proven, all options are right answers.
Now you have, let's say 99% of the questions will be 4 option question, A, B, C, D. Unless you have a justification that B option is wrong, the justification must be right. Like why you think this option is wrong? B, why this option is wrong? Why this option is wrong? Consider each option with a lens that this is maybe like my glasses. Consider each option like this is the right answer. Okay, I have justification. This is the wrong answer. This is the reason why this answer should be wrong. Then you will eliminate it. Then move forward. Okay, Sipte, next please.
Yes, keep in mind agile mindset in your mind and servant leadership in every question. Even question belong to predictive environment.
Servant leader is like a father. You never fire a team member. You always go with training, coaching, helping out, helping them to resolve this thing. That is the real thing. That is something that you need to do in the agile mindset, in the servant leadership. Understanding how these things work, very important. Okay, Vakas, next.
After doing a question, analyze each question to find the root cause analysis, and do make your own lesson learned register to identify areas you need to review.
So this is very important. You maintain your own lesson learned register. Every student basically gave me their lesson learned register. Now I know some people will say that, okay, can I have his lesson learned register? Can I have? No. I don't want to share it with you. No one. You must make your own lesson learned register. This template I will share with you. After the call, message me, I will share the template. But you must make your own lesson learned. So see, if Qasim get some lessons, they will be entirely different from Riaz and Hussain. Two people, like I just had a call with a student, he said that we are 3 students, want to join one-to-one program. And can we join together? I said no. When you're working one-to-one, this is like real exam. So when you're working that way, you cannot join with other people. You have to do your own exam. You have to work on your, even if you're doing combined study and all those things, your own lesson learns are important. They are gonna help you in clearing the exam. And finally, Chakra, the last point is,
in your lessons learned register, make a column of learning point and see how it helps
you, what lesson learned you got from this one. Let me come back to the last 2 points later on. So this is the ideal project manager framework. This is an ideal project manager you should do. So Fahad, can you read please these 12 points?
Yes, sure. An ideal project manager holds safety, quality, and governance non-negotiable.
One by one.
During
I'll explain.
During a project, yes.
During a project. So safety, quality, health and safety, governance, all those ethical things, they are most important. This is non-negotiable. Anything that damages the code of ethics, anything that damages anything in a project, it is non-negotiable. Fahad, next.
Whole scope, sacrosanct
while driving a project. Good. So
while driving a project, yeah.
What does this mean? This means scope is your thing. Scope you need to work, especially in predictive. If you are working in agile environment, still scope creep is not allowed. No. That's why we are doing time boxing to minimize the scope creep. Still scope is important, but if a change comes, you need to have a filter of it. Okay, why we need this change? Why we even need this change? That is critical to success. Thank you. Arun, read next one, please. Thank you, Fahad. Arun, please read next one.
Yes, sir.
Point 4.
Never bypass.
Yeah.
Never bypass steps, processes, and documentations to accelerate delivery or closer.
So never move forward, never do anything that can damage your progress. Never bypass steps. Steps are there for a reason. We have journeys with stakeholder. We need to identify stakeholder. Then stakeholder, power and trust. All these steps are there for you. Identifying this, ranking this. Never bypass. Never bypass, follow them. Irfan Khan, next.
It always protective rather than reactive. It's
it's always proactive rather than reactive, and always have a plan B.
If a question says that a reactive approach is there and proactive approach is there, you can close your eye and tick the answer that proactive approach is there. Proactive is the thing. Proactive way is the work. Shakir, next, please. Shakir, your mic is on mute. I don't know what you are saying. Still, आपके आवाज नहीं आ रही. I think your mic has issue. Let me ask someone else.
Yes. Own up the issue and problem himself rather than delegation. Escalation is.
Escalation is the last resort for him. So
for him.
As we said, he's a proactive person. It likes to take up the issue. So it does not like to give issues to someone else. It tries to get all the solution by himself. He is there to solve the problem. He does not like to escalation. Escalation is there. Yes, I know in positive risk, in negative risk, escalation is there. But this is the last strategy. This is something he will use in the end. He will unable to do anything. Isam, next.
Holds every department accountable for their tasks.
Yes, we provide training. Yes, we identify needs. Yes, I am a servant leader, but every department has their own task. They must do that, and we must hold them accountable for that thing. We must hold them that they will do this. Jyoti, next.
Questions and analyze every change request critically.
So even change comes from predictive or agile. We need to understand why this change is here. What is the purpose of this change? So I read next myself. Okay, put his team before himself and demonstrate servant leadership. So servant leadership is the mentality of entire PMP. Even when I call to student in the last night. So if you have exam tomorrow, I'll call you in the night and explain you few things like exam tip. And always one of my line is that have an agile mindset and servant leadership. This is very important. Invest sufficient time to identify and engage stakeholder. Exam is all about two things, point 9 and 10. Invest sufficient time to identify and engage stakeholder, communication at right time, right people, right information, right way. This is the entire exam in summary. These 3 points, 8, 9, 10, you need to know, you need to do, you need to follow. Otherwise, you can't clear the PMP exam. You need to know that. Okay. Know how to prioritize to meet the best interest of the project and the company. Know and exercise authority and credible in right way. Being accountable and credible. So this framework is clear to everyone. Sorry. Framework is clear. Sam, I just read your message. Is it clear to everyone?
Yes, it is.
Okay, everyone has raised that. Thank you very much. Okay, so now the next thing comes is basically when you are solving a question, when you are solving and working for the questions, two type of questions are there. What is the best course of action and what should the PM do? And the second type is what is the next step? What should the PM do next? All these questions. So once it says what's the best course of action, what should the PM do? Straightforward, this framework will help you. And next step, the sequence will help you and work with that area. Okay. Vijay, I guess you have a question to ask.
There'll be one like, what is the least thing to be done?
Least thing, fire the employee, remove him from the company, or things like that, which seems unethical, which seems like unfair. And the leastest thing will be to take bribe. You never do that. The project can destroy. You can lose billions of dollars, but you can never take bribe. This is the fundamental principle of PM. Okay. Then snap references. So for me, whatever things you think is important for you. For example, like this, a payback period has to be lowest, benefit to cost is has to be highest, all those things. Then how to prioritize the stakeholder job of the project managers, few journeys highlight agile in one summary. Whatever you think is important for you, whatever is important for you, make a snapshot of it and put it, take a snapshot, put it in the Excel file, so that whenever you are going to do the question, review them, particularly for full marks, review them. Okay, these are the things I need to do, these are things I need to work. Okay, so we talked in this option, step 10 and 11, we need to use a lesson learned register. So I recommend, if you are solving 50 question, put it here, 50 question stakeholder, let's say. What type of question is it? Is it agile predictive? From where this question belong? Did you get the right answer or wrong? And what is a learning point? 50 question, 50 answer. 60 question, 60 answer. 180 question, 180 lessons. Each question will give you lesson. Guys, if you are doing one mock in, you are doing one mock in 4 hours, 180 questions. The lesson learned should take 8 hours. Let it sink into you. If you are doing 50 questions in 1 hour, lesson learned must take 2 hours. If they are not taking that much time, you are making some mistake. Don't try to fool the process that I did it quickly. No. You are trying to fool yourself, and that's it. So this is very important. Okay, this is very important. Then the next thing is basically, this is the entire mock of lesson learned of one student. He got 100 right, 64 something correct. Okay, so all the questions, 100 questions, 65 right, 35 wrong. So each question he put remarks, each question remarks, each question remarks, each question remark, and each question remarks. And this guy cleared PMP with all above target. And this is the guy whom I basically put the list. He came to me like, I am unable to clear PMP. I need your extreme help. And he cleared the PMP with all above target. Guys, my only question to you, my only explanation mark to you is, if he can clear, if today you guys are in the group, you saw 3 people cleared PMP exam today, and all of them cleared with all above target. Actually, I don't care if you get all above target or you get the less target. For me, the goal is that you clear the past exam. Getting above target is cherry on the top. Okay, getting above target is cherry on the top, but it is not compulsion here that you have to get above target. No. Passing the PMP exam is the most important thing. Passing the PMP exam is something that we should work on. Passing the PMP exam is the real thing. So this is what we need to do. So let me show you a root cause, or another way of root cause that one of the student did, who basically cleared with all above target. Okay, where I'll come to you later. So what he was doing, he put even the question here, he put the explanation here. Question, explanation, just for his reference. Question, explanation, and those questions which he was clear, he didn't bother to put the explanation. This was his way. This was his way. I have no issue with that. Guys, again, this is your PMP exam. This is your way. This is your thing. However you would like to do, I am fine with it. But the purpose is that you need to do lesson. You need to work on the lesson. If I can show one more template to you guys, okay, just give me, yeah. This template I really like. So this is a template. So this guy did a very good thing. So while he was solving the question, whatever the question he did, the question got wrong question. He put the topic. This was the reason I got the question wrong. It was from this topic. This is a lesson I got. Okay, this definition is confusing me. So he's making his own lesson learn, kind of scrum band, benchmarking, all those things. So these are the things I wanted to share you today, how you can clear the PM exam. Solving mock is one thing. Not doing root cause analysis will not help you. Yes, you can solve as many questions as you want. But if you don't do the mock, if you don't do the root cause analysis, all the mocks in the world is not going to help. Now you can ask question where you raise the hand first, please.
Thank you very much, Amer. You revised my PMP. It was very good. I have one more suggestion. I mean, when you are going in the exam, think yourself as a project manager. I mean, maybe you are in the finance, maybe you are in the middle management. But when you are sitting in the exam, consider yourself as a project manager and think that for
4 we lost you. We are unable to hear you.
4 hours, you are the multi-billion dollar. Yeah. Are you? Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, now you're audible.
Yes. I was saying that when you are going in the exam, consider yourself as a project manager. Your approach, as you are behaving like a project manager, your thinking should be like a project manager when you are sitting in the exam. This will also help you to solve the exam in a good way, and you will find that your approach will be better while solving the question.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Amir.
man. Thank you, man. Yes. Anyone has any question? This was the purpose of today's coaching call. I didn't want to solve any question today because this was my special call, as you know, 100th coaching call. So mindset is more important than a real exam. Tomorrow we will have another coaching call in which we will solve 20 to 30 questions depending upon how many students ask. And but I'm not going to explain again. Read the last line first. Elimination. This is why I wanted to do this coaching call, that all of you understand how we do that. So is this clear to everyone? How to solve question now? Anyone who has confusion? Okay. So anyone would like, Jyoti has a confusion?
I have a question here. Like you're saying, read the last line first and then read the answers, the options. But if the options in the real exam, what I'm understanding from different students, that it's long. So if you are reading all those, like either 2-liners or 3-liners answers also sometimes, is that correct?
Okay, and
when you're
then?
reading all of them first and then reading the question, won't your mind be confused because you're already in a panic state?
No. You will not be in panic state. That is the purpose of this. You need to train yourself to slow down. When you work on that, the option is actually helping you. When you read the option, out of 4 options, one is ridiculous. So you eliminated one option without reading the question. You go to the 3 option. When you read the question, you immediately know where is the answer. Jyoti, try it yourself and then get back to me.
I'm trying it actually, because then what I'm doing is I'm trying to see the keywords in the answers.
Keywords is also okay. But the thing is that for many people, keywords is a different thing. Don't go for keywords straightforward. Okay, it is also a good technique, but power of elimination technique. Once you have done like 2 questions, once you have done 2 options, eliminated 2 options, then use the other options as one can be used for keywords. Okay, Jyoti?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Umar, as such, 90 seconds for one question is enough, and 80 exam is basically 60, 60, 60 questions. Say, package of 60, 60, 60 questions. So you can consider it more like 80 minutes for the first section, 80 minutes and 70 minutes. The exam does not tell you this much time. You need to do time management. Even if you do only 60 questions the entire time, exam will not. Okay, guys, anyone else has any question? Now, let me set your weekly targets with this. Tariq, Thursday, Friday is coming. I need 2 mocks from you. Tariq, this is your weekly target. Keep it done. You are a goal-oriented person. You do whatever you set target. Set this target, I'm sure you will do. Shakir, all the processes must be done till Sunday, and you need to revise and do 1 mock. Okay?
Okay.
Harun, you have your task. Batch 10, everyone has their task. You need to do before Friday. You need to do before Friday Agile. Even if you don't do Agile, I have no issue. Stakeholder, communication, team, risk, quality. Okay, you need to do revise all the topic, make their mind maps, solve 50 questions for each topic. If you have done more, you can ask me for other topic question. I can also share that. Arslan, you are going awesome. Keep working. Hesam, I need more work from you. Arun, a little bit more work, brother.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Little bit more work. Madhvan, you are excellent student. You need to little bit work more. Jyoti, you are doing excellent. Keep up the good work. Don't slow your pace. Don't try to move it fast. The way you are doing, Jyoti, you are doing it. If anyone has any question, you can ask. We can call it a day tomorrow again. We will have a coaching call and we will work with the 20 to 30 questions. Any question, guys?
We will be giving question one by one. Don't worry about that justification. It works, it does not work. Just send your answer. If you are worried about what people are thinking, you can send directly answers to me. Instead of sending the answers in the options, you can send directly answers to me. For every question, I'm gonna give you 70 seconds. And from there, we can work into that. Okay. Okay. So let's start the question answer solving. If you can see my screen, okay, yeah, I guess you can. Okay, sorry. Okay, the timer is running. With every question, we will have a timer. Yeah, please go ahead. Let's start the questions. Yes, Rao, I'm recording this session, but I don't think so I will upload the recording. I'll think about that. Please, everyone with the answers, give your justification. Why do you think a particular answer is right or wrong? Apart from just giving the answer, please also give your justification. Why do you think a particular answer is right or wrong? And one more thing, now I'm going to solve the question. If you disagree with my justification, you can raise your hand and we can discuss that. As always read the last line first, especially when the questions are long. As a project manager, in which document you put compliance requirement that you have identified throughout the project? A very important thing. Compliance. Compliance are risk. And compliance, according to PMI, they are classified as a negative risks. So basically the question is asking, where do you put negative risk in that? I can go directly and pick the answer, but the sequence elimination technique demands I go to the question. You are the project manager of a bridge construction project in Dubai. Your project is highly regulated because you are making bridge in between the cities. Okay. So the only keyword in the entire line is this, is basically project is regulated. And by the way, in the real exam, you can highlight that. But you have a mouse, I don't recommend it. It's just waste the time. There have been many issues regarding compliance in the past, and even some of the projects got cancelled because of not fulfilling compliance requirement. As a manager, where you will put the compliance. So issue log is something in which when something bad has happened, we put it in there. When something bad has happened, we put into the issue log. We don't put issue log in the compliance requirement. Compliance, anything that is identified as a risk, put it into the risk register, not into the issue log. So compliance requirement does not go into issue log. Somebody put option A. I don't understand why would you put option A. Option A can never be the right answer. So I'm gonna straightforward eliminate this. Quality management plan, this may things like that, since it's a compliance, it goes into quality. No, it's not a stakeholder register. It's not a stakeholder that you had to identify. Why some people put D option here? D has nothing to do with this, no? D has nothing to do with this. Compliance or risk. Risk goes into the risk register. Understand in that way, na? Compliance are risk and they go into the risk register. Nothing more, nothing less. Very important thing to understand. Majority of you have given the right answer, but for those who haven't given, I hope that makes sense. B is the right answer. One more time, all compliance or risk goes into risk register. Straightforward. You will get 5 to 10 questions regarding the compliance in the PMP exam. Understand this thing, this concept which I just shared. If anyone has a cross question, they can raise their hand. Okay. Okay. Next question. Okay. A regulatory change have made your project obsolete. Obsolete means the project is not useful or it goes out of the organizational strategy. You cannot do that. What is the first step you will do? Straightforward. Even this question is long paragraph question. When the project is obsolete, the first step is to start closing the project. I can directly pick the answer, but one more time, I don't want you to do that. I will read the question. You are working on an electric car manufacturing plant. This will change the entire industry. Your final car will have solar cell installed on its roof. There will be no need of any fuel forever. There is no need for any fuel forever. Your project is receiving great feedback and support from all the corners of the world. This is a true gift to humankind and environment. You launched an MVP in the market and two people have died because of the solar cell getting overheating and burning the entire car. As a result, government have taken some serious steps and a regulatory change have made and your project is not useful. Escalated to sponsor. Sponsor cannot do anything. The project has been escalated. Update the lesson learned. Yes, but that's not the first thing that you are gonna do. That may come later on. Release that team. Yes, but that is a later on thing. But the question asks, what will the first thing that we are gonna do? The first thing will be straightforward. Start closing the project. Okay, start closing the project will be there. So there are lesson ones will be later on. Okay, Vijay, we don't have to escalate it to the client. Why? The project become escalate. The project, there are two, three things that can happen when this happens. The first thing, uh, your business case is not valid anymore. You go directly to that. Start the closing. The sponsor called you, you directly go to the closing. You don't have to ask anyone because these things are the part of the project management plan that you have to start closing into that pattern thing. Yes, Vijay.
See, closing the project, okay, as per the PMA you told, after getting approval from the sponsor only, we have to start the closing project at any cost.
Yeah, 100%.
Now we are not informing the sponsor. Maybe sponsor didn't give the approval. then how we can close the project? We have to inform to escalate to sponsor, no, first.
Yeah, that is 100% right. But the question does not say get approval from the sponsor. The question says escalated to the sponsor. And when we are saying escalated to the sponsor, it means something entirely different. Okay, when we are saying escalate to the sponsor, we want sponsor support how to handle that risk. In our project management plan, in our plan, we have these things. Okay, if this risk occur, the plan would be to do this particular thing. So whenever the project does not happen, then we will start doing the closing of the project. Okay.
So escalation of the sponsor. It's not actually we are going to get some information from the sponsor. Escalation of the sponsor. Maybe we are asking this happened. Okay, can I close the project?
No,
that's also one of the escalation, correct?
Yeah, I understand. Vijay, whenever you have to ask the sponsor, should I start closing the project, that will be an option. Okay. Otherwise, what happens? The project management plans has the scenario close the project. Like for example, if the business case, if the question says that you are working in a project making the same thing, but instead of regulatory requirement, the question said that your cost is more than the benefit. What will you do? You will not escalate the sponsor. You will start closing. For auto, our business case is not relevant. We will start closing. The legal requirement is there. We'll start closing the project. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Does lesson learned is done after closing or lesson learned? Step number 1, closing starts. The closing gets started. I did give the sequence of closing. Your closing start. Okay, the step 1 of you start the closing. You get the approval from the sponsor. You start the closing. Write final report. First thing is write final report. Then lesson learned register. This is important. After you start closing, first thing is final report. That is more important than the lesson learned register. Then you start writing lesson learned register. Then you start writing documents, archive that, and things like that. Okay. G. Vinod.
Sir, I'm audible?
Yes, you are.
Now, all this while we have been learning that before closing any project, we have to do the lesson learned. Since here is the casualties, there are many casualties, and suppose the same team, if they go into a next project with a similar kind of endeavor, the lesson, wouldn't we think the lesson learned would be a better?
Lesson learned, we can't close the project without doing the lesson learned. But that is not the first thing. You start, there's a sequence of closing. There's a sequence of closing. Step number 1, you start closing. Let's do write it. If you don't know this, start closing the project. Step number 1. Step number 2, start writing final report. Step number 3, start writing lesson learned register. Finally, step number 4, start writing project documents. Then this thing, first your final report is written. What does final report has? Final report has overall lessons of the project. How did you handle big risk? How did you handle big issues in the project? How did you handle the good, bad, whatever thing comes in the final report? It's a big report. The overall 80 page, sometimes it goes up to 200 pages of that entire thing. Then the lesson learned register, which you have done, that will goes into lesson learned repository and then OPA. And then same thing goes for the documents that get archived. Okay. Thank you, Vinod. Ji Sajad sir.
So my question is to release the team. Okay, when you are now you are telling that this is the steps. So release team will be when it will be. It is the last.
After you see, if we release the team before, who will write the lesson learned? Who will write the lesson learned? You or me? Project manager cannot do that. And we discussed in the chapter number 1 in the fundamentals. We put it that in fundamentals we put it that lesson learned is done by all the people. Lesson learned is done by all the people. So this is very important thing. The lesson learned, in order to get the lesson learned, we do it with everyone. Okay? G. Okay, let's go to the next question. Okay. Yeah. Okay, anyone else? I think sponsor himself declared obsolescence. Whoever declared a sponsor. Guys, if you have any cross question, I do recommend that raise your hand. I cannot go through every comment probably. Okay. G, next question. I was expecting actually more than 60 people to come, but still I'm happy 45 are here. This is the biggest coaching call I ever had of my own student. Okay. So which document you are going to share with them? There's a document that we are going to share with them. You are the project manager of a construction project. Management has asked you to share what are the report which will show risk exposure to the project. Which risks are coming in the next week and how many reserves are left. This is the overall review of the project. So which report you are going to share? Risk register, I'll explain it. Information radiator, no. Risk report, okay. Quality report is all about quality. Issue log, we are not gonna put issue log there. So now a big difference between risk register and risk report. Risk register has all the risk throughout the project. It keeps on getting updated in the project. But in addition to the risk register, we also have risk report. Risk report have all these details that we just discussed. Okay, and I guess this makes sense to everyone. Risk register and risk report are the two most important documents that are produced in the project, and we keep on updating them. I guess everyone has the right answer for this one. Okay. Unless the question said agile information editor will never even come in the option. Next question, Jay. You see, some questions were long, the next questions are small. So if there are one line questions, don't wait for the 70 seconds. Immediately try to answer the questions. You want to improve value for the client, which tool can help increasing the value for the client? Okay, so the purpose of the storyboarding, the purpose of storyboarding is to make a minimum viable product. Guys, for these questions, always remember one answer can be the right or wrong answer. That does not make sense. You also need to know what other tools are, what does they mean. Storyboarding is used to make minimum viable product. What are the backbone of the product? What are the supporting features? Both things are important. You look into that. That does not help us to increase the value. We are not looking into that. Brainstorming is an idea generation technique. We are not looking into that. Task board, it shows the status of the project. Value stream mapping. We use this tool in Lean. It maps what are the value added tasks and non-value added tasks. And with the help of a value stream mapping, we identify, okay, how we can remove these tasks from the other task. And I see everyone has given the right answer. A is the right answer. Okay, next question. what would you do next? Something that you have to do next. Your project is the part of a program whose goal is to improve communication system in the organization. Your project is at the phase gate review that happens at the end of any phase when one of the stakeholders that he is not receiving the update. One stakeholder said that he is not receiving the update. Okay, the first option is share stakeholder register with him. Unless it's a very important thing, you never share stakeholder register with anyone. If the option was update the stakeholder register, we could have looked into that. But the thing is that the problem has occurred. Whenever any problem occurred, the first thing is always to put into the issue log. Then we will look into that why he's not receiving that. Maybe he needs to the information. He does not need the information. So this will not the answer. This will not the answer. The right answer would be option D. Okay, so we will handle it as a D, and D is the right answer. Saleh, we will if first we put into the issue log, and if needed, if we need to solve it, then we will go with the communication plan. Maybe he does not need to have that information. Na? That will tell us by stakeholder plan. That does he need that information or not? Okay. What is the schedule variance? Schedule variance is earned value minus planned value. Okay, simple as that. You are the project manager responsible for upgradation of manned diesel engine. The contract is expected to complete in 8 months. At the cost of this, 4 months have passed. This has spent actual cost, and 40% of the work, total work has been completed. So what has happened? So 40% of the total work has been completed. So 40,000 will be okay, will be your earned value 400. Okay, and 4 months have passed. Okay, 4 months has passed. This is the actual cost. This has nothing to do with that. This is the total cost. So it should be 50. Okay, since it is a 8 month contract, 8 month contract, and 4 month has passed, it should be the half of this. Half work should have been completed. Okay, whereas you have completed 40%. Even without solving the question, the first thing is this: these two are not the answer, and since you are lagging, so this is the answer. So when we say that you can solve the question without calculator, I did not use a calculator here, right? I did not use the calculator here. You can solve the question without the calculator. Just understand what is being asked in the question. Out of 8 months, 4 months have passed. You have completed on the 40%. So there's a lag difference: 40%, 50%, minus 10%, and that is your answer. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Next question. Guys, send direct answers to me because there are new people in the class and there are some old people. So I don't want the answer to get skewed. Everyone send all the answers directly to me. There's an option in which you can send answers to me. Okay. So let's see the question. What will you do? You are the project manager of an agile multi-year project. It has been agreed with the client that your project will deliver value incrementally. Okay, in parts. Now client want to test the product in the environment to check result. Whenever you want to test, what do? We make a minimum viable product to check into that. Okay. Ask them to raise change request. You are already working in an agile, so A can never be the answer. Refer them to sponsor customer collaboration over contract negotiation. So the mindset, the value of the agile are always there. So we are not gonna go towards that option. B is eliminated. Make an MVP and test the environment. Yes, we already know even from the question that this will be the answer. Still elimination technique demands. We go to the next one. Reject them as contract has already been approved. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Whenever we want to test a new thing, making an MVP and testing in that pattern environment is always the right answer. What could you have done to avoid this situation? Whenever you see the word avoid, this means something bad has happened. Okay, and you want to do something that could have made this thing less bad. You are the project manager responsible for the upgradation of a diesel engine in Dubai. You have been sending the complete weekly report to all the stakeholders. However, when you go to the meeting, stakeholders are not informed for the status project. What has been happened? You have been giving them a push communication. We are sending them an email. They did not happen. We could have done full communication or interactive communication, or we can have customized the communication based on the requirement of the stakeholders. That could have changed the scenario. Understanding communication requirement of stakeholders, yes, that can be done. What is their communication requirement and giving the communication them in that format. Put the stakeholder it is there. That's why we are sending them the report. Instead of report, send them 1 minute video to save time. That is not the way. This is stakeholder fault. Guys, let's put this as a straightforward thing. It can never be a stakeholder fault. First thing first, it can never be a stakeholder fault. The project failed, it's your fault. As a project manager, it can never be a stakeholder fault. So I put it this way, if God forbid any student fail, it can never be his or my fault. It's my fault. Okay, so yes, Vijay.
Um, if I'm sending all the report to stakeholders, okay, because question also says all. If while stakeholder meeting, he said, I don't know the status. He might not read the status report. If he is not reading the status report, it is his fault only. No?
No.
What we have to do for that? In the real time, it happened actually. And the PMI, I know. Yeah.
No. Both in real time and in PMI, it's your fault. Because if the stakeholder is too busy, what you can do, you can send a message in the body that please confirm that you have read the report. We have a meeting into that. Please confirm you have received that report.
Okay. Now I did that also.
Yeah.
Even that also stakeholder not reading. Even my fault.
That is a different. That's a different. That's
you understand, no? I put everything, push, pull, in fact, everything I did. They're not reading. It is happening actually. Now, still my fault?
No. Now the question will change. Let me first get back to that question. First thing first, we put it there. Okay, please read the report. And once you have done, please ping me back. I have read the report. If you have any question, put the question there. Okay, now what will happen if he replies you? If he replies you that I have read the report and this is that, this means he knows the status. This means if he does not reply to you, okay, then you message him and call him, hey, please, I sent you the report. Do read him and do reply me by email. He then again does not reply to you. Then again, you need to engage him in a different way. Maybe he's too busy. He cannot read the report. He just does not consider your report to be important. There can be so many things. For example, one of the student messaged me, he wants to join the next batch. He messaged me, I want to have a call with you. Can we have a call now? 90% of the time, my answer is always yes. But I said him, no, for next 4 or 5 hours, I'm not available. Because what? These stakeholders are there. I need to engage with them. Okay. So you need to see what is the priority, and you need to understand one thing can be your priority, not other people's priority. Okay, not other people's priority. It's the same thing. Everyone seems their kids are cute, but other people don't seem that. Okay, so yeah, this is always the same thing. Your problem is not their problem. Okay, next question. What will you do first? Again, now this thing and the other thing has a different context. What will you do first? You are the project manager responsible for the construction project, constructing a skyscraper in Makkah. You are making a big thing. You have identified the risk and manage it according to every response. But now a secondary risk has occurred. Please understand, this is a very important concept. Secondary risk has occurred. If you say that you have identified it and you have identified an other risk, that would we go to the risk register. But now secondary risk has occurred and you don't have a funds to manage it. What will you do it? Communicate to the team. Yes, it can be, but that's not something that can help us. Communicate to the sponsor. Yes, but this is not the first thing. Use management reserve. Raise the change request. You raise the change request because raising the change request can help us to handle this problem. Please understand that whenever you're looking what to do next, it should solve your problem. Okay. Next question. Okay. What could have what could you have done differently? Okay. Again, some problem has occurred. The last line is telling you you want to improve that. You are the project manager responsible for upgradation of a hydropower plant. You have identified all stakeholders and started managing them. However, during execution, you are loading with too much and unnecessary demands. Do that, do that, do that. Like, why you are getting so many demands? What could you have done differently? Skip stakeholder management. That is a killer for you. That can never be done. Prioritize the stakeholders. Okay, understand stakeholder communication requirement. The question does not say that they are not communicating properly. Actually, they are communicating more than the required. Okay, Anamika, you put C. There is nothing wrong about the communication thing. And Shah, you also put C. They are communicating you, na? They are communicating you. The communication is not the problem. You did not understand who are the important stakeholder, prioritize them, and handle them. Every person, nothing is also not the answer. B is the answer. You see, I have actually worked in such a project, in a hydro project, and this has happened to me. The important thing is to prioritize the stakeholder and see their requirement. Everyone else can keep on requiring us. We don't care. Okay, if you manage the most important stakeholder, that's an important thing. Okay, if you manage the most important stakeholder, that is the thing. Managing every single stakeholder is not, that is not possible. It's never possible. It can never be. Second thing, guys, why all of you are not answering me the question? I actually know who is not answering. What is the recording? I'm not saying it. Please, everyone, put the answers in the question. Please, everyone, put the answers in the questions. What is your justification? Yes, Shah, I said go to, in order to get the funds, because we did not have the fund, Shah Mansoor. In order to get the fund, we cannot use the fund without raising the change request. So for that, we raise the change request and get it there. Anam, your, I guess music is at the background noise. Unmuted yourself. Okay.
So,
Hmm.
Pallavi here. So, I had a query for earlier question. So,
Yeah.
the thing is like when contingency reserves are exhausted, then we do go for the management
Yes.
reserves, right? So,
Yes.
why do we need a baseline in that case? Just,
We
I mean, the change request.
we cannot use the management reserve without a change request. No? We discussed it yesterday. In order to use the management reserve is with
Oh,
them.
okay.
Right?
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
With not in the
Got
baseline.
it.
Get the part of
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Prioritize the stakeholder and you can get it done. Okay. G, next question. G. So this is basically match them. I did not change them. Informing. What do you do in forming? Put it in the chat box. What do you do in storming? Put in the chat box. What do you do in that? So this is kind of a drag and drop. Put it in your way, and then I will answer. 90% students are giving wrong answers for this question. This is a very interesting. Okay, Ji. Forming is the stage one in the Tuckman ladder. This is the Tuckman ladder. The team just arrived in the project. In the forming stage, we need to direct them. Okay, do it this way. This is your team charter. This is your responsibility. Do this. Forming is all about directing. Storming is when the conflict start happen. So here we want them to listen us. Here we want to act like a coach. We want to make sure they understand what we are saying. So coaching will happen in uh, the forming in the storming stage. Then norming is basically we are moving from the storming. So here mentoring is there. In performing everyone knows how to do. We let them delegate, mean we sit aside, let them do their thing. So in performing we will go with the delegation. And adjourning is about mentoring and coaching. Guys, this is a very important thing. I will repeat one more time. Forming is a time when the new teams comes there, the team is there, they need your support. You need to understand what are the things that you are going to do. You need to give them direction. Okay, this is your responsibility, this is your responsibility. We need to give that direction, directive in nature. Storming, when the conflicts start happen, they are fighting with each other. When they're fighting, you need to become a active listener. You need to listen to them. Then we do the coaching. Storming is all about coaching. In norming, now people start understanding habits of each other. Their mentoring needs to be done. Performing, they are at the ideal stage, let them do what they did. Okay. And at journeying, you sit and at journeying again, people are going and living. Again, you need to do coaching as well as mentoring. Both things are required in adjourning. Yeah. Okay. Next question. I put it there. This is the question. Yeah. Sorry for that. Okay. What can you tell about the condition of the project to management? You are working in the project, budget and completion, total money is this, budget and completion is this. Your SPI of the project is 1.6. Okay, greater than 1. SPI or CPI greater than 1 is always a good thing. Cost variance is positive 5,000. So both are greater than 1. Both are in the positive thing. Project is not behind schedule. I'll eliminate it. Project is ahead of schedule and over budget. No, it is under budget. I'll eliminate it. Behind schedule. No, I'll eliminate it. Ahead of schedule and under budget. Yes, this is the answer. We are in the ideal stage. We're in the ideal stage. Maybe here the organization will look into crashing the project. Okay, let me put a what if scenario. In this scenario, your management asks you that they want to reduce the schedule further. Okay, what they should do? Crashing, fast tracking, resource leveling, or resource smoothing. In this condition, the question is this, the same, and they ask you, what can we do to reduce the schedule? What will be your opinion? Crashing is always preferred. Crashing is always preferred because it can increase the cost and we have the money. Fast tracking is less preferred and we don't need more resources, but we will work into that and we can get that thing. That crashing is always preferred here. G. I really like that how you guys are putting, but still a lot of students are not putting their answers. I request all of you, please put your answers. What is happening? Someone is unmuted, please mute yourself. And guys, keep tracking your score. Do tell me in the end how many questions you got right. Okay. Okay. On inspection, you find out that the temperature of the furnace was not maintained properly. What will you do next? You are inspecting deliverable and you find that some of the deliverable does not meet quality management plan. Okay. So this was the thing. You were inspection. What were you doing? You were doing quality control. In quality control, we basically, if they pass, we get a verified deliverable. If they don't pass, we do raise a change request. And on inspection, we did a root cause analysis. We found out that the temperature was not maintained. But you will do that. You see, this is already done. Okay, this is the root cause analysis. Update the quality plan. There is no need into that. Of course, we cannot do that. There's only one option, that work to improve the deliverables and work into that. Gupta, you put root cause analysis. Root cause analysis will not be the answer. You already identify that the temperature was not maintained. That was the root cause of the problem. Even if that was not the option, still option A will be there. Raise a change request and then we will work into that. Now, the deliverable has failed. It does not meet. The deliverable does not meet, simply raise the change request to work into that. Kaleem, it will never be quality management plan. Why we will update the quality management plan? It is about inspection. It has nothing to do with that. Your understanding of that is not right at all. Audit is about the checking the process, how the process actually works. What are the processes and work into that. Okay, inspection is checking the deliverable. Audit is checking the effectiveness of the process. Inspection is checking the deliverables. Neeraj, C is not the answer. Again, Salah, D is not the answer. Many people put D as the answer. D is not the answer. We always, whenever the deliverable gets failed, we always raise the change request to handle those deliverables. Okay, I hope that makes sense to all of you. Yeah. G, next question. If the inspection was not done, then you did not even find out that there was a problem in the deliverable. Actually, you find out in the deliverable that by inspection you find out deliverable is not according to a plan. If you did not do the inspection, how did you find? Even that way, you still raise a change request to handle to work on that deliverable. It's always the first step. You always raise a change request. Change request was the answer. Someone was Rahma to it. Okay, Mushtaq. Okay. Which document you will check the claim of the client. So when the client claims, we always know that there's one document that has been agreed with the client. I'll come to that. Your client is inspecting verified deliverable. On inspection, is said that deliverable does not meet his requirement. So this again goes back to the journey of deliverable. How the journey of deliverable basically work? The deliverable, when it get produced, first it goes to control quality team. The control quality check them according to quality management plan. If that is according to quality management plan, we get a verified deliverable. If it is not according to quality management plan, we raise a change request. So we get a verified deliverable. The client comes, client checks according to scope baseline. Client check according to scope baseline. If it meets scope baseline, then it is okay. If it does not meet the scope baseline, then that was our mistake. Okay, it is not quality plan. Quality teams check according to the quality plan, not the client. It's a very important concept to understand who check when and what are their ways of checking. Okay, yeah. Next question. What tool or technique would be most helpful in this situation? As you plan your project, you realize that you will need to acquire services from several vendors. However, due to the complexity of the requirement, you are concerned that without additional input from potential sellers, developing a procurement strategy might be difficult. What tool or technique would be more helpful to in this situation? So source selection analysis will not help us because the complexities of the requirement are there. We want to talk to the sellers. So where do we talk to the sellers? This is not the way. Make or buy is not the way. We are left with the meeting with the sellers, and we are left with the bidder conference. So there are many potential sellers. We could have a meeting with the sellers, okay? But the question says that acquire services from several vendors. There are several vendors, okay? When the question says there are many vendors, we cannot basically work into that. We cannot have a meeting with each seller. This will become a very difficult for it. What we can do, we can have a bidder conference. Meeting with the sellers can also be an option, but when you have more than one sellers, several sellers are there, so we will go with the bidder conference. Bidder conference, we can clarify everything, and then we can work into that. It can make it more productive. B is your right answer. I hope this answer should be 100% right from you guys. I have discussed this question multiple times. Yes, everyone is right. Which of the cost is considered outside? Training, testing, appraisal are all inside. Warranty cost is outside. Another cost that is called rework. Understand this thing. Even if the rework was in the option, rework is still an internal cost. Even if the option were rework, rework is still an internal cost. Yes, Vinod. Cost of non-conformance. Yeah. Next questions. Yes, we have already solved this question.
Yeah, yes, we did that. Okay. Why you are doing that? You are working on a project as a project manager. You are emphasizing it will be better to deliver value incrementally as compared to one go. The question is actually asking what is the benefit of incremental value over the entire way. You can earn more when the value is delivered incrementally. Actually true. That is actually true. But let's stop here. There will be less risk when delivering value in one go. No, in one go, the value of basically risk is more. So that is not the answer. Both clients and vendors can go home early. No, value can be realized early on by delivering value incrementally. So both of these are right answer, but this is the better answer for that. D is the right answer. Okay. So a lot of questions I put it for the minimum viable product and things like that, because that things come under the business environment and agile. This covers in both of these topics. What will you do? You are working in a car manufacturing company. You are designing a car for the UAE region. You are focused on delivering high level features to test the market. You got a result that are negative to what you expected. Cost is much higher than the benefit. So again, business case is not valid anywhere. We should not launch the MVP. We should not launch the full-fledged product. We will not test anything. The cost is more. We will cancel the project. We will go home. Okay, business case, we discuss one of the project in this way, and the business case benefit to cost. If benefits are less and the cost is more, we don't do that project at all. Next question.
What will you do as a project manager? You are the project manager for the upgradation of a project. You were while you were in the planning phase, organization have gone through a merger and now the organization has changed, which makes your project business case obsolete. Again, the same question in a different scenario. Okay, so what does that teaches us? Whenever the business case is out of the way, we'll just go towards closing the project. I hope now no one put the C as an answer. Okay, update the business update the business case to reflect the new strategy. Okay, that can be an option. Update the project charter. Okay, continue work. Now everyone was asking escalate the sponsor. Vijay, here you will escalate the sponsor because you don't have any option. Every option with this question is just like the other question, but you don't have any other options here. Here you will escalate the sponsor. You cannot update the business case. You cannot update the project charter. Your hands are tied here. You need to work into that particular way. Okay, you don't have the authority to do that. You only have the option to escalate the sponsor. G Vijay.
So if one of the option is start closing the project, that will be the answer.
That will be the answer. Yes.
Okay.
I did not see the option. I just read the question. I thought the option was same. Okay. So basically, when I read the option, that was not the answer. Yes, Ubed.
Who can update the business case and project charter? The
Only,
sponsor himself?
only sponsor or governance. Okay. We cannot do that. As a project manager, you cannot do that. That is the most important thing. G. Next questions. Which skills you have used to come to that decision? Your team member is not performing well for the past month, and as a result, project is lacking behind because of one team member. You went to him and talked to him. You shared the three. He shared basically three of his family members are suffering from COVID. So there are some more work for you after the exam. So he shared that three of his family members are suffering from COVID. You gave him a week off to take care of his family. Which skills you have used? It's not a leadership skill, although it may seem like a leadership skill. It's not a communication skills. It's not an influencing skills. This is understanding the emotions of others, but basically work into that. You empower it. It is emotional intelligence, understanding the emotions of other and how a person can be. The leadership skill is as a more of a generic thing. He did not act as a leader or thinking it. He used a human emotion. There's a human emotion related into this pattern scenario. So he used those human emotions to handle this pattern thing. Okay. There's an option that you can send directly answer to me. Use that, please. Shah Mahmood, same for you. Send direct answers to me, not in the main page. skewed the answers. What will you update first? You have identified risk, planned this response, and set a risk owner to that risk. The risk occurred. Now, what will you update first? For all those people who put the answer B, I have been saying that. I have been saying it thousands of times. Thousands of times. You identified a risk, put it into the risk register. And if that occur, you update the risk register. Anything that was not planned, anything that was not identified, if that happened, that thing we put into the issue. That thing we put into the issue. Please, please, the same as risk has occurred, you will update the risk register. That is because of the risk register. You put explanation, Saleh, and who else? Everyone, Rao, you also made this mistake. Kaleem, need to work into that. Please, everyone understand this thing. Anything that was not planned, you did not made a plan for it, and it occurred, that goes into issue. Okay, please understand this thing. This was a two-liner question, but majority made the wrong answer. What will you update first? You are working in a construction project, an important resource has left the team. So he left the team. The problem has occurred. Okay, you have identified that. Now you have hired this resource from the manpower agency. What will you update that? You are working in a construction project, an important resource has left. You have identified. Okay, you did the question, sorry for my English. You already identified that, and you have hired another resources from the manpower agency. Okay, then what does it made? It made it a risk. It actually made it a risk, not an issue. So let me just actually add it while we are talking onto my file. So this question should be something like this. You are working in a construction project. Don't look at the answers. These are, I copy paste from other questions. You are working in a project, construction project, an important resource has left that team. Already identified this, and have hired additional so in place of this. What will you update? Now, please, I'm sorry for that, but what will you update? Now, what will be your answer from there? No, Kaleem, it will not be resource management plan. This is a risk. The risk has occurred. You will update the risk management plan, risk registers, not risk management plan. With an identified risk, why would you update resource management plan? It has nothing to be resource management plan, how to acquire, manage, and things like that. It has nothing to do with that. Risk register is there, na? You will update the risk register. Please understand what happened in every scenario when we can update those things. Acha ji, next question, another CPI and SPI question. The question number 49. Your cost variance is $500 and your CPI is 1.8. Same thing. I don't need to read the question. Your CV is 500, your SPI is 1 point. You are running over budget? No. Under budget? Yes. But below schedule? Nah. Under budget in this lecture. The answer. This is another words just to put it that way. Some people are putting answers with the formula, do use formula. You don't need to use a formula. You already have the answer that you need to get after the formula. Okay. Next question. Guys, why you are putting C as an answer? What could you have done to avoid this? You are in a sprint review. Sprint review is basically a meeting in which the client accepts something. The client refused. The client is rejecting the story. He said that I did not agree with the definition of done what you did. Inviting the client, no, it's not a thing. It has nothing to do with the stand up. And 99.999% we don't call client there. Client is not there. Okay. So A is eliminated. Getting approval of the sprint goal by client. I'll come to that. Putting acceptance criteria on information radiator. We don't put acceptance criteria even on information radiator. Information radiator are basically to show the status of the project. There are thousands of user story. How you are gonna put the on information radiator the criteria of every single user story? There can be 10 things in that. Information editor are to show the status of the project, not to clutter into this. If we put every single thing on information editor, it is not going to work with that. It has nothing to do with that. Asking product owner to check before showing it to the client. You see, please understand this thing. Sprint goal can be like we are going to make minimum viable product in the project. We are going to make these things 8, 9, 10 things in the project. That is an entire sprint goal. Whereas one user story, that user stories are not getting accepted, the entire goal is not in jeopardy. The user stories he is not accepting, he is not agreeing definition of that. Okay, he is not agreeing what you agreed with that. It's not a sprint goal. What we could have done, we could have shown it to the product owner because he is the voice of the customer. He needs to make sure that this thing has been completed. Showing it before that could have been a better answer in walking into that thing. Okay, D is the right answer in this particular question. Next question. Okay, so what will be the most useful for this job? You are the new project manager joining a project in execution. Last project manager left the organization due to health issues. You want to check what are the risks organizations have handled in the past project, not this project. What will be most useful? Risk register is for current project. Project charter is for the current project. OPS can be lesson register is again for this current project, not for the past project. You want to check the past projects, guys. B is the answer. Yes, Rao, Anamika. Shazad, not A, not A, Prasanna. Lesson learned. Shah, I could not see what your answer is. Always put Shah, this Shaman, so this is the answer. No, Gandhara, it is Gupta before Numan, no A. Okay. Mama Saleh, there's an option you can send directly answer to me. So do Numan. You can directly send answers to me instead of putting in the main group. B is the right answer, guys. It was an easy question. I don't know why did you miss it. This is why you get so many questions wrong. Yes, Vijay?
If it is learned repository, can we choose A?
That is the purpose, no? That is the purpose there, no? To look at the lesson learned repository, and lesson learned repository is the part of the
Yes.
okay. Shah, okay, that's a good thing, but explain in the same message, one message, because I'll lose your message. That. Fill my bottles. Okay, what have you missed? You sent a report to all important stakeholders when you want to meet. Many of them have not. This is the same type question. You sent a, okay, what you have, you did not identify the preferred communication method. This is the same type of the questions. Okay. Okay. This question, I need to remove it from there. Guys, do count how many questions I do skip, because we are planning to do 60 questions. I don't want to exceed or decrease. I skipped, I guess, 3 questions. And 20. Hussein, your client wants the project in parts. How can it be waterfall? Put their justification in the chat box. How can it be waterfall, yaar? Waterfall. Shazad, same goes for you. How can it be waterfall? He wants the project in parts. Waterfall, that is traditional, is single delivery. Saleh, same goes for you. Numan, same goes for you. Why did you miss the part? You lost 1 mark because of this mistake. Vinod, then his requirements are fixed. Sajad, Vinod, Nadeem Khan, his requirements are fixed. Okay. Hassan, his requirements are fixed. Agile requirements are not fixed. Please understand the question. Pallavi, same goes for you. Suresh, his requirements are fixed. Saleh, it's not agile. Please understand. Ubaid, what is point driven? Nobody select the option A. So you thought let's select the option A. Where have you read the point driven even? That is not even a PMP term. It should be iterative, yeah, Hassan, but you should select iterative. Na? Guys, please understand this thing. This was an easy question. I don't know why you got it wrong, yeah. No, no, no. Now you are wrong. Okay. A client has requested to deliver the project in parts. The first thing is that when the client asks in parts, okay, when the client asks in parts, I'm not saying any option is right or wrong. I'm just saying let's discuss this thing. Any option should be parts, it should be incremental, okay, and its requirements are fixed. Which life cycle you will be using for this project? Now, interestingly, the right answer should be incremental. Incremental is the right answer, which is not in the option. So normally it should be in the option. So instead of point driven, I should have written incremental. Okay. But let's see what we have here. Waterfall. Let me first edit the question also, and let me explain this topic to all of you. This thing is a very important thing. This thing entirely explains the entire agile concept. Okay, so how this different life cycles we have. Okay, what is not right. Okay. So here we have requirements, and here we have delivery. If requirement is fixed and there is a single delivery, and requirements are fixed, then we use predictive, which is also known as waterfall. If requirements are variable but delivery is single, this is iterative. If you have multiple deliveries and requirements are fixed, it's incremental. If both are changing, that means you are agile. This is an important concept to master, guys. I hope this makes sense to you. And if you think the question is wrong, cross check that. No? All the question, even some question can be in an exam, you will get the mark for that. But cross check the question, ask me the question. Whichever the simulator you do, ask that a question. Okay. So this can be happening here, but don't use your concept wrong. Please master your concept. This is one of the very important questions that we just did. Thank you, Suleiman. We are getting A and C as an answers. A and C. Let's see. Let's see the question. Which type of organization you are working for? Okay. You are the project manager responsible for upgradation of its infrastructure. A functional manager came to your project and has taken the key resource for this project. You waited for the functional manager to return the resource at its ease. This will cause a delay into the project. Please understand this thing. In a functional organization, there is no project manager. There is no PM in the functional organization. For all those you are selecting the answer, there is no PM in the functional organization. Then what is the difference between weak and functional? Functional has no PM at all. It's only an operational organization. If it was projectized, he could never take the people from there. From balance, he has to ask him who goes for strong. For a simple question, I don't know why you put A as an answer. I don't know why you put A as an answer. The right answer was C. C was the right answer, and there has to be no confusion in there. Please don't make this confusion. Okay, we don't have project manager in the functional organization. A project manager in functional organization. In weak matrix, we do have. Okay. What plan should the project manager update to reflect this? The CEO was deeply involved at the start of the project, as this was one of the risky projects. Now he has requested the sponsor only to invite him in phase review meeting, as he will be busy with the coming projects. Okay, what document should be? This is not a problem here. So this is not a problem here. What he wants is that he wants to minimize the frequency. 4 hours of communication. First, his information was on daily basis or weekly basis. Now he wants the information only to be received on some time. Okay. So this is a very important thing. This is a very important thing that we need to look into that. Now we need to have a talk with you. The message you put, we need to discuss with the regarding the functional. Okay, so here the answer would be B, communication plan. The answer would not be D. I don't want to see D as an answer. We will not put stakeholder register. People putting stakeholder register, what you want to put into that? What do you have into the stakeholder register? Stakeholder register, maximum thing you will get from the stakeholder register is high power, high interest. High power, high interest. He is still powerful. He is still interested in the project. He just don't want the frequency to be there. He wants to change the frequency here. He is still powerful. Tell me this thing. If a stakeholder wants report at a monthly basis, you think he's not interested? How can you think that he's not interested? The same, he is still powerful. He is interested, but he want his engagement to be a little bit low. Hasan, he want, if we go back to the question, he requested him in a phase review meeting, as he will be busy with the upcoming project. He is not saying I'm not interested at all. He's less interested. You don't have anything in your power interest graph. You don't have anything in your power interest graph. He's saying that, okay, and now I will take other risky project. This is the power interest graph. This is the power interest graph. Oh, we go to next question. This is the power interest graph. Power interest. Okay. High power, high interest. High power, low interest. Low power, high interest. He was here. He's still here because he's still interested in the project. That's why he asked him to add him to the phase review meeting. He never said that I don't want to be included in the project at all. He needs less engagement. He does not need daily report. So the only answer is communication plan. Update the communication plan. The communication.
Brother Amir?
Who is talking? Please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. Yeah, please raise your hand. Anyone want to ask anything? Please follow the ground rule. Okay. So this is a very important thing, that when high power, high interest, he is still high power person, he is still high interested in the project. Okay. But now the only thing he wants is frequency to be changed. And that is the communication plan. Right information at right time to right people to have right impact. 4 hours of communication. His frequency is changing, yaar. Okay, please understand. If anyone has any question on this thing, this is a very important question about the stakeholder. Please ask. If anyone has any question, they can raise their hand and they can ask. Okay. So,
hello, Brother Amir.
Mr. Why don't you raise your hand, brother? There's an option.
Brother, you know that I want to talk to you, right? So that's what I'm asking the question.
The question,
yeah.
By looking at the question, it seems that his interest is getting less because he's going to be busy in other projects, and he has asked, specifically asked, that please don't share everything with me, just share few reports or the final reports. That means he's more interested in other projects and he has less interest in this project. So I could be wrong, but just to clarify,
still interested. Less interested means still interested.
Okay. But so we won't change our register or whatever was the first option.
Okay, let's say we want to change the register. What do you want to change in the register? Classify me that. Give me the exact area what you will be updating. Give me that.
We will change his interest. We'll mark him as less interested.
He's still interested.
No?
He's still interested. He's saying, give me the report. If you don't send him the phase review report, you will be in a trouble. You will be in a trouble. Right?
Okay.
He's still interested, no?
Yeah, get it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, yes. Okay, Prem, you raise your hand.
I read the question like, the project was in critical stage, and that's the reason he wanted regular updates. And once the project has moved on from that critical stage, the problem is resolved, and now he wants to take up slightly backseat, but definitely he's interested in the project.
Yeah, yes, he's still interested. Thank you. Sidra, you can lower your hand. Yes, Kalim.
Hi, Amer. Where it is said that the communication is the point here in the question.
What is communication plan?
So 4 hours, like what kind of
what is 4 hours?
Right time, right frequency, and what?
Instead of getting daily reports, he want report at the phase. So that is the frequency.
The frequency of the reports.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Numan.
Sir, can we please go back to the question?
Yeah. So, sir, the question he says that he requests the sponsor only to involve him in phase review meetings. First of all, he has not requested the project manager. He has requested the sponsor for the change. The second thing was that he says what document should the project manager update to reflect this. So, if we change his interest, we should reflect it in the stakeholder register, because the question says that he is now not interested to
But
be involved in all of the meetings. How can we
the
reflect
same
his
thing.
interest in the communication?
Again, the same thing what I explained to Sidra. In stakeholder register, we have two options: positive, negative. He is interested, he is not interested. He is still interested in the project. That's why he asked phase review meeting now. He asked he did not say that I'm not interested. He still wants to have a phase review meeting. Okay. So we need to understand that he wants to have a phase review meeting. He needs to work with them. This needs to be understood.
Right, sir,
Yeah.
but in some of the examples of the stakeholder register that I saw, there was this option of high interest, high power,
Please look at
high power, low
look at
interest.
Numan, please look this graph. This is the graph of the stakeholder register. No? This is the graph of the stakeholder register. Does there anywhere include a little bit interested or a little bit not interested? There's only one thing: interested or not interested. He's still interested or not? Tell me just like this.
Yes, sir, he is interested but less interested. Is it high interest, high power, low interest? Isn't it high power, low interest, or
Low interest means not interested at all. No? We
low
don't.
low interest? Is it low interest or no interest?
It will be no interest. Na? He is still there. Na? It is not frequency there. Either he's in there, we will send him the report, or we will not send him the report. Okay. I will send him the report. We will send him the report, or we will not send him the report. Okay.
Right, sir.
We send him the report, or we will not send him the report. That is, yeah. If anyone has any other opinion on this question apart from discussing the same thing, then they can ask the question. Yes, Pallavi.
No, sir, I had the same interpretation and maybe
I
I
do.
misinterpreted. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, what I thought is while reading the question, I thought it is low interest, high power. So, my perspective was to just keep him informed that yes, he has an interest in it, but it is low and he has a power as a CEO of the company. So that is why I thought of putting him in a stakeholder register in a category of keeping him informed.
Hmm. But yeah, I did explain that. Yes, Sidra, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sir, if we could change option A with that matrix thing where we define that he's where we define the current status and then the desired
No,
status.
still it will be communication plan.
Still it will be coming. Okay.
Because
Okay.
you see, the thing is that if you understand the question is saying about the frequency. We are sharing him, and now from there we have moved towards the other end. That is the
Okay. Okay. Get it.
Yeah,
Get it. Thank you, sir.
we are changing the frequency into that particular order. Yes, Hussein.
See, my question is if the question changed, for example, let's say now they're saying this is the riskiest project, and let's say the sponsor is supposed to be involved in all the meetings, right? Then this is an issue, right? Because
No. Let rephrase the question. Rephrase the question. I did not understand. I guess your mic is backward, or maybe sound is not coming proper. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's say this says this is the riskiest project, right? There's a risk. This project is very risky.
Okay.
Now he has requested to involve him only in the phase review meeting, but maybe his requirement is to be in all the meetings, right? Not in phase review, because this is a risky project where the CEO must be involved in this case.
Yeah.
Right. Then this will be an issue, right? You need to identify as an issue
Then we could have looked into that. We could have looked into that. You see, but when I was making this question, I can also understand. Basically, what happens, especially in the earthquake or floods, what happens when these things are coming, or a new milestone is at your forehead. The milestone is coming. You want to handle that milestone immediately. Then the sponsors or the people, the senior people, they immediately want the daily report. When that milestone pass, they say, give us occasionally report. So that is the logic behind that question while I was making that question. Okay. So this was the logic behind this question. Yeah. We will only update if we are moving him from the no. If his power changes, interest changes, even new stakeholders power interest changes, we will update that accordingly. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Grace, you have a question?
So, sir, the question, I think most of us were confused because what's the first document that we should update? First, the stakeholder has been in a very high power, high interest. And next, he just says that he wants to get involved only during, certain meetings are happening according to the question. But when do we update the stakeholder register then? And then when do we update the communication management plan?
Yeah, we update the communication management plan when anything talks about the frequency of the project, when anything talks about the how the communication frequency will be there, things like that. When these things occur, then we update the plans. Okay.
So which goes first now, since, now we are just going to update
When
the
we are
communication
update, when we are updating the frequency and the things like that, then basically we will update the communication plan. Okay, when we want to change the engagement level or the strategies, like instead we want to change the strategies to engage the stakeholder, then will be stakeholder engagement plan. If a stakeholder is saying now I don't need report, if he said I don't need report, the question was that I don't need report, then maybe we could have updated the stakeholder register because he does not want it. Or if he left the organization, then the stakeholder register may have updated in that pattern.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Yep. Got it.
So guys, let's have our 3 minutes break. Then we will discuss the next questions. Okay. All. Acha ji. Okay. So a simple question I would say. Let's see. Acha ji, let's solve this question. Now, this is a very important question. How to identify number of channels. Although this is not in the new PMI ATP material, but still knowing it does not hurt you. It's a very easy way. N is number of stakeholders. You put the number of stakeholders and you straightforward get the how many communication channels are there. You are reporting 5 stakeholders. You are reporting 5 stakeholders in the past few months. 2 stakeholders have increased in the project. How many communication channels are there? Please understand this thing. You are a stakeholder. You are reporting to 5 stakeholders. Total number of stakeholders are 6. You are reporting to 5 people. Okay. There are 5 people and you are reporting to them. Total number of stakeholders was 6. Now it has become 2. Total number become 8. 8 minus 8, 1. Why do you think I would put such a easy question? Because of this trick in it. The right answer is 28. Read the question very clearly. Many people put C as an answer and C is the wrong answer because you missed the critical point that was in the question. Okay. G. Next question. Should I answer your question after this question? Let's solve this question. A new stakeholder has entered your organization. You have put him in the stakeholder register. You have determined his engagement level and found that he is resistant to the project as it can make his team job obsolete. Acha, another question that I want to ask, reference to the previous question that we had a long discussion. If someone is resistant, what, where do you put him in a high power, high chart? On a power interest graph, where will you put him? Put the answer. Ignore him. This is the Darwin law. No. Try to hide the facts. No. Whenever there's a conflict, always face-to-face communication is the best thing. If someone is resistant, what do you put? Okay, let's see what answer you put there. Interactive. High power, high interest. If some, no, Muhammad, he cannot be anywhere. If someone is resistant and is an important stakeholder, first thing, he is high interested. To be interested, someone has to be like resistant, sometimes had to be interested. Yeah. Okay, Yashizad, you ask the question, please. Shizad, you asked a question. Raise your hand. I guess no question.
Sir, can we go to previous question, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I want to understand how it become 8.
Yeah. You see, you are reporting. You are reporting to 5 people. Okay, 5 people. You are calling to write 5 people. How many stakeholders are there? 6. 5 they and 6th you person. Stakeholders, everyone is involved. When we talk about the communication channel works with everyone. How everyone can communicate. First,
Okay,
6.
sir. Okay.
6 plus 2, 8. G.
Okay, sir.
Yes,
Thank you.
Shah.
Thank you.
Yes, Shah.
Sir, in the current question, the one after this, we have already identified him as resistant. So we could have, I'm assuming we have already done the face-to-face meeting to understand his concern, and we came out to a conclusion that he is resistant to the project. And then we should escalate to the,
No, you said a very beautiful word.
yeah.
I am assuming that we already have talked, we have already had a face-to-face meeting. You are assuming. The question does not say there. Is there anything?
But how do we find out that he is resistant to the project?
There can be multiple ways because his job is getting obsolete. You put it that way without even having a conversation with him. The question does not say anywhere that we have a face-to-face meeting. We had a previous face-to-face meeting and that he's not understanding. Please understand this thing. To escalate the sponsor, it should always be like that. You have done every single thing and now you are left with the last option to escalate to the sponsor. Okay, now you are left with the last option to escalate to the sponsor. In order to escalate the sponsor, you have already done every single. Now you are left with escalating to him. Means you, if the question said you already had a face-to-face meeting with him and he is still not agreeing with you, he's still resistance. Now you escalate to the sponsor. That could have been an answer. Okay. G. Next question. Don't turn the timer on. So you are working on agile organization, business case and benefit management plan have been approved. Now organization is trying to make proof of concept, whether this project can work or not. What will this result? Now proof of concept is none of these things. It is MVP. Okay. If the option was you want to check whether you want to check the proof of concept and in the option was architectural spike, what would be the answer? Architectural spike. You know how it can be project management plan here. Unmute yourself. What the project management plan has to do with the proof of concept?
Sorry.
No. Tell me. I want to understand your justification. Like project management plan is the least thing to do with the that spike. What it has to do with that?
I thought something is changing in the with the in
Even
the
if
project.
even if it is changing, you see, proof of concept mean this can work or not. The prototype is the right answer, but the best answer if you have is architectural spike. Architectural spike in Agile we do to conduct proof of concept. It can work or it cannot work. POC, proof of concept. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. G. Next question. Finally, some team questions. I was thinking, why not team question? Okay. You are working on a project. Two teams are having conflict regarding the design of new prototype. They are in the stage of the conflict number one. So what we would do? We have discussed this question on a multiple occasion. When the teams are at the stage one, we do not nothing. Stage one is an important stage where the team is trying to solve the problem. Okay, and I'm very happy everyone has put C as an answer. Next question.
If you like me to mentor you,
Okay, the development team has calculated the velocity as 25 story points. However, product owner has insisted it could be 40 story points. You try to reach a consensus. You try to reach a consensus for decision. Both of them came. You failed. You tried to reach a consensus but failed. Both of them came to you for a decision. What will you do? We will not escalate the product owner. We will not ask the team to do the decisions by itself, because as a team person, you need to work into that. You need to solve the conflict. If they could have solved it, they could never have come to it. And the conflict is about how much work is gonna take. If the conflict was how much value this user story has, we would have taken the product owner side. Now the conflict is all about how much work we are going to take. That is the team decision. So you will, as a scrum master, as a project manager, you will take the side of team. Okay, you will take the side of team. G, next question. Did you raise your hand? Let me just explain this question. Just give me 10 seconds, then we can work into that. How risks are not handled in Agile? The question is how risks are not handled in Agile. Agile. Pair programming, yes, people are sitting together. In pair programming, we do handle the risk. Okay, we do the pair programming risk. It is something that we do. Two persons are sitting together, immediately they identify the risk, and we can do that. Risk is tracked in the burn down chart. Yes, we have burn down chart. Risk log, risk register is used. Yes, some author called it a risk register, but risk log is the real agile term. Okay. Spikes are used, specific time we put aside to handle the risk. Daily stand-ups, yes. We don't have the plans and qualitative or quantitative risk assessment in HR. This is not what we do into that. Spikes are used, Priyal. Spikes are used only in HR. And the risk spike, the purpose of the risk are these. Yeah, Grace, it should be handled in HR. You are right. G, Vinod, please. What's your question?
This was for the previous question.
Okay.
So under the development team, we consider the team as a self-organized and self-empowered.
Okay.
So my point was, why can't we choose D as the answer?
Because the team has already requested your help. The team was self-organized. They were all those things, but you are a servant leader. Okay. Now team has come to you for help. You are saying that I cannot help. You should do it yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, this point of view, that is the.
Okay.
Yes, I change it, not handled in agent. Okay, so this I already, I'm not gonna do the drag and drop. We will have a separate coaching call for drag and drop. Okay, so this is an interesting question because it asks to choose three options. Okay, Vijay Anand, you missed that thing. Okay, Prasanna, you also missed that thing. Hussain, you also missed that thing. Okay, and who also missed? Grace, you choose two options. It says three options. Okay, Shah Mansur. Okay, Nadeem Khan, also you. You choose two options. The question said three options. Whenever it asks three options, yes, it asks the three options. Okay, so that's an interesting thing, but that's a good thing in the exam. In exam, if exam asks three options, unless you select the three, you cannot move forward. What will you do next? You are managing a project. You have identified risk and set an owner for the risk owner. Risk owner was monitoring the risk and he shared with it impact will be more than what that impact will be more than what planned. In other words, risk is a probability into impact and impact is more than that we planned. Okay, so what are the three things we are gonna do? Raise a change request for ask the management result. Yes, we need more money. Update the risk register. Yes, we may need to update the risk register. Okay, update the issue log. No, it's still a risk. We identified it. The impact increase. Do the impact analysis. Yes, much impact can be there, but the impact is there. No? Okay, the impact we did that. We did impact analysis. No? How does he know that he did the impact analysis? No? So this will not be there. So ask him to keep tracking the risk. That is one thing he needs to keep on track the risk so that he does not miss. But a very interesting question, especially if you are working with a risk. Anyone got the question right? It's a very interesting question. Like you need to look into that. First thing, this is still a risk. You calculated the impact will be more, but you identified it. So that by definition, it's a risk. Then since you need more money, you reach the change request. Okay, so this is a very interesting topic to work into that and work into that. Yes, Gupta, sure. So the answers will be you ask money because you need more money for that. You update the risk register and you don't do the impact analysis. This was a very tricky option because people think we need to do the impact analysis. Why you did the impact analysis and you are telling him after that that the impact will be this. The impact will be more than we planned for. Okay, so you need, but we need to track the risk. Yes, Numan.
Sir, why don't we escalate to sponsor? Because the impact will be greater than we have planned. First, we have to go to the sponsor that this is happening. Then we update the risk register. If the sponsor allows it, yeah.
No. We will update even sponsor allow, sponsor does not allow. Sponsor has nothing to do with updating the risk register. We will, when we are raising the change request, it is automatically escalating it to the sponsor, na, whom we are going to ask money for management reserve.
Okay.
Make sense? Yeah. Okay. Ajit, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Like even before using the contingency reserve, can we straight away ask for the management reserve?
When the impact is more, we don't have a money for that. For that we cannot. We don't have money. Then we have to ask them. Na? We don't have the money for that.
And but when do we ask this management reserve? When the risk is materialized, or in the planning itself we will ask?
We can also ask in planning. If we identify the risk, we set the baseline and we said, okay, this much risk will be there. Normally it is an execution or monitoring and control. Normally 90% of the time. But even in the planning, you made a plan, your plan got approved, but then you identified some new information came to you, okay, do this. And then you can ask.
And ideally, then ideally it should come as part of the budget itself, right? Because the contingency reserve is or management reserve for unknown ones, right?
Yeah, you made a bad mistake, na. You made a mistake. You did not calculate the budget right. So in the planning, you may update the budget again. But normally, it will come in the monitoring and control. Because if you look at that, risk was being monitored. Okay, so this is monitoring and control. It goes into the monitoring and control. But I am giving you a scenario. It can come in planning also. Okay, it can come plan, and you need to update the plan. Right? Yes, Sidra.
Sir, I have a question. For management reserves, we also go for unknown risk, but you have mentioned that the project risk was identified. On top of that, we have also given a risk owner. So how can we go for the management reserves?
Let me ask you first question. If the option was choose one answer, what will be your answer? Everyone put your answer. If the question was put one right answer instead of choose three, what would have been the answer?
Update the risk register.
Raise the change request.
Then again change. No,
Yes,
but for management reserves.
I'm telling you that. Now, why? You see, what is management reserve? Management reserve is the money that the management has. They put it for them for anything that we did not plan for, or when our threshold or tolerance something exceeds than our tolerances. So, in this pattern scenario, what has happened? It has gone beyond our threshold, beyond our tolerance. We don't have, did not estimated it. We did not have that. We'll ask them to support us. Okay, जी Sajjad sir.
Sir, in that case, if the threshold, the risk threshold is under that, and we can manage the risk within team. So in that case, still the management, then in that case, management reserve will not be applicable, right?
Yes, it will not be. And in that case, we will not also raise the change request. If that was the case, let's say risk owner was monitoring the risk and risk occurred as planned. So what would we do? We will update the risk register. That's it. There is nothing else.
Or
Maybe ask him to keep tracking, to look for the residual risk or secondary risk could have been the answer. Yeah, but
thank you.
Yes, Numan.
So my question is that when we assign a risk owner to a risk, is it only the risk owner's responsibility to do the impact analysis, or anyone else can be involved in that process?
Owner's responsibility is to look at the trigger of the risk. Okay. Look at the trigger of the risk. And Numan, we will be doing few more questions. I understand you are hungry, but let's just do for few more questions. G, next question. Which project approach would best support the goal to maximize the number of center deployed? An emergency vaccine rollout project should deploy a vaccine center as soon as pre-vetted locations are booked. Fast changing factors such as the delay, batch shipments, etc., may block. However, after passing the toolkit, the process does not vary to begin setup at location. Okay, so few things can change, few things are there. Okay, full predictive cannot never be used. Okay, that is never a use. Okay, an agile life cycle approach for the deployment and the predictive methods for booking. If we look at that, there are two things here. uh, Fast changing factors such as delays, batch shipment, safety protocols, they may they need something as an agent. But after doing that, the setup is does not do that. For the first thing, you may need you may need an agile process to increase it. But after that, you can do the predictive process into that. Okay. So B will be the right answer in this particular question. An interesting question, a different question that you may have seen. Who has given the right answer? Many people. Well done, guys. Acha ji, next question. Okay, very few answers. Guys, you need more time or you are tired? If you are tired, we can call it a day. It's not that we have to do these many questions. There is no strictness in that. Which of the following reveals as how can the project manager forecast the completion date with more accuracy? It has been 8 months in strategic agile project. Companies executives are closely monitoring the progress. The project director is frustrated about the last weekly burn down charts. They're significantly moving backward and forward. Which of the following reveals as how can the project manager forecast? Decrease the frequency of reporting, that is never the answer. Let the executive committee know about the flexibility nature. Yes, that can be. Go for planning variable size iteration based on the, oh, there is that question. Story complexion and load. Elaborate the upcoming backlog item in more details. Okay, let's see what your answers are. Prem, you gave two answers. Prem, unmute yourself. What is your right answer? D is their answer. Okay, so the thing is that I did solve this question in one of the coaching call. I select C option, go for a planning variable size iteration, but we cannot do that. Once their story is there, we cannot change these things. So I would go for the D option as the right option in this pattern question. Okay, so one person said that. Okay, next question. The customer insists that the approval can given after repeating all the test case in that targeted environment. This is an environment where the customer wants the work to be done and they can only give approval then. A medical equipment vendor runs a hybrid project that includes some custom software deployment by an agile team. Okay. The team progress is good, but the slow customer approval cause unnecessary delays. Now, what is happening? The team is doing good, but the customer is not approving because customer says the approval has to be in this patent environment. How can the project manager accelerate the approvals and build customer? Invite the customer to send representative to witness the team's testing to pre-approve the test. Okay, a lot of eliminated. Work out an agreement with the customer to defer. No, this cannot be. Work with the team to enable verification on targeting environment in definition of done. What does that mean? When the team is testing themselves, they make that environment that is what they are agreeing. So they agree to the definition of them. That's what they are saying. Seems very reasonable option. Allow the team to progress on their pace. So this is not an answer. So C is the only reasonable option that basically solves the problem. Okay, next question. G. Very few people are putting answers there. Guys, questions are getting difficult. Why I'm not saying answers from you? Everyone, you need to put your answers. The project manager explained to the customer that it is not feasible unless the requirement for second milestones are changed. What action should the project manager take? In a hybrid project, the customer has issued a contract that specifies the deliverable for each quarter. That's why it's a deliverable for each quarter. The customer wants to show their stakeholder a tangible outcome in the first quarter and wants to move the second milestone on the first quarter. The project manager explained that this is not feasible. Ask the customer for their priority regarding the requirements of the second milestone. That is an interesting option. That can be the answer, like asking the customer about their priority, what priority they are asking. Go back to a development team and discuss with the milestone requirement can you perform. So that is the very difficult thing. Tell the customer that moving the milestone has a very high impact on the cost of the project. How do you know that? Where it is written? People have said the answer C. Habib, you put it C. Sidra, you put it C. How do you know that? That there is an impact on the cost. No one said that anything about the cost. Pallavi, also you. How do you know that? There's an impact on the cost. Let me read. If so many people are saying, I missed something. In a hybrid project, the customer has issued a contract that specifies the deliverables for each quarter. The customer want to show that their stakeholder a tangible outcome in the first quarter and want to move the second milestone to the first quarter. The project explained that it is not feasible unless the requirements are changed. There is nothing about the cost. I thought I read it something wrong. Nowhere it is written anything about the cost here. So how can you go with the cost? You made me read second time. There's nothing written about the cost. Okay. Grace, I'll answer the question. Just give me a second. Go back to development team. No, that is not the escalate the issue to the upper management. Convince the customer. No. So basically here, what is happening? There's a conflicting priority. The priority of the questions is getting the problem here. So talking to them and asking them the priority. What do you want? What do you want and how can we prioritize them? Maybe change the entire thing, the product backlog or something like that. Because we need to, first of all, we need to work what the customer wants. So ask them, bhai, what do you want? Let's prioritize that thing and change the shift into that, and then work into that. Setting the priority straightforward is the most important thing. G, Grace, you had a question or you raised the hand unintentionally?
So for the cost, right? Because you told that how we know that it is cost. The last line in that question has something. The second, the requirements for the second milestones are changed. It's not feasible unless the requirements for second. So how do we know that cost is not
The
cost
exam,
cannot have
the
a high
question has to
impact?
say its cost, na? The question has to say its cost, na? You did impact for how many dollars? It has to say something about cost, na?
Okay.
Jinuman.
Sir, the question says it is not feasible unless the requirement for the second milestone are changed. So project manager will always go to a development team and he will ask to them, can you achieve this milestone in the first quarter? It can be the answer.
It can be the answer. I'm not saying it. No, it's not the answer. So let's look. Let's explore a little bit more of your answer. Go back to the development team. Discuss with the second milestone requirement can be performed in the first quarter. What the question is saying that the question is saying that project manager explained that it is not feasible. He already talked to them. How he knows that? He already have talked to someone or the development team that it is not feasible.
Yes, okay.
That's how we eliminated the option B. Thank you. Ji Sidra, where do you see dollars?
No, but sir, when the customer is saying that do this work early, we will do crashing, and for crashing, we will have a cost impact.
It's agile. It's agile or hybrid. How you estimated it's a predictive question. Tell me that thing. Remember this rule. Remember this rule. Unless it is mentioned, you are working in a construction project, you are a predictive. Every question is a hybrid question. That's a rule. Straightforward to pass the PMP. I request all of you to consider all the questions as hybrid questions. Okay, which means in order to change the request, in order to add something, you need to raise the change request. But you will do everything else in your power to help the customer. Okay. G, next question. Which of the following is the agile practice which would most effectively help prevent the problem? There has been a sharp increase in the user complaints of the product development methods of a smartphone company. The smartphone manufacturer reassesses the method. Analysis of a complaint reveals that the user are trying to use some feature in a ways that did not uh, anticipate. Which of the following? Wow. Now, what has just happened? Can anyone tell me? Anyone would like to raise their hand? Yes, Numan.
Yes, there is a mobile has been launched, and the customer are using the feature that is not been added or that not been if you can say,
Can
not
you
been test driven.
can you
Not
give an
been test.
example? Can you give an example?
It's like
Okay, let me give my example. I bought this. I have given this example many times. I bought this iPhone, and the first week I was working on it. I was doing video editing. It was getting so hot that actually I have to, because I put a lot of money to that. I used to do that things like that. Why? It was not designed for that. It was not designed for video editing, and plus its battery timing was horrible. They never even, when I complained to the like Apple, what is happening this, and then one of their team come back to me. It was like, what are you doing? I told them I am doing video editing, and he said, when you edit the video, how long they are? So it is 15 minutes. That we never even thought about that, that you will be doing video editing of 15 minutes on this. It was designed for 1 to maximum 5 minutes, maximum 5 minutes. But my videos can go up to 10, 15 minutes. And I was doing that. So he asked me a little bit to do this thing. Then it became better. Yes, iOS 16 has then the second battery problem that is still there. The iPhone said that is 29 hours. When I'm actually using my phone, it does not last 10 hours. Okay, because it was not designed that way. Why? Your battery consumes a lot when you are doing messaging. It consumes more than you are watching the video. It consumed actually more when you are watching the video. When you are watching the video, only video is turned there or voice is there. When you are doing messaging, the brightness is there, things are there, you're moving this and that, sound is there. So that is behavior development. Sir, अपना phone फेंक दे, फेंक के आपको पढ़ा दूं. So yeah, yeah. You see, I foresee that that's what you are saying. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, the basically this is behavior driven development. They did not analyze the behavior of that, how they are gonna do it. Smoke testing is that, can you do that? Red green refactoring is test driven development. Test driven development, acceptance test development are both same thing. So this is a very interesting question, and I really like this answers. Yeah. Okay. Next question. Come on, lower your hand, please. Okay. Select three situations would result from the lack of servant leadership. Roke is a project manager experienced in a predictive methods. He is taking on Agile project for the first time. In order to seamlessly adjust to shift from predictive to Agile, he make a watch list of a situation that arise from the insufficient action as a servant leader. Select three situations. Team member don't communicate directly with the other departments. Okay, that can be, but yeah, how that servant leadership would have. Okay, team members come up with an impediment that they are unable to neutralize. Okay, team member don't take on a challenging task. Okay, stakeholder express skepticism over agile methods. Teams high performers move to more senior position. This is actually not a lag thing. Okay, that straightforward eliminated. E is not the right answer if anyone put it there. So that's a how E is the right answer. यार unmute तो करो जरा. I'll talk later about that.
Yes, sir.
How the question was asking lack of leadership, and like this is how this is a lack of leadership.
The team high performers move to more
Good
senior
thing. It's
roles.
a good thing, no? So we're looking
Yeah.
for because of a lack. So how that could be the answer, sir?
All right. Okay, my mistake. Yes.
Project stakeholder express skepticism over agile methods. It can be the answer. Team member don't take on a challenging task. Okay, so this is nothing to do with that. Don't communicate directly with the other method. This is not the right answer. Team after comma impediment, they are unable to neutralize. This is first thing. This is the right answer. This is the right answer, and then we get to the B. They are unable to neutralize because there is no one to work with them to facilitate with them. Okay, B, C, and D. Next question. After this question, we'll have a 5 minute break. I guess you guys need a break. Maybe have a coffee. We will do maximum 15 to 20 more questions, not more than that. Achaji, which of the following could justify the project manager invitation to operations engineer? Jason is a new team member who is unaccustomed to agile practices. An operation engineer often criticize Jason's work. Jason become nervous when the operation engineers appear in the stand-up. Okay. Now, one of the thing is that you can invite people to the stand-up just to have a look into that. Okay, and way to the boost the performance, things like that. So way to boost new performance and keep him on his toes? Now, that is a this till this part it was a good answer. When it comes to this part, this becomes a negative thing. This is not something that we should do in a agile at least. A routine agile practice at preventing routine setting to daily meeting. Okay, ways for the project manager to learn more about the new team member, standard practice of agile to proactively correct deviations. So, so you see, one of the things that we need to understand that what has happened here. We brought them there, okay, and he is unaccustomed. Jason is unaccustomed to the agile practice. Operational engineer criticized Jason work. Jason become nervous when the engineer is there. We justify the manager invitation to operation manager. So A is not the answer. C is not the answer. Now let's go to B and D. A routine practice aimed at preventing the routine setting into the daily meeting. Why do we don't want the routine at that? We want routine in the agile, in the daily standard. We want the routine to happen there. So D will be the right option here. Okay. No, Vinod, C is not the answer here. Yeah. C is not the answer here. Okay, guys, let's have a. Okay. Next question, Ji. G. What action should the project manager take to improve the team performance? A company project management office is incorporating more adaptive technology and has hired a new project manager. While hybrid project management experienced team, the team is slowly adopting the new technology and has not been updating the artifact. What action should the project manager take to improve the team performance? The real question is how to improve the team's performance. Set up a training sessions. Okay. Send an email. Never. Never. Speak individually with each about the making need the updates. So straightforward. A can be a better answer. How do you talk to every team member? That is very slow now. We will set up a training session for them. Okay, we'll set up a training session with them. Already did this question. Okay. G, which of the following option reveals what should the project manager do next? Despite the team's best effort to address several blockades into items on the team Kanban board, the team still happens to remain as it is. Still, the problem is there. The retrospective reveals that all impediments can be tracked back to a particular department head. So we can finally we did a right thing that we do in our real job. We find someone to blame. The project manager had tried to educate the departmental head previously, but the head still remain resistant. Which of the following option reveal what should the project manager do next? Inquire the departmental head of budgetary compensation that proportional to delay incur. No, that's a very bad thing. Send out the information with the information radiator. Find out stakeholder who can help work around departmental head barrier. You see, all other options does not make sense. Only C is something that we can work into that. And guys, if anyone put any other answer, I want to talk to them. Why you put any other answer apart from C option? Okay, B even a little bit option. How can you already identify the stakeholder? You already make use of stakeholder analysis to identify and align senior stakeholder who could, okay, I did not read the option properly. Wait. So find out stakeholder who can help work around the departmental head barrier. Oh, sorry. Make use of analysis to identify and align stakeholder, senior stakeholder who could influence the department. Oh, D now makes more sense. So what do you say, C or D? So D is the right answer. D becomes. So there are why C or why not D? I missed the stakeholder analysis word, but why you missed it?
Because I was of the view that we have discussed somewhere workarounds or something like that. So I thought the department head could reduce the barriers between the stakeholders and the project manager.
Anyone else who thinks C is the answer? If yes,
And
yeah.
yeah,
Tell me.
actually, it's between C and D because you need a senior stakeholder or a person who can influence this department because the statement says that department head is resistant.
That is okay.
You have already
Between C and D, that is okay. Anyone who says C is the answer. G, Hussain.
No, I wanted to say C is the wrong answer.
C is the wrong answer.
Because the reason I wanted to say is because we are trying to stop this in future. Because if you do this, it is trying to be only a temporary issue, right? Because you're going to fix it temporarily. You cannot use another resource on a daily basis to fix the issues, right? So you have to go with something that you can fix permanently, which is D.
Yeah. Then interestingly, what mistake I did in getting the wrong answer? Can anyone tell me? I did not do the one thing that I always preach.
you didn't sir read the whole answer of D.
I didn't use elimination technique. Elimination technique demands, even if you get the right answer, you go through every option. C was the right answer from ABC. But when I read the D answer, D was a better answer. So guys, this is a very beautiful, but I do always. So that's why you get those score. Okay. That will be very interested to see who will be the first PMP among this list, because few people are very fast, like they're moving in a very fast pace. Vinod is doing excellent work. Rania is in the doing excellent work. Sidra is on the track. Grace, Anamika, a lot of people doing very great work. And I want to see Gupta, a new star, but still, let's see how we can do that from batch 10. Yes, Manoj.
So there is a, could you please go back to the question? Could you please show me? So there is some point called sprint retrospective reveals that all impediments can be traced back. So considering, so could you please elaborate that?
Yeah, basically C does not make like work around the department's head barrier. Okay, that is a right answer, but that's not a PMI terminology. What we want is that we need to look what we do. We look at the stakeholder analysis. Okay, someone a high power stakeholder, upward stakeholder who talk to that, who can use his influence. That is the right way to do that. C is not a wrong answer, but D is a better answer. That's why I selected the C option first, na? Because it seemed like the right answers. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
G, next question. G, Vinod, you still have a question or your hand is raised from the previous question? Okay. Which of the following options should the project manager do next? Despite the team best effort, okay. Despite the team best effort to the team still have the item still remains there. We try to remove the still item is there. The retrospective reveals that all the impediments can be traced back to the mandatory corporate business processes. The question is almost the same, but a little bit different. Which of the following options should a manager do next? Increase the story of point estimates of the stories? No. Set to work with the process owner to to streamline the procedures, maybe. Like B is a very good option, seems like a very beautiful option. Give the team to train, get the team to train on business processes in the upcoming iteration. This would help them to work more autonomously. Okay, maybe. As a servant leader, resolve the pending issue while the team intends. No, that is not that thing. Okay, guys, now what is happening here? Now, this is one thing that will happen with you in the exam. And that is why we have to take a break. And that is why you need to train yourself for 180 question. Let me tell you, my mind is tired now. My mind is actually tired now. If my mind is tired and I am the person who is always reading the books, and I am the person always reading, sitting in front of the computer, what does that mean? And why my mind got tired? Every single question is coming long, 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 long. For last 20 questions, the long questions are coming. This is a very important thing that you should do question in one go. If you have an option, like if you are doing 50 questions, do them in one sitting. If you are doing 60 questions, do them in one sitting. If you can. If you are always traveling and you don't have any other option, I understand. But you need to build stamina. You need to build stamina. I don't have that stamina. I don't have an exam that way. But when I was giving program management exam, the last exam I gave, guess in April, at that time, daily I was sitting for 5 hours to build that stamina. All of you need to build that muscle. Again, PMP exam is not just about one thing, it's multiple things. You may know every single thing, but after 120 questions, if your brain is not working, then what will you do? Am I making sense there? Right? Because I am feeling there. I'm drinking water continuously. Okay. I am, but my mind is actually saying like that. This is true because today I don't have stamina. I do 10 questions. I have been doing for long time only 10 questions with you guys. Today I'm doing this question, so I'm getting fatigued. This is very, very important. And that is why if you look my checklist, you have to do 180 questions. Actually, I can eliminate all those 180 questions and you will be still ready for the exam. Those 180 questions and then 210 questions of Agile are only for one purpose. Rania, you were asking me why after 60, why Umar was here. And many people do ask why we have to do 180 questions only for stamina. I could give only one test, 6 tests to build a stamina. Okay. So Jatsab, I was thinking about your problem or your score. That can be one thing because you always give tests in one sitting. So we need to.
Yes, this is my problem actually. I get frustrated after some time. You know, continuously doing, then you become
maybe
irritated.
maybe what you can do, like muscles. You see, I'm a person who few months back could not used to train on 2 kg weight because that was the minimum weight there. But I was training with a trainer, and when I left back my home country and came here, I was training with 12 kg. And my younger brother came there and he said, I'm gonna tell mama that you can lift 19-liter bottle. That you can, if you are doing training with this, you can do that. Stamina. Practice. That's why I gave you 50 questions. You can, okay, maybe do 10 questions after breaks. Once you build it, then start working on it. Yes, Rao, that is one of the important thing, the lengthy questions. This can happen to the exam. Now, this is the thing I love, talk about you. Suddenly I started talking to you, my mind got fresh. Now I can go back and solve the question. Acha ji. So A is not an option, D is not an option. There's no chance into that. Set to work with the process owner to streamline the process. Yes, this can secure the team coaching on the process. But what is the problem here? Despite the team best effort to address several items in the Kanban, the items still remain as it is. Okay, the impediment can be traced back to mandatory corporate process which introduce wait time. It's a corporate process and it's a mandatory. Okay, so let's see with the two options. Get the team trained on the business process with the upcoming iteration that would help them to work more autonomously. Okay, set to work with the process owner to streamline procedure. We cannot streamline the procedures because that is mandatory. This keyword changes the option B, eliminated the option B. Otherwise, B was a perfect answer. Mandatory. How can you streamline the procedure? That is mandatory. Okay. For example, there's a approval, FDA approval for a medicine or a things like that. You cannot do that. We need to work into that. No? Yeah. Batch 10, by the way, you are lucky people. This is the first time we are doing 60 questions in 1 month. Okay. And maybe it's lucky or it was laziness of your guys that you did not made mind maps. So maybe we made mind maps. Okay, next question. But I'm thinking maybe doing this after 2 weeks or after 1 month. I will take your feedbacks after that. What do you say? Should we do 60 questions after 2 weeks or after 1 month? Because every week I'm not gonna do. I know you guys will not come. You see, 48 were the starting point when we started. Now 28 people are in the class. Okay. Your team released the second MBI minimum business increment. Please understand the difference between MBI minimum business increment and MVP. MVP is minimum viable product, MBI is minimum business increment. Difference between them. What is the best way to handle these requests? Add them in the product backlog, change request, no, agile, straightforward. Okay. Next question. A was the right answer. Somebody put other answer, Prasanna. No, it was agile. You don't handle change requests in that way. No? You put that all the change requests. Ajit, why did you got wrong, yaar? Nadeem, Ajit, it was an easy question. A stakeholder experience in a predictive method asks where to find the escalation process in adaptive life cycle. Adaptive life cycle is a change-driven life cycle. Okay, so escalation process is a communication thing. Communicate. Okay, the escalation process does not exist in adaptive life cycle. For all the people who put answer as D, adaptive also include hybrid. Adaptive also included hybrid. Okay,
Just want to put into that. Iteration review, no, that is never answer, yaar. How you can give anyone B answer? It has no correlation, yaar. How you put B answer? Daily stand-up is not for escalation. The two options were communication plan and D. Okay, A is the right answer. There was no other option. I don't know why even you selected other options. One business user proposed to add a new item into an ongoing. What is the best thing to do in this situation? Take an opinion from the project team, ask the user to wait for the iteration to finish, replace the planned backlog, submit the change. Now, this is a very interesting thing. Replace the planned backlog. He proposed it, yeah. He proposed it. Okay. Nadeem, uh, Ajit, Ajit, unmute yourself here. I want to talk to you.
Yes.
Ajit, do we have a change control procedure in Agile?
But just few minutes ago, we mentioned that like if it is not mentioned anywhere, it could be hybrid, right? Okay. 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 Sorry.
They don't have to mention Agile. Some other keywords are also there. Na? So we don't have a change control procedure in Agile. Secondly, he proposed. Okay, he proposed that. So what it's not basically that when anyone proposed it, we don't need to take an opinion. Straightforward, we'll ask them to wait for the iteration to finish. It's an important concept. If anyone wants to add something into that, they will put it at the end of the sprint. If the question was something this, he said a new change is needed in the project, and if we don't add it now, it can cause a problem in the project. Then the answer would be put the change directly there. Okay, or discuss with the team or things like that. This question changes entirely. It's an important thing to understand. Rania, you put that it's B. Yeah, it's a B answer. G. Jinuman,
So, please go back to the back question.
you ask the question. No, what is your question?
Yeah, I was saying that he proposed a change. So why don't the development team will tell it will be added
Because
in
this is the
this
framework.
current
Any change that is proposed in the when the
ongoing iteration.
in the ongoing iteration, it will always be added at the sprint end or sprint when the sprint reviews. That is a place where the change should be added. Unless the change is very important and you want to add into that, then you can work into that. Okay. We can put it in the product backlog. Okay, if they ask the change, if the option was there, we can put it in the product backlog. But the option is talking about the sprint backlog. Okay, we don't replace those things. No? Okay. Hussain, slow down here. You answer so quickly and then majority answers get wrong. When use elimination technique and slow down.
Okay. Your team is in the mid of the seventh iteration and you observed a recurring trend of a particular type of defects. These defects are creating rework in the current iteration. What would you advise them? So something is causing again and again, again and again, again and again. Why you are not doing root cause analysis? No? Anyone putting any other answer? I don't understand that. Why you would put any other answer? Okay, that can be the answer. Again, that is the I'm not violating my elimination technique. That can be the answer. Start discussing defect. Discussing will not do that. Na? Reserve time, some time in retrospective for doing the root cause analysis. Yeah, again, that's a better answer. Reserve some capacity for rework. Rework is not allowed. We want to do a root cause analysis. Okay, we want to do a root cause analysis. So you see, A seems like a right answer, and I was gonna pick the answer. Okay, but then if you look at the C option, everyone who did not read the C option would pick the A option. Anyone who has not picked the A option, I would like to know why they are not doing it. Okay, I haven't said that this is the right answer. So you are in the mid of the seventh iteration and you observed a recurring trend that this defect is coming and these defects are creating rework in the current iteration. The problem is that now this has become an issue. We can reserve some time in the next iterations so that we can solve the problem. But the problem is now. Problem is now, end of today. C is a very beautiful answer. Okay, C is a very beautiful answer. But the problem is now. If I waited for the time in the retrospective, that's okay. But do I want the defect to keep moving forward? Do I want to have a rework? If I don't do root cause now, it means I have to do rework. I don't want to. I can stop everything and start working. I just don't want to. That is a very important. A is the right answer.
Sir, actually, we are in the seventh iteration, and you observe a recurring trend. It's like you have been doing in the eighth iteration some work, and the recurring work is coming
You are in
again
the
and again.
seventh iteration. You are
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
mid of the seventh iteration. It's not. Yes,
He is
someone else is.
tutor.
Please, Gupta, mute yourself, yeah. Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, it means we have some time to cover these defects, so we
Why
can do in retrospective.
we can never do reworks. We don't want reworks. We immediately stop that thing and we want to solve that problem. We want to do the
No, I'm asking about C option, not the
I'm,
rework.
I'm saying the C option. Na? The retrospective will happen at the end of the seventh iteration. Okay.
Yes.
Retrospective, we are in the mid of the seventh. Let's say the sprint is 4 weeks. We are on the second week. Why do you want to wait 2 more weeks?
Yeah, that's clear now. That's clear.
Thank you. G, question number 80. What should the project manager do to improve the situation? A hybrid automobile project runs in an agile software track and a predictive electronics thing. So we have two things, electronics software track and a predictive electronics. Delay is a cumulative halfway into the project due to misaligned deliverables release between the two tracks. What should the project manager do to improve the situation? Develop an integrated project schedule for both. Yeah, that can be. That can integrate both things. Okay, hybrid thing. Improve communication by revisiting the communication plan. Okay, is it a communication issue? Let me look into that one more time. Conduct retrospective. Assign team leaders for both of them. Okay. So develop an integrated project schedule for both tracks. So hybrid project runs on an agile software track and a predictive electronic tracks. Software incidentally delays accumulate halfway into the misaligned deliverable release between two tracks. Now the beautiful thing is that both of the answers are right. Integrated schedule, a schedule that can work in both way. But being said that, let me talk to someone. Okay, I haven't talked. Hassan sir? Hassan?
Yes.
Why A?
Because the keyword, in my opinion, is misaligned deliverable releases. So this means both project schedules are not aligned with each other. But actually in Agile, there is no schedule, right?
So now why you are changing your answer?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask someone else.
Yeah.
Okay. Ali Habib, can you talk?
Yes, I think it's like more of integration issue. If it is like integrated together, so both can be released together and
100% right.
project.
Do we have an integrated schedule for Agile?
No, we don't.
We don't. So the only way is we can work in the communication. We can, if it's a hybrid project, this is an hybrid project. If there's something is missed, if we can communicate them properly, we can handle them. We can tackle those things. Communication, more communication, not less communication. I know many people face are getting down with the so many answers getting wrong, but this is an interesting part. PMP. Numan, we will be covering in 10-15 minutes maximum more. Okay. We'll do the chill question number 19. How should the project manager deal with the situation? On the last level iteration, Agile team has set out 7 items at 90% completion. Team estimate it will take just one more day to finish this iteration and they can achieve 100%. How should the project manager deal with this? Extend the iteration. Okay. So you cannot increase the iteration day. Sajad sir, you cannot increase the, we discussed this thing. We cannot increase that agile. Once the agile is fixed, the duration is fixed, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, we cannot extend that. That is against the agile principle. We cannot seek advice from the stakeholders. Okay, recommend closing the iteration with current completion. Start the next iteration as per schedule without closing the current. We have to close the current iteration and then reiterate it. So A is not the answer, right answer at all, because we cannot do that, and C becomes the right answer. Okay, no, no, not D. C without closing. C. Question 80 answer was someone asking C. B is the right answer for question 80. Okay. G. Next question. Please solve the next question. How can such situation be avoided? During iteration planning, the team finds it difficult to estimate and plan some of the product backlog because these are not detailed enough. How can something is not detailed enough? Talk to the product owner. Straightforward. The product owner should define the test criteria. Okay, so this can be an answer. As per the agreement, no. As per the agreement, okay. The backlog item should be ready. No, should create a detailed requirement before discussing the no. So we need to discuss with the product owner how these requirements are, which requirements are there. Guys, why do you put the B answer? Like, I want to know what happened here in this question. The product owner is the one who explained the requirement. What was the confusion in this question? Product owner is the one who is explaining the requirement. He should define that, okay, this what acceptance criteria mean before putting it in the sprint backlog. So what was the confusion here? Are you guys tired about it, or what is happening here? This was not a difficult question here. Straightforward, who defined that, what is in the requirement? Okay, just put in the justification in the chat box. What is the requirement and how can we work into that? No? This needs improvement here. G, next question. It should be an easy option. Agile team is tasked to build a smartphone application to support whatever. Unfortunately, the team cannot find volunteer. We could not find volunteer. What will be the way? We'll make the product or the basic version. We'll give it to the people. They will check it, and that will become our best product. B is that we don't have to do detailed requirement. No, we did not. The problem is we could not find the volunteer. So this cannot be the answer. This cannot be the answer. We will make the basic version. We will learn from it. That is basically how we can do multiple things in the product. What is it? So, this is not the answer. The product owner should not create a detailed requirement before discussing the way. He should define the test criteria, how we are going to discuss test it. No? So that was your question. Question number 84.
Ajaji, what should the project manager do now? In the iteration review meeting, your team has received the following feedback. The stories are not on business priority. The team has not tested the story for compliance requirement. Overall, stakeholders are not satisfied with that. Work with stakeholder and take a formal and a detailed feedback. Okay. Work with the product owner to ensure requirement prioritization. Revisit the definition of done. Work with the project team in retrospective to identify the next steps. Where are we in the cycle of the sprint? Where are we? Put in the chat box. Where are we in the cycle of the sprint? The question said that where are we? Yaar, where are we? Hussain, planning, you are saying planning, that is not in the cycle of the sprint. Na? Sprint review. We are in the sprint review. Next step is retrospective. What should we do next? The question was next. All other things are confusing. Next. Guys, what is happening? Okay, last question. Sulman, how many questions we did? Like, what was the question number there? We actually did. Put someone please put how many questions we have done so far. 16. We skipped some question, Arya. We skipped some question. How many we have? 56 or 56? This is 56. Okay, just 4 more questions. Yeah, I want to complete. Okay, you are briefing about the agile approach. Your project is following the kickoff meeting. The marketing business asks for the project will validate scope. In agile, the question is asking validate scope. So what is validate scope? Validate scope is that client checks the deliverable. Client checks the deliverable. In agile, when the client checks the deliverable, sprint review, iteration review. Okay. Iteration review. Oh, majority has given the D answer. Good. Okay, that is drag and drop. I'm not doing that. Achaji, during the iteration, an agile team discovered that it is not feasible to implement one of the user acceptance criteria. What should the team do? Leave this user story and work on others. Discuss with product owner to find alternative. Put this user story back into a product backlog. Raise this in upcoming retrospective. First of all, it is not retrospective. We will not wait for the retrospective. Who gave the user story? The client gave the user story. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. We will discuss with the product owner. Okay, we'll discuss with the product owner. G. Next question. Acha ji, what is the best course of action for the project manager? During the current sprint, the product owner availability has limited to the other commitments. Okay. Daily stand-up that team member complains they can't get answers from the product owner. As a result, the development of product increment is delayed. So product owner is not cooperating. What's the best course? Let the senior developer make the product decision. Okay, can be. Contact the product owner on the behalf of, yes. Mention the availability issue, review, no. Availability issue is a retrospective, no. Both of these options are right. Actually, both of these options are right, but this is a better option. This is a better answer than that. C is not the answer. Ali, we don't wait so long and that the entire sprint get wasted into that. No? G. Oh, 89 question. Yeah, please solve this question. It keep on going well. Sorry again. Acha ji, what might the project manager have done differently to avoid this situation? A new project manager has assigned to manage an agile project to develop various tools. Everyone involved in the project is new to agile methodology. During the review, the stakeholder are frustrated that the tools they needed the most are still in pipeline for future development. Means prioritization as problem. Prioritization as problem. Train the development team on how to select the user story from the sprint backlog. Yes. Explain the agile focusing on the development, the highest feature to avoid the last feature. Yes, that is more right answer. That is right, that's more right. Provide the product owner with training on how to prioritize. That is even better answer than that. Go look at that team, that is not the right answer. I need to look the question one more time, sorry. A project manager, okay. Everyone in the is new to the agile methodology. The executives are frustrated that tools they needed are still pipeline for future development. That's a product owner problem. He did not put the right priority here. So he should have put the right priority here so that the things could have come right there. So that's an important thing we need to look into that. So we need to work with the product owner to tell him the priority or the priority can be set. Last question, ladies and gentlemen, for today, coaching call.
Yards and the discipline.
Okay, Ji. What could have helped you to avoid this perception? You and your project team hold a meet with stakeholder from a different country. Feedback after the meeting indicates that your project team felt that stakeholders were distant and they were not engaged. Whereas some of the stakeholders thought the project team were too pushy. Okay, so what is happening? You are unable to understand the culture awareness. You are like, it's not a political thing, it's not a virtual thing, it's not a conflict management. You are unable to understand the culture of the people, how the different people behave in a different culture. So that's it. I guess we did 60 questions. Right, guys? So first of all, I want to congratulate all of you. Very well done. This is called commitment. 48, we started with the coaching call with 48 people.
27 have left. This is what I call commitment. When you are committed to something, some of you are hungry, some of you are tired, some of you are sitting for like long time, but you are committed to get this thing done. I want to thank you, all of you, for sitting this and working on it. One thing I can tell you, if you keep on putting this commitment for a little bit, few more months, few more weeks, God forbid, few more months, few more weeks for different people, different day for few people, for few more days, for some few more weeks, I'll make sure that each and every one of you become certified. So thank you very much for joining. Thank you.
PMP aspirant, in this video, we are going to share how you are going to fill your PMP application. Now, in order to fill your PMP application, you must go to pmi.org and register yourself. Now you can register yourself as a member, fill the account like Hassan has already registered here, and Hassan has basically made Mr. Sayyid Hassan asked me wherever he works, he have put all the things, but he has not filled the application. So if we start it from the basics, so if we start, please write pmi.org. Okay. pmi.org, press enter please. So you go to PMI website. Now just like you registered for Facebook or any other thing, you registered for it and become a registered person. Now you are not a member here, you are registered person. In order to become member, you have to pay $139. My recommendation is don't pay right now, pay it once you go for the exam, once your application is approved. So normally it takes 5 days for the application get approved. Once you get approved, then pay for this and become a member of it. But please do become a member before exam fees. Like if you don't become a member, your exam fees will be $555. If you become a member, your exam fees will be $545. In addition to that, when you renew your certification and plus new pmbok is coming, all those standards you can download from here free of cost. If you are not member, from here, if you are not member, you cannot download anything, you cannot get it. So membership is very good. If you think you will forget it when you are filling, when you are paying for exam, it's just 5 days. Your application can get approved in 5 days. You can become a member now, but do become a member. Now, once you are here on this main page, you have registered yourself. Go to this certification area. Hassan, please click certification type. Please click on certification type. Okay. And go on PMP here down. Yes. Please click. Yes. Click here, Asan, please. Yes, now it is taking to us the page of PMP. If you are new to PMP, do read exam content outline, all those things. If you have not taken the training, first take that training, then come back. Now Hassan has already taken the training, so we can directly go here, apply for now for your PMP, and we can start filling our PMP application. So it does take time, some lags when site is getting uploaded, depending on which day you are doing. Saturday, Sunday, the website is more busy as compared to others. It also depends on your odds. So Hassan, please fill your basic education here. Bachelor, maybe. Yeah. So put your highest degree here. For Hassan, it is master's. If for you it's bachelor, or if it's high school education, put it accordingly. Please put the years you have attended. 215 to, okay. So to 15 to 18, so you get 3 years. It works. Okay. Name of the institute. So we are filling this application on real time. So there can be like you have to wait for it. Save your education, Hassan. So now your education is saved. Step one is done. Now from wherever you have taken 35 hours PDUs, you need to put that. For example, Hassan took for me. So his course title was PMP exam preparation. highly recommended at this area that you take a training from a authorized training provider, because the probability that you will get for audit decrease, because they have given PDUs directly to authorized training provider. So our ATP name is facilitated method. Methods, S. Okay, so now, if you get selected for the audit, you need to provide the certificate of facilitating method. So, for example, if people you are watching it, don't write facilitating method, because what will happen as a result, if you get selected for the audit, so you have to produce the that certificate, and if you haven't taken training from us, you don't have. So if you have taken from training, let's say Joseph Philip, you need to put the name of his institution. If you have taken from Andy Ramdial, his institution is TIA. He provides you PDU certificate on which the institute name is written. From wherever you have taken training, if you have taken training from any PMI chapter, put their name, and so on and so on. So when you have taken the training, Hassan, over you were in the batch 7. So what was the month?
Yeah, it was May.
So write May 2021. So our training was completed in the same month.
Yes.
So write the same, May 21. So we had 6 days training. Then it was more than 35 hours, but I recommend you write 35 hours. Save education. Okay. Now, your education, both academic and professional education, has been filled. PMI application have 3 parts: your academic education, your professional education. Academic education has to be for high school. For high school, you need 5-year experience after academic education. For bachelor, you need 3 years. For master's, you need 2 years. So Hassan has master's. So then he put professional education. You need 35 hours PDUs. Now continue the experience. Now the third part of your PMI application, and the most important part, I would say. So now here you need to put 36 month of experience. Now I recommend that you put one large project of 36 months, but if you haven't worked in a large project, then you can put 2 or 3 projects. Recommendation is one project. It basically helps you in getting the application filled earlier. So Hassan, please write down your project name. Okay. Hassan will fill his project title and organization. Okay. Functional area to who is your boss or whom you are reporting. We have customer service, finance, human resource. I think your is construction.
Yes.
So see, do we have the construction as an option?
No.
Then you put others. Okay, and now you can write construction.
Uh, so actually, my line manager is project coordinator.
So the question is asking functional reporting area. What is the reporting area? So your area is planning. Which area you are reporting? So
it's design.
So
design.
Design
engineering. Should I write it?
Yeah, design engineering. Whatever the name of functional area is. Okay. Now the focus of your organization. What is the focus of organization? So aerospace, automotive, construction. Is it? It's construction.
Actually, it's a consultant firm.
Okay.
We do designing and supervision of
Okay.
the construction.
Then consulting downside. Consulting.
Okay.
Yeah, consulting. So methodology. Which methodology you are using? Agile, hybrid, or waterfall?
Actually, it's hybrid. At times we do
Then
go for
hybrid.
agile, but
So if it's hybrid, then hybrid. So project team size, if you know your, just put hybrid. If you know your team size, okay. And normally I prefer to put as a classified.
okay.
You never know how much team member. If you exactly know the budget, you can put it there, or you can again put classified. Okay. To be on the safe side. So project dates, when it started, and if it is still in progress, you can put in progress. If it ended, you can put the end. Okay. So you select the budget. Okay. No project dates. Okay. Now here comes the most important part of your PMP application. Now here they are asking a high level summary of your experience. That includes project objective. What is the objective of the project? What is the outcome? What was your role on the project and your responsibility? Here, PMI is looking for your roles and responsibility. Now, there are two ways that you can write down. You can put it into 5 process group, like what you did, what happened in initiation, what happened in planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. You can put into 5 process groups. In initiation, this happens. In planning, this happens. You can use heading: initiation, put it down there; planning, put it down there; execution, put it down there; monitoring and control, put it down there; closing, put it down there. In your words, don't copy book words. So this is one way. Second way, which I prefer, is basically putting it by knowledge areas, like how, knowledge areas or the new PMP content: people, process, and business environment. Like how you identify the stakeholders, how you manage the stakeholder, how you monitored it throughout the project, then how you decided you need virtual resources, all those things. So write all those things about resources, then how you manage the communication. Very important thing, write down about risk. What were the risk in your project? So write down about them. For example, your project is still in progress, so COVID-19 is a risk. So you need to write down how, when it occurred, it was an unidentified occurred, what was the workaround, how you manage it, all those things. Then write about procurement. Did you do the procurement? From where you procured? How you helped in procurement? Write down all those things about procurement. Then how the quality was ensured, how quality management plan was made, manage quality, all those things. How the business value, like business value, you can put business value even in the start, that the business value was this, uh, who identified it, and how it aligns with the organizational strategy, how compliance was done, how the triple constraint, scope, schedule, cost was done, and if the project has completed, what was the lesson learned. So write down all these things. And what I recommend, write minimum 250 to 350 words. For me, the safe range is 250 to 350 words. Don't go above 450 up to 500 words. It's better to be in the middle so that your application does not get selected for audit. Because what they are looking for your application, these keywords. If you have put all the keywords I just mentioned, you are good to go. So Hassan, I'm gonna give you time. Please write down all these things, and then we can continue. So we have now 310 words. I reviewed it, seems good. So save your experience. Okay, please continue to exam. You have 36 months were required as minimum. You had 50 months. So if you have less time, the automatic it will tell you to change. Since Hassan has already registered himself, so his detail of home address, his name, everything is filled. Hassan, please write your email address and double check your name, because this name on certificate will appear, and your name on your passport or whatever identity you are going to use, it has to be right this, because otherwise they would not let you give the exam. This double check with your identity and NIC or passport. Okay. Maybe put other number, try it other work for home phone, you can put it. Yeah, try doing this. It worked.
I did not.
Edit phone again, put the work number. Instead of mobile phone, just put home phone. Home phone and put this number. Yeah, okay, good. We are good. We are good. We are good. Pakistan, okay. Now, accommodation. This is very important. One of my student, I remember in 2020, he filled the application by himself and he put the exam accommodation, yes. So when the exam says exam accommodation, it is basically asking, do you have any kind of uh, disability or any problem that you need assistance in? So if you say yes, they are going to ask you, what is your problem? What, for example, one of my student, he was basically unable to sit for even 1 hour. He had some back problem, so he put exam accommodation. They asked for the documentation, they provided documentation, and they gave him some luxury. They gave him basically, he gave exam from home. He was able to move here and there, and they let him move a little bit, so they become more relaxed when you have exam accommodation. But this is more for those people who have some special needs. If you don't have special needs, always put no, because if you put yes, they will ask documentation. You don't have it, you forfeit everything. So always put no. But if you have some disability, then you can put yes. Hassan, agree to the terms? Yes. Okay, please review one more time. Go up, review your name, address, everything, number, everything is okay. We are good to go.
Yes, we are good to go.
Then continue, then move, come down, submit application. So that's it. That's all about how you submit the PMP application. I don't know why people think it is a very, very big thing. It's just, if everything is right, you have experience, you have education, you can easily fill your application. So use the same way in your filling of application. Like, I'm 100% sure you will have no issue. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. One more thing I would like to add here. It will take 5 business days. Let's say Monday, then on Friday, you will hear from PMI that your application has been accepted or now you have to go to audit. If you fill the application on Saturday, then don't consider Saturday and Sunday and consider 5 working days. Thursday or Friday, your application will come. That's it. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Hello YouTube, what's up? It's Amer Ali here. Thank you very much for watching this video. I am so grateful that you watched this video and I hope now it has added value into your PMP journey. If you have any question at any time, you can ask me on this number or email me. I will love to answer you. And if you have not subscribed, please click the subscription button so that I can help you in a better way. My commitment to YouTube is going to increase. I'm going to upload more coaching calls, more journeys, and more posts. So do join this journey and become certified PMP in less time. In this video, I'm going to share how you can fill experience in your PMP application. I have already shared how to fill PMP application and the link for that video is here. I'll put it there or I'll put in the comment somewhere. But one thing that I missed out in that area was how to write down your experience in the PMP application. I figured that everyone has their own experience and they can put it. But now PMI is doing more and more audit and people applications are being rejected. So I thought it's the best time that I tell people what is the best way that PMI is expecting to write down your experience, the best format you can write it down. One thing, one disclaimer that is very important. Although I am official trainer of PMI, authorized training provider, my students are being audited. If someone says that I know a way that you will not be audited, that is straight lie. PMI does the random audit and then you have to submit your certificate, your educational certificate, 35-hour certificate, and your reference has to approve your experience. And after that, PMI will also review your application. This is a very important thing. PMI will review your application. You need to know what to write, what is the best way. First of all, when you write down the experience, the recommendations from PMI is that you need to have 200 to 500 words. 200 to 500 words, that should be the range. Like minimum 200 words, maximum 500 words. So that is the maximum limit. My recommendation is if you put between 250 to 450, it's a safe range. Just to put in the safe range, 250 to 450 is the good way. Now you have multiple columns to fill. First, you need to put your project name, whatever the project name you may have, then the organization name, then number of years, that must be more than 36 months. Once you are done with that, the next thing come to put your experience in these words. You see, all projects work in a one way or another in these 5 process group. Initiation, every project starts. Plan, you plan for your project. Execution, monitoring and control, and closing. And that is what PMI is actually looking for you in your application. What you have done in initiation, what you have done in planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. If you are not familiar 100% with that, I highly recommend watch a video that I shared, PMP in 2 hours or PMP in 32 minutes. That can give you the context, the flow of PMP. So understand the flow of PMP, that can actually help you into that. Let's dive deep in all these things, what you need to write down in particular: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. Although it is best for your experience that you has worked as a project manager, but it is not compulsory. PMI is not looking as a compulsion that you have done as a project manager. You can be a business analyst, costing manager, whatever your designation is, but you must have done these things that I'm going to share. First, in initiation, what are the questions that you should be answering? How did you facilitate it in building the project chart? Who was involved in building the project chart? What was the business case involved, like benefit to cost in the project chart? Who approved the project chart? Who approved the project chart? Have you made assumption log? What were 1 or 2 assumptions you can put in initiation? And then a very important thing which many people left out: how did you identify the stakeholders? How many of the key stakeholders did you share project charter with? How many of the key stakeholders you share project charter with? Which tool you used? Maybe mentioning power and trust and utilizing upward downward can help out. That's it. That is more than enough for putting into the initiation. It can take like 40 to 50 words depending upon that how much you have been involved. The next thing will be what you did in planning. You can actually put the columns initiation, planning, like paragraphs: initiation, planning, execution, or you can directly put it like that. My deliverable in the project was this. I facilitated in the project charter involvement, which has these many stakeholders. This was the main cost, schedule, high level, these things like that. Then how did you identify the stakeholder? What did you communicate it? These questions can help out. Then comes to the planning. The first thing, the last thing that we did in initiation was how did you identify the stakeholder? It makes sense. You work into that. How did you make stakeholder engagement plan? How did you make stakeholder engagement plan and get it approved? Then talk about communication management plan. And very importantly, how did you identify the resources? Your resources were physical or your resources were virtual? This is a very important thing. Did you use any documents before pre-assignment was there? Do write 1 to 2 lines about resource management plan. What were the most important thing that you discussed about the resource management plan? This is very important for your PMP application and the experience in PMP. The PMI is really looking for the resource team. How did you identify the team? Remember, PMP exam is 42% just people. So they are looking for the resource. Do put a little bit importance about that. You use virtual team, you use physical team. How did you identify them? Did you set some ground rules? Putting that into the resource management plan. Then a little bit about scope, schedule, and cost baseline. How did you make the baseline and got it approved? Then something about quality plan. You made quality standard. How did you benchmark them? Uh, Putting about procurement, if you did procurement, 1 or 2 line is important. Then risk. This is actually a very important thing. Your planning should take a risk, should take a big chunk of planning. I would say resource management plan and the risk domain, because here you need to put a little bit of information about how did you made risk management plan. Your organization was risk averse, risk seeker, and then you need to actually share 1 or 2 example. I do recommend. How did you identify the risk? Which analysis you did? Qualitative analysis. And if you did quantitative, if your organization did quantitative, which tool you allowed? Putting one tool is always good. 2 tools are better. How many opportunities and threats you have, giving a number actually help out that, and 1 or 2 example of that risk that occurred and how do you handle. For example, if you had the COVID risk, how did you handle that particular risk of COVID? That actually always help in the organization. How did you plan for that particular response? So talking about the risk plan is always a good strategy. So we discussed about scope, schedule, cost. We discussed about quality, procurement, stakeholder communication, and risk. How did you put it into that context? And finally, you got approved from the project management plan. You made a plan, sent it for approval, and got it approved. This should be the last line in particularly planning domain, because without the project management plan, the planning domain never ends. Now we come to the most important part, that is execution. Execution is kind of a very important thing. Now in execution, again, I'll start with the like from where we ended. Once the plan got approved, then you started doing execution, starting delivering the deliverables. The quality team was ensuring, talked about the quality, how quality team make sure that the quality assurance deliverable, like how did they make sure the right deliverables were being made uh, for all the projects. Then here is the most important thing. How did you acquire your resources? How did you develop them? How did you manage them? How did you handle conflict among the resources? How did you use emotional intelligence? One example, that how did you identify the training requirement, provided training and outcomes of that training, or how did you handle the conflict, can actually help you out in your application and giving the right scenario that happened in your project domain, because thousands of people are going to watch this video. They are going to put their experience. When you put your own experience, how did you handle the conflict, that can actually help and put the context there. How did you handle a particular conflict in that particular project? That will be a beautiful thing. Then how did you engage stakeholder, making sure their current engagement level is what you planned? How you make sure right information at right time happen to stakeholder? If you did procurement, how did you conducted the procurement? Highlighting this thing and implementing this response is an important thing. Execution should take if you are writing like 450 to 475 words, it should take 200 words, because this is the most important thing where things are happening. Planning and execution are the most important thing of your application. Then when it comes to the monitoring and control, what happens in monitoring and control? Now here the most important thing is that you need to do, how did you do the variance analysis? Again, talking about the identifying the team requirements, where they stand, releasing the resource can be important. I cannot put more stances that job of project manager is only 2 things. How did he manage the communication? You put it there, engage stakeholders, and how did he manage the team? That is the most important thing. So put it there, put it in the monitoring and control. Then putting that, how did you handle the change request? Uh, Inspected the deliverable through quality control, quality verified them, and then validated with the client. And did the client actually said your deliverables are good to go or not? And how did you close the procurement? Put it in the monitoring and control, and your monitoring and control will be good to go. Finally, if your project was successful, putting 1 to 2 lines, how client accepted the deliverable. You write the final report. What were the things you wrote in final report? Some
lessons you learned from the risk. How did you write the final lesson learned? Register, put it in the lesson learned repository, OPS. How did you updated that? How did you release the team? And if you did celebrate your success, how did you do that? So if you put it that, I would say that initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. If I put it into the words, let's say you write 500 words or 480 words, 100 words for initiation, 100 words for 150 to 100 words for closing, 50 to 100 words of initiation, depending upon your context. So this should take both of them 350 to 400, and this again 50 to 100 words. You can add plus minus, but this should not less than 300. Minimum, it should be 300. So 50, 50, 50 and 300, that goes 450 words. That would be an ideal application. So that is the entire framework how you can write down application. I'm sure by following this framework, if your application gets selected for the audited, then you will have no issue at all clearing the audit, provided that you have taken the training with authorized training provider, or he provides you 35 hours certificate, and that will be done. You have a graduation degree and 3 years experience, and you will have no issue at all. If you want that I review your application, I can do that. Just send me on my email address. I'll put it somewhere, and I will review it free of cost at all. I don't charge for anything else. Only I charge for my programs, that is batch program or one-to-one program. And if you want to take that training, you can also contact us. We have batch program every mid of the month, and one-to-one program you can start at any time. Thank you very much, and become certified PMP. And if you do let me know. Would love to record your channel. Thank you very much for watching this video. I hope this video has added value in your PMP preparation. Now you know how to prepare for every single topic. You know each and everything about that, from stakeholder to business environment. You know that. You have seen the overall flow of PMP 2 times, at the start and in the end. You know how to solve hard questions of PMP, how to do lesson learn. Very important. Never leave a question without lesson learned. And of course, you know how to fill PMP application. I hope this video has added value in your entire PMP journey. And if you want to join our program, I have given my number so many times. You can contact me and become certified PMP in the minimum possible time. See you at the other side of the world.